concubines are voted in by the people. So only female octopi have any chance of being like the president or the vice president. So unless they have some sort of way of separating the vice presidency and the presidency from the concubine state of the monarch, there will never be a point where an avian or an insectoid could be either the president or the vice president. It's not the events that happen, it's the events that the media reports on. And people think that so many events of something happened, like 3 months ago or so when the media reported on like 8 of those like Boeing crashes. And it was like all about Boeing and everything. And it was like, well, if you look at like the amount of, like, Boeing owns 80% of the entirety of like all commercial planes. So when you're talking about all of the commercial planes over the course of the year, and you're talking about within this small period they reported on 8 crashes, it seems like a lot, but it's actually like even under the average. Bye, beautiful bitches. True, there you go, Muffin. I rarely go to streams for the actual content. I'm here for conversation, not content per se. And that's kind of what the stream is, to facilitate engagement and conversation on an individual level, to facilitate the sharing of ideas, spreading of ideas, manipulating, molding, and refining of ideas, new perspectives, and everything like that. No, we didn't. We just copied and pasted. It was pretty great. But that's the editing process, right? Moving shit around, figuring shit out. We made a couple of new character profiles. That's what matters. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Hey, Zoink. How's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. So I gotta try this. Let's see what happens.
Green square, green
Damn
square,
it, you beat me to it! Fuck!
Square,
That's exactly what I was gonna do, Zoink! How'd you fucking know?
Minus blue square, minus white large
square, I mean, fair.
Square, minus.
I saw this really fascinating lock, and it gave me an idea. So imagine, Wombat, it's a combination lock, but it requires a key. So you can't just insert the key and turn the key. You have to insert the key, put in the combination, and once you've successfully put in the combination, you need to remove the key. And when you remove the key, it like swaps, like spins a thing that swaps the hole, and the actual keyhole opens. And then you can use the key on it. In Korea, yeah, you can make money. But you don't really make a living off of tournaments. You make a living off of being good at tournaments so that people know who you are, and then you stream and people watch you, and your stream is how you make money. That's generally how most people make money in, like, StarCraft. Like, sure, you get, like, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 a year from tournaments, depending upon how much, like, how far into the tournament you go. But you're probably getting like $30,000 to $40,000 a month just from streaming. The plan being in place, everything set into motion, all the characters have to do is travel from where they are to the tree. Get through the tree to the Monarch's palace, get through the Monarch's palace to the Monarch, fight the Monarch and the Viceroy inside of the palace. I'm thinking like a robot, like an android. A Terminator. Because it never quite explains the extent of it except for like the infinite energy. And I'm like, well, what goes along with that? And makes sense within the context of the story. And them trying to make him seem like he's human and not trying to push his limits. And the fact that he says he never has to, like, he never feels like he's ever working at anything. In my mind, it's just the administrator's son. And it's all the idea of it being like figurative. Like the power, like, because of the scope that it'll go to in order to, like, protect him. You guys are fucking awesome. We will be back tomorrow. 2 days from now, the 24-hour stream. Get ready for the 24-hour stream in 2 days. Not tomorrow, but the day after. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Guys, remember what I said. The ultimate thing is full horizontal integration with vertical integration. You have all of the topics, and you have all of your skills in those topics. This is something that you learn in film. It's not the topic. The topic of the story is how much of a influence on reality is consciousness. That's why I like to think of the ideas first and then categorize the ideas and then see where the holes are and what ideas I need to fill in. So that way I don't fall into the trope of, oh, these are this is the theme, this is the purpose of what I'm writing, but you're not actually fully expressing the theme. So it's like you're trying to say the wrong thing to the reader. All of this is just emergent from this amazing idea, and I'm like, oh, of course, that's the only way it could ever possibly go down. So we've completely changed how the entire opening and inciting of the book is, what the inciting incident is. And all of that other stuff is still kind of pushed down the line, maybe to the second book, because that's where they'll go to the bottom of the dome, and on the lowest level of the dome, like on the hydraulic lift, is like basically the laboratory that they use. Yo, 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 how's it going today, boys? We back at her again, as always. Another day. Let's get to it. Maybe we got another Sanderson lecture. Or maybe we'll finally do the fucking commentary on Snake Eyes. We got a couple of, actually, let's go on to here. So what short stories are we doing today? So we want to finish off. So we have All You Zombies. Let's grab this one. Okay. Can't grab that, but that's okay. Doesn't really matter. Which is all. This is sci-fi and it's talking about zombies, but hey, it's all good. Short stories. All You Zombies. Emperor's Soul. Girl. One of the experimentals. We got 3 left. Oh, that's not what I want. I need the PDF for it. Is this just really super short? I feel like this can't be the entire story, right? Okay, it is. This one's just really, really short. In that case, we'll have, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Which means we can pick another one, so we could do a horror or a mystery. The last fantasy one. Let's do mystery and then we'll do fantasy and horror as the last 2 tomorrow. Whew, this one seems beastly. Okay. 7,000. Jesus. Alright, this one's really long. Oh, man. Okay, how is this? Oh, that's hilarious. This one's The Emperor's Soul by Sanderson. I didn't even see that. That's fucking hilarious. I didn't even notice. Of course he knows that short stories don't sell because he wrote short stories. What? Witness for the prosecution. This one's huge. How big is this one? This one's 4,000? It's pretty big. Okay, maybe we... Let's see. What's the other one? Emperor's Soul by Sanderson. Okay, well this one seems like... Wait, what is this? Okay, this does not seem like this is a short story. This looks like this is actually like... I'm so confused. Are these just different ones? Day 100. No, these seem to be all... Yeah, so this one's just like insanely long. We'll just skip that one. So let's see if this one's longer, and we'll save the other one for later. Okay, didn't like that one. Internet Archive never works. Scribd. No, not quite. Usually this one works. No, I want bullshit. Fuck off. What the fucking PDF, piece of shit. Maybe I can't get this one. Okay. Okay, here we go. It's always somewhere, you just gotta know where to look. This one's 5,800, so they're all pretty damn fucking long. I have no mode. Well, we can do these two, and then we can do those two tomorrow. These ones are just barely 10,000. So that's not too bad. Zombies and sci-fi, I guess? I'm not 100% sure about this one. Why it's not, you know, Zombies tend to be more fantasy than sci-fi, right? Like modern fantasy? I don't know. Maybe because it's technological or like biological, but I wouldn't assume zombies as sci-fi. Ugh. Alright, so we'll start with Gamer Girl. More research into the Evolution series. Chapter 10, Turning Point 1. Cheers. Bar was alive with the clamor of victory, cups clanging against each other as the smell of roasted meat and sweet pastries hung in the air. Players of all shapes and sizes crowded every corner, exchanging stories of near-death experiences and close calls. Most had just finished the Slime Plains main quest, and the entire beginning town felt like it was teetering on a sugar-high celebration. Celica sat at a small table near the back, quiet, cream-robed, pulled snug around her shoulders. She nursed a steaming cup of tea, letting the warmth seep into her fingers. She observed everyone with a careful eye. Some players were boasting about minor achievements, a lucky crit here, a rare item drop, while others recounted entire fights as if narrating epic poetry. Every tale was exaggerated, every laugh a little too loud, and she found herself suppressing a smirk. Across from her, Kellen leaned back in his chair, grinning at Talia. You know, I keep wondering, what is Snap's sword up to right now? How do they even spend their time? Talia rolled her eyes, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Kellen, this is the 8th time you've asked this question. Kellen shrugged, unbothered. Can you blame me? Silica's lips twitched ever so slightly. She took a quiet sip of her tea, calmly testing the temperature, though in truth her mind was in disarray. She tried not to make eye contact with Kellen, instead looking around the table. She watched Reese gesture wildly, practically slamming his hands on the table as he recounted a narrowly avoided slime ambush. Talia leaned forward, laughing at one of Kellen's exaggerated facial expressions about how a crit nearly took him down. Celica's eyes drifted back to her tea, still steaming. She was a shadow on the edge of the room, a silent observer to a celebration she both belonged to and didn't. Her mind was cursed in a way others wouldn't understand. Even now, she was thinking over strategies, buff timings, and hypothetical party dynamics. She could never really detach herself from the game. Constantly living it was all she knew. Still, she was content with how things were. She was content to just blend in and soak in a world that, for all its noise and clamor, felt oddly like a home she never had quite had. The bar's laughter faltered, replaced by a low hum of tension. A voice, sharp and accusatory, cut across the bar. If Snap Sword really is that good, then why didn't they help us, huh? We could have died, you know. Speaker, a burly swordsman with a crooked scar over his eye, jabbed a finger at Kellen's chest. If it wasn't for the event NPC Wisdom Hands, I'd be dead. It took an NPC to help me. All those top players are just selfish. Kellen's jaw tightened. He could have died too. He's just a regular player like us. Why does he have to carry everyone? Did you help anyone? Well, no, but accuser stammered, cheeks reddening. And how do you know he didn't help anyone? Kellen snapped, leaning in, voice raising. Maybe he's been saving people subtly. Maybe you just weren't paying attention. Ripple of murmur spread through the surrounding tables, patrons pausing mid-drink, turning to watch the confrontation escalate. Celica sat back, raised her cup deliberately, the warmth of the tea matching the tension's heat. She considered standing up and interjecting, but the thought of revealing herself, even subtly, made her hesitate. A bystander's role suited her perfectly. Her eyes skimmed the arguing players, noting body language, tone shifts, and when the accuser's volume peaked, each movement, each overreaction was data. She sipped again, deliberate, letting the argument play out without interference. The burly swordsman stomped a foot. I swear, if someone that powerful is in this game and doesn't use their skills to help, they're part of the problem. Kellen shook his head, exasperated. You think you're entitled to someone else's time and life? He's not a charity case. Nap's sword isn't obligated to babysit every newbie. Grow up. Talia, seated beside Kellen, tilted her head and sipped her drink. Her expression was amused, almost serene. Gamers are always this hot-headed, she murmured, not loud enough for the accuser to hear, but just enough for Celica to catch a comment. If there's one thing gamers are good at, it's raging, Celica echoed internally, a very faint smile tugging at her lips. She appreciated Talia's detached humor. The argument bounced back and forth, accusations like daggers, retorts like shields. Celica noticed the subtle social dynamics, who dominated the conversation, who followed along without speaking, and who tried to interject but lacked authority. Every gesture, every flinch, and every raised voice painted a portrait of inexperienced players grappling with admiration, envy, and frustration all at once. It talks! My story is shit! What do you mean, Callie? What story? And I highly doubt that either way, Callie. I highly doubt that. She imagined herself in their shoes before, desperate for guidance, staring at elites she couldn't hope to reach. She felt a flicker of something strange, a mix of empathy and amusement. She wasn't here to teach them a lesson or to defend herself. Finally, the accuser's voice cracked and he leaned back, breathing heavily. Kellen exhaled, running a hand down his face. Just stop whining and play the game. Snapswort's actions don't affect you personally, so just quit acting like it does. And did someone give you feedback and say that, Callie? Is that why? And I wouldn't know which story, because you think your stories are shit, don't you? So is it you who thinks that? Or someone else? Like, are you projecting? I don't know, Callie. All I know is I like the way you think. Celica's attention returned to her tea, cup now lukewarm. She marveled quietly at the human tendency to argue over reputations and legends, especially when they hadn't seen the full picture, or even half the picture. Talia smiled faintly at Celica, as if sensing her amusement and perspective. See, nothing exploded, she whispered, barely audible. Celica nodded ever so slightly, inwardly agreeing. Just then, the sky warped with a sudden ripple. A shimmering green haze appeared over the beginner town. Players froze mid-motion, a blacksmith mid-swing, a merchant counting coins, a warrior mid-step. Celica was brushing crumbs from her sleeve, preparing to leave the bar, when the world around her shuddered. First thought was the system was glitching, but the ripple solidified into a glowing portal above the town square. Players everywhere were yanked toward it like magnets, some screaming, others howling in surprise. Celica barely had time to grip her cup before she felt the familiar tug of the VR system override her will, her body lifting, pixelating briefly, and then she landed lightly on the soft grass of the beginner area. Around her, a scattered assortment of players arrived. Some had been mid-meal, bread loaves and mugs of ale still in hand. Some had been asleep in inns, waking abruptly to disorientation and panic. Others had been dueling monsters only to vanish mid-animation, leaving weapons still mid-swing as their avatars appeared. Celica noted the chaos with detached interest. She adjusted her robe, smoothed her hair, and scanned the area. From the ground rose a semi-transparent figure, its gelatinous mass glimmering, its tentacles undulating around him, dripping with slime that sloshed wherever it met the grass. His voice boomed across the beginner area, resonating. "Congratulations, all of you!" Slimonius, the Slime King's tone was grand, almost theatrical. "You have all completed the main quest. You have survived the slimes, but now..." A pause. "You shall pay for the deaths of my kin!" Slime King slammed the ground, a shimmering green dome spread outward from him, warping the grass and stone into a vicious poisonous marsh. The air turned thick and acrid, faint, poisonous tendrils snaking along the ground. Players staggered, coughing, seeing debuff icons flashing above their heads. Poisoned, slow, confusion. Debuffs, someone shrieked. "The hell is happening?" Players scattered, some slipping in the sludge, others screaming, as stats plummeted. Panic spread like wildfire. Celica's instincts kicked in as she activated Cleanse Aura, her unique supporter skill. Green waves rippled outward, washing over the nearby players. Celica wasn't feeling the effects of any type of skill, but kept her face and body language as though she were struggling under the Slime King's pressure. Every twitch, every stagger, every small gasp reinforced her facade of shock. Internally, she ran calculations. Could I kill him? She asked herself. Slime King's the 5th realm's first boss, but his mechanics are quite solo-friendly since most of his kit is AoE. "Here! Welcome, Sean! How's it going? How's your day been, good sir?" We've been doing good! We got some, Chapter 25 posted. Wasn't as bad as I thought it would be to write. Nice. There you go, Sean. You're just flowing with the story. I love it. Oh, yeah. With her supporter kit, vectoring glitches, and full knowledge of meta mechanics, it would take her entire arsenal. Exhaustion, miscalculations, or a single mistimed skill could mean death. She licked her lips. Maybe I could, but it's impossible to guarantee. I'd have to get lucky. Not worth the risk right now. But if this goes on any longer, he's really going to kill everyone, and something tells me they wouldn't respawn. Meanwhile, players around her flailed, trying to spam skills, dodging tentacles, panicking. The visual chaos was intense. One rogue dove headfirst into the slime's blob arm, narrowly escaping being knocked into the poisonous water. Celica quietly guided a few people to avoid the especially dangerous-looking stage hazards. Then the Slime King laughed in deep, wet, bubbling sound. "Just kidding." Poisonous domain collapsed, the grass returned to normal, and the air cleared of toxins. Green light shimmered around each player as Slimonius cast an area-wide heal, restoring HP, mana, and removing debuffs entirely. Players staggered upright, breathing hard, but alive. "Don't look so down, everyone," he said, tentacles waving in the theatrical flourish. "It was merely a test of your reflexes. Now, rejoice! Everyone in Area 11 survived. Not only that, of your countrymen, all your countrymen have survived also, it seems. Killing slimes when your lives depend on it works. Marvelous." He paused, allowing the tension to settle before continuing. "The news gets better. Players Snapped Sword has achieved not only the fastest main quest time in your area, but also the fastest in your country. And, would you believe it, they're also achieved the fastest clear in the entire world. Here are the times. Top 3 individual clear times. Main quest, worldwide, Snapped Sword, 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Lunar Shroud, Sadg, 3 hours, 7 minutes. Mist Veil Rogue, 5 hours, 21 minutes. Players around Celica erupted. Many stared at the leaderboard, shaking their heads in disbelief. Celica's eyes flickered over the names. Sadg. Her old guild tag slapped onto the second place. Time. SADG. Surge of memories hit her. Late night raids, guild arguments, the exhaustion of competing for tiny advantages, and now, here was a guildmate broadcasting the name for the world to see, and with such a mediocre clear. She felt a pang of disappointment, not pride, not envy. Other names she recognized. Some old friends who had vanished from the community years ago floating on the list. Could it be that some of them had been reincarnated or regressed just like her? Were there others out there playing with the knowledge of a past life? Her chest tightened with anticipation. Finally, some real competition. Not only that, the dungeon party by the alias Snap Sword has achieved the fastest clear time not only in your area but also in your country and the entire world. Top 3 party dungeon clears worldwide. Snap Sword, 3 minutes 22 seconds. Lunar Shroud, Ember Claw, Frostbite, all in SADG, 4 hours and 5 minutes. Rogue Clown, Nightfall Wraith, Veil Strike, 4 hours, 18 minutes. Hundreds of players gasped, many pointing and others whispering. "He's insane," Callan muttered from a few paces away, his eyes glowing in admiration. Talia nodded. For once she agreed with Callan. Celica's lips pressed into a thin line. She opened her mouth briefly and then promptly closed it. There seemed to be an error with displaying Snap Sword's party members. For those party members in the crowd, I do apologize. We're looking into it right away. Don't worry, your rewards will be distributed even if your names aren't showing up. Slimonius said nervously, his body twitching as if he was genuinely uncomfortable. Celica leaned back slightly, crossing her arms, a subtle sigh escaping her lips. She glanced around at the pandemonium. Some players were cheering, some whispering conspiratorially, and others tried to calculate how to match the top times. Slime's king's gelatinous form pulsed as he spoke, tentacles curling theatrically. Rewards for all relevant players should be distributed on the next floor. Prepare yourself, for floor 2 will not be as nearly as forgiving as this one. This was the tutorial, after all. Also, there are surprises waiting for those who think they know what to expect. Bright green light erupted from his core, washing over the gathered players. Gasps and shouts filled the air as the world blurred, the grassy terrain of floor 1 melting into shimmering energy. Some screamed in panic, others laughed in exhilaration, and a few simply froze, eyes wide. Celica felt the familiar tug of VR mechanics, the weightless sensation, the familiar hum of data streaming through her consciousness, but there was a subtle tension in the back of her mind. Oh, already? We've already hit ads? How did that go by so fast, guys? Man, time flies when you're having fun, right? Damn, that's insane. Look, I haven't even finished the first story yet, and it's only 2,000 words. Wait, one up. Hey you, hey hybrid, how's it going? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, that's right, I see you up there, brother. How's it going today, good sir? Liar, you're typing to him. I feel much better because I got the strength to send my story to you. Hell yeah, brother, preach it. So you know what your next step should be? Hybrid? Post it on this subreddit and see what people say about it. Yeah. Here, I can post the subreddit to you. I love critiquing stories on here. I had a lot of feedback on it. Like this guy. He saw one of my feedbacks and was like, "Yo, dude, can you beta read my story?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." But yeah, Reddit is a great place to get that shit. But first things first, right, Hybrid? What do you think about it? That's the most important thing. At the end of the day, is what do you think about it? Because it is your... At the end of the day, it's your child, right? So, yeah. Exactly, right? So, spread that energy with your story, basically, right? That's how... That's... Judging by your score, it means it's on the right direction and room for improvement. Yep. Everything can be improved. I'm not necessarily, you know, I'm only like a 4 to 7 writer either way, right? So there's only so much I can see. But I pride myself on the ability to see potential, right? And being like, does this idea like resonate with me? Is it like does it have universal values to it? Is it expressed in a way that pulls the reader into the story? And for what I remember, that would be a yes. You're at the point where you need to trim the baby fat so that people can see the beautiful child that you already know is there. That is why you need feedback. Yes. The more feedback you get, the more your story grows up. The more story grows up, the more mature it becomes, the more it falls into its form. It gains its curves. There was a subtle tension in the back of her mind. Players jabbed nervously. Next floor? Are we ready? Kind of surprised. Do you think we'll all survive again? Celica remained quiet, waiting. Slamonius's words earlier piqued her curiosity. The light intensified and the sensation of being transported enveloped everyone. When the light faded, Celica expected to see floor 2's iconic gray marsh. Instead, she blinked against pale morning sunlight filtering through grimy curtains. Peeling paint, stacks of books and empty mugs cluttering the table, the faint smell of last night's tea lingering in the air. Her old, shabby apartment. Her heart stuttered, a strange mix of panic and fascination. She flexed her fingers and her body responded, but differently. Pretty sure that was supposed to be even and not ever, typos and all. I felt that was a little weird too, Sean, but I didn't pick up on that. Makes sense now. But have you written any more, Hybrid? Do you plan on expanding on it? Like, what are your goals as far as the story goes? Like, do you want it to just be a short story? Is it going to be its own universe with like multiple stories? Is it going to be just one book? Like, what are your visions for what you see the story could turn into? Movement mirrored her VR avatar's precision. She could feel her stats in motion, the skills and abilities of her in-game character overlaid atop her real limbs. Health, mana, cooldowns, active buffs, all visible in the corner of her vision. But no matter how much water you drink, your fucking mouth is still goddamn dry. Goddamn cotton mouth. Celica leaned forward, touching the floor cautiously, observing how her physical body moved in tandem with the avatar mechanics. What in the nine realms is... She flexed her arms, experimentally testing the interface she now controlled in the real world. Celica flexed her fingers again, lightly testing a minor skill. A small aura radiated outward, causing her hand to move in superhuman speeds. Her eyes widened. The world isn't just different, it's blended. Real and virtual have fused. Her pulse quickened. The apartment, the morning light, the mundane clutter, all were familiar, yet overlaid it on her stats, her abilities and her rules, and the rules of a VR game. She stepped toward the window, peering out at the city. Everything seemed normal, but something was definitely wrong. But she couldn't quite prove it. Am I still dreaming, she thought to herself. But it wasn't a dream. Her eyes shifted over her motion to her monitor, which had been left on. Out of instinct, or perhaps out of fear, she searched up news. First website's headline instantly grabbed her attention. Death game turned real. The arrival of the players. Is this the beginning of a new era? Ooh. Ooh. I didn't see this one coming at all. That's pretty interesting. Alright, so we have Goblin Girl, but Sean, since you're here, shall we read Trios Isekai? What's the next chapter we're on? I think we're on chapter 19 now? No, it's chapter 22, damn. Annoying trip. We're way past where I thought. Alright. Okay. We had finally finished the expansion on the neighboring trees and had furnished it with a truly massive bed. And what turned out to be a 10-compartment crib. Why does this crib have 10 compartments? It's beautiful and I truly love it, but I thought maybe 6, not 10. Well, the thing is, you already have all 5 of your women pregnant. I can tell, even if you hadn't realized, the new one is yet. Just imagine how I'd be if'n you had twins or more. That's figuring on you not taking no more women neither. So I just went with 10, hoping it would be enough. If it ain't, you just let me know and I'll make another. Shook my carpenter's hand warmly. You sure about Jean? With a grin, she replied, aye, sure as anything. Her kind have a stronger scent than most. Mark me words, lad, she'll start with the morning hurl soon enough. She sighed wistfully. Wish I could get a little in too, even with your custom. I still got a long way to go for I can pay to even try, let alone keep the babe after it comes. I gave her the agreed upon sum for all her work, having paid for the materials before she even started, after which she went back to the town in her shop. What? Sean, you let her go? You didn't even foreshadow, you know what? Maybe I might take you up on that offer. Or you don't deal with the lowlifes anymore, Sean. Are you too good? Is James too good for her? Shit, man. Looks like James is a douchebag after all. Nayla came up to me then and looking sad, spoke to me. James, as much as I want to stay here and ignore the rest of the queendom, we, all of us, need to travel to the capital. It's required of us to have our ceremony in the capital for all to witness, and suffer through an after party, and all the nobles trying to politic instead of celebrate. Politic instead of celebrate. If we tried not to, it would insult the other houses, and that would lead to an unforeseeable amount of trouble. It's of no consequence for the others, but you and I, well, my position is the issue, and it's one we can't ignore, I'm afraid. I took her for a hug. I figured as much, not looking forward to it favorably, but looking forward to having it done quite well. I suppose we should leave tomorrow. That would be best, as Naylene is going to be traveling at the same time. She's managed to take your concrete recipe to build the sturdiest orphanage ever imagined, large enough for all the orphans that are coming, and with room to spare. It was so much cheaper to construct that she had another ship commissioned to add to the veritable fleet she's managed to capture already. Your Coast Guard suggestion is off to a tremendous start. As such, there really aren't any more excuses she can make to stay here either. It's really the best possible time to leave. Alright, perhaps Cora can suggest someone who can keep an eye on the treehouse while we're gone, and water the seedlings and such. It needs to be a person who is fully trusted to not meddle or gossip with anything here. We had entered the house itself then, and Cora had overheard my thought. I know just the person, only I think she won't want to leave when she gets here. She's absolutely nuts about trees, and nuts how I think about it. I think you called her a squirrelkin the one time you spotted her with the guard. She isn't even a guard herself. She just likes to train with them. But she's what we call a ranger. Like you, she protects the forest. Just from the ground, using a bow and arrow. If she hadn't known the treant was here, I'm certain she'd have found the place on her own. Oh, her. Yeah, I remember her. Honestly, that sounds too perfect. What's her name, anyway? Cora smiled. Lisa. She's only a commoner, but she has no house name. So she has no house name. Still, are you sure you want to risk it? Once she gets here, I'm certain that she'll never want to live anywhere else. To that end, she'll probably demand to be bred by you in order to keep other males away. Not that any of us would mind that, but you don't seem like you're actively looking to add any more women to your life just yet. I just chuckled. If that's her solution to keeping this place safe, why on earth would I ever even think of having an issue with it? Okay then, I'll speak with her today. I'm sure she'll be out straight away. I really am glad you're willing to take more wives. You're so virile that you can really help the nation's population to climb at a healthy rate for a while. Nayla tightened her hug on my side. I, for one, wish he'd increase the number of wives a little faster, piped in Marta and Tessa in stereo. They looked at each other and laughed. Seriously, I was hoping there'd be 10 of us by now, not just 5. Maybe 6 soon, assuming Lisa reacts to this house the way we expect, stated Marta. 10. I wanted there to be at least 20 by now. I love all the attention, but what happens when I get too big to really enjoy it? He needs more women for his pleasure. He deserves more women, stated Tessa. Jean came in from the outhouse, wiping at her mouth. I think that I just had a morning sickness. Everyone clustered around her for a hug and kiss. Marta kissed her right on the mouth, which to both of their surprises and pleasure turned into a passionate kiss. The other girls looked at me in nervous anticipation. What? Tessa responded. James, sweetheart, are you okay with women kissing? Okay doesn't begin to come close to how I feel. Answer the phone, buddy. Bloody. What's up, Zoink? How's it going, brother? How are you? What do you mean pick up the phone? I don't have a phone, Zoink. So, maybe that's your problem. I don't have a phone. It's a complete understatement. That was hot. I wouldn't mind it in the slightest if you were all over each other. You can engage in orgies together anywhere you want, and I'll happily enjoy the show, right up to when you invite me to join in. Then I'll be very enthusiastic participant. On your Discord, new stuff here. Yes, Zoink. We have upped the ante slightly. Welcome back. Are you ready for Phase 2? Marta and Jean giggled. Here, I was trying to behave for no reason. I am broke. Well, that sucks, Zoink. You gotta stream more, Zoink. Stream more. Oh no, here it goes, guys. Here it goes, guys. Thank God it doesn't do anything. Indeed, all this time being sister wives wasted. We could have been driving our husband even crazier by loving each other while waiting for our turn with James, stated Jean. That night's activities were even more intense than usual, and just after breakfast, the Squirrelkin Ranger Lisa arrived. This place is amazing. Have you streamed it all, Zoink? I haven't seen you online. I'm like, what's going on? You stopped streaming. Callie stopped streaming. You're banned, Zoink. It doesn't work. I've told you this multiple times. I'm just on Kick. Wait, you've been streaming on Kick? And not on Twitch? Why? Why, motherfucker? That's why I can never find you. I'm just doing too many things at once. It's just too much. I mean, I do on Instagram and I keep watching Reels. I don't have Instagram. Why ask why? Dump out the bud dry. So yeah. Well, Zoink, I'm glad you're having fun at least, hopefully, right? YouTube too. Just not Twitch? Everywhere but Twitch? Man. Man, bro. What you doing with your life? Nice amount of points. Fuck. Damn it. Too soon. Try again. Because you're bad at the game, that's why. You're just bad at life, Zoink. Nah, I'm good. How is any of it even possible? She was still bouncing all over the place, looking at everything from every vantage point she could reach, which was quite a lot more vantage points than the average person would have been able to reach. Oh, and you've got Valdrock traps everywhere. Some of them are full, too. I'll get them. Hey, don't forget to water the seedlings, and there's another container of the bait, which is strawberry preserves, on the shelf in the kitchen. The one that's open is almost empty. You'll probably finish it, resetting those traps as it is. Hey, how's it going? Why is there a cooldown? Try again. Try again. You're just failing at life, Zoink. It's going really good, Amanda Lee. How are you? We're just reading Sean's story, chapter 22. This is Amanda Lee. Of course, Zoink, you have to flex your frickin' followage. As always. Typical Zoinko. Yeah, I've been here the longest. No, you haven't, bro. Yeah, because you haven't been here in forever, Zoink. You crazy. Nice try, Sean. But how have you been, Amanda? How's life treating you? How's writing treating you? Have you written anything new? Do you want to share anything with us? Got it. You just run along and get that ceremony done. Then get back here and make me yours then. I don't need any public ceremony. Just put the ring on my finger and baby 6 in my belly and I'll be set. Why is it 5 months? I think is longer, isn't it? I don't know. Sean's been here every day except like 3 days for like, yeah, 6 months. It's pretty insane. You know, he's definitely my most consistent viewer. 100%. And I haven't lost him yet, so I'm doing something right. With that, she leapt down from the platform, did a somersault mid-air, and landed right in front of me, kissing me firmly and a bit passionately on the lips. Honestly, I don't even need the ring, but it's a nice symbol to carry around, so I won't object. Just make sure it's a sturdy thing. Don't want it snapping when I'm off on a patrol. Doing good. I'm still working on my Ancient Crete book. Think I figured out the ending, so feeling pretty good. Hell yeah, endings are the hardest to do. That's why I always do endings first. But Yeah, tying the ending and the beginning together. That's probably one of the hardest things to do. So many things rely on endings, and the endings are just like, you know, you don't feel it. Doesn't feel like that's... Always feels like the ending's forced, right? You want an ending that feels like this is the only way, the only direction the story could have gone. It's the only possible outcome that could happen, right? That's kind of how I feel an ending should be. It's just the inevitable taking place. Whatever that inevitable is. That you've basically been leading up to the entire book, right? My inevitable in my book is death of the world. And the inevitability in Stoner Girl Evolution is turning into a tree and releasing the goddess. And in the banquet, it's having the Carlock be over and waking up. Chiral clones, it's finding out that you're actually like you're actually being turned into an animal, and they are gaslighting you, and you're not crazy. Well, don't you remember you banned that will be 4 months if you didn't ban me? I mean 5 or more. I'm going to try to hack the points and get 1 million points or more, and I'll buy the most expensive thing. I am hacking the points. Okay, Zoinko. Perfect. Sounds great. Annoying didn't begin to cover this trip. The wagon had been bad enough. As it was, only a few hours to the port, down and back again, but this trip, with carriages that, though faster, were much bumpier, was going to take days. That weren't bad enough. Bandits had decided that we looked like a juicy target. It's meant after pulping 2 of their heads with my shotgun, and Marta lobbing a few fireballs at them, that they then had to slow down. As the bandits were tied behind us, to be turned into slaves once we arrived in the capital. I don't know what to buy now. I mean, I have 1 million points. I'm buying all the stuff I want. I mean, fair enough, Zoink. That's what it's all about, right? I mean, you do have certain privileges. So do what you gotta do, bro. I believe in you, man. Use those hacks to your advantage. That's what it's all about. Manipulate the system so it bends to your will. On the good side of that, these bandits had captured a cat girlkin only a couple days ago. She clung to Marta the instant she was out of the cage, and Gabby stroked her back soothingly. I had just gotten another daughter. There was no chance I was leaving her to fate. Look at what I'm buying. You gotta do what you gotta do. Thanks, Amanda. Oh. Can't be sitting down all day being a lazy ass. Gotta get myself up and make sure I get done din what I needs to done do. You knows? Makes up for something more than lacking, that's it. Still a little harsh over, but that's how she goes. You gotta push yourself outside your comfort zone, stretch a little bit in all directions, and that's the only way to evolve yourself and grow, right?
Nice try, better luck next time, badass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit screamer.
Kupo! Can you let me buy chair dance with no cooldown? Ooh. Zoink, you're just banned from everything because you abused it. You know? I'll give you one for free.
Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here? Bandit!
Good shit. What's your name, sweetheart? Marta coaxed. Misa? Is that Misa or Misa? I have no idea, Sean, because of the S's. Hi, hope you're doing well. TLC, Kerno, welcome, welcome. I am doing well. Yourself, how are you? I meant Zoink. Get that stretching. Who let Zoink have the Skittles? I mean, he gets his own stuff, so, you know, but he said he was broke, so he probably bought all the sugar he could, and now he's consumed it, so we just gotta wait for the sugar high to go away, and he'll calm down. I'm good, thank you, no worries. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of words? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? I'm Intoxication, welcome, welcome. Here we do writing tips and tricks.
Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
To improve your writing skills as well as commentary on social content in order to build your worlds, including the real world in your books to make your world building come alive. Welcome, welcome, Queen. How's it going? Queen! Hey, Callie. How's it going? Yay, I got here in time for the chair dance! I thought it as Missa. Okay, Sean. Sounds good. Missa. Missa! Oh man, we wound up hitting ads. What an ad break! Yay, ads! Let's all praise the ads! Fuck ads! No one cares about ads. It's a bad cook. It's a bad cook. Don't do ads. Don't do ads. That's bad. What's everyone up to? Yeah, is anyone out there writing in the background? Working on anything in secret? Hiding your work until the final moment when it all comes down to the reveal and say who is ready to share. Mwahahaha. I'm building, does that count? If you mean like world building, yeah, any kind of brainstorming, world building, idea crafting, that all counts. Chilling out. It's currently 2:32 a.m. Well, but I've still got your energy. True, Kerno. That's what everyone says they come here for, is the energy. It's all about the energy. Bring on the power. Damn it, I didn't go Super Saiyan. Fuck. Maybe next time. It's 7:34 p.m. here. Man, we got all the hours of the day. So just base building, I'm building a base in a game. Just base building count as creating? Yes. If you're in No Man's Sky making an epic base, hell yeah, queen. Even if you're not working on a specific thing, as long as you're creating, right? You are expressing yourself. You are using the means to bring your imagination into the real world, right? The only time I would say is if it's not creating queen is if you're like one for one copying someone else's thing. You're still creating, but it doesn't have the same creative energy in it, right? I am, and it is epic. Want to see a peek? Oh, I would love to see it. I don't play No Man's Sky, but it's a pretty cool game. Glower is what I meant to type. By the power of Grayskull, I have the Glower. Ah, I see what you did there, Sean. I see what you did there, good sir. Okay, we're so close to finishing Sean's story, guys. And if anyone else has anything that they want to share, feel free to join the Discord. We got the public stories section, self-promotion, brainstorm, just in general, movie night, shit posting, of course. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at that, guys. This is Queen Space. That looks fucking sick, Queen. I love it. If you look at old He-Man cartoons, he always looked like he was glowering at the end of the transformation sequence. Thank you, it's a work in progress. I'd love to see it when it's finished. Maybe make a video of a tour of it, Queen. That would be cool. Just like a small little tour, showing around the little rooms and stuff like that. Hell yeah. Dude, that would go hard as like a series. So Queen, what you do is you go around to different people's houses in games and you do tours of them as if you're like selling them as a real estate agent. And do like an entire YouTube series about like selling homes that are all like video game homes. Dude, that would go so hard. You just get like a ton of different games. Oh my god. But I don't really play video games. Like, I don't play those kinds of video games. On this episode of Lifestyles of the Digital and Demented. It's like it's like virtual cribs. Oh. That'd be crazy. I love to throw ideas out there. I have way too... See, my problem is I have like a million ideas and I can't do them all. That's why I like giving ideas to other people, because I'm like, I don't have the time to do this. Someone else go do this, because I need this idea to exist. I need this to be a thing. I need this to be reality somehow. I'm sure it exists somewhere, though. But doing it in the specific style of, like, a real estate agent, as if you're trying to sell the house. And it's like the entire purpose of it is trying to get the viewer to buy the house. I think it's just a hilarious premise. Lifestyles of the rich and formerly unknown. Missa, she whispered, almost too softly to hear. Missa, sweetie, you're ours now. Not our slave, but our daughter by adoption, I stated, causing all of my family, including Missa, to look at me in surprise. My wives all softened their expressions and nodded in affirmation. Missa looked around at them all. But I'm a girl, Cora spoke. You're not a girl. Our girl. Not a girl. Our girl. Except for Gabby, every woman in this carriage is now your mother, and James is your father. We'll defend you against anything. Missa's face lit up, not quite with joy, but at least life. Marta tightened her hug on Missa, leaned over and kissed my lips. Missa's tabby tail twitched, not in contentment, but at least not in agitation, either. I'm a workout in 2 hours because I had a whole plate of chicken. Oh shit, Callie, get that protein. Why didn't you work out and then eat the chicken? Because then as you're metabolizing it, it'll go into your broken down muscles. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to be, right? You're supposed to work out then eat the chicken? Like HTF is this Joker. Don't know, but he's on here, so he's rich. Yeah, we should jump him. I'll eat chicken again. Chicken's a good thing to eat. 100%. Alright, that one is done. Another one down! Let's go! Alright. So we got Goblin Girl Evolution. This chapter's short. And then we have 2 short stories to read that are fairly long. Fairly long. For too long, chicken will be the only protein Americans can afford, even on special occasions. But chicken's pretty expensive, Sean. I mean, even though, like, well... Like, it's not... The problem, I guess, is, like, you can get the different graded meats, right? But with chicken, all chicken's the same price. I think that's a problem. Compared to pork or beef, it's affordable, but by no means cheap. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, really? It's cheap for you in America? It's fucking expensive chicken here. Chicken's fucking expensive. But it's not as expensive like steak or... Actually, ribs are actually, like, pork and just, like, ground beef are actually cheaper than chicken. Like, by the pound. But that's probably just because of the amount of farms around here. Because there aren't any chicken farms, but there's a ton of pork and beef farms. Need to start farming emus up there. Well, did you hear about, like, the ostrich ranch? That was, like, supposedly getting shut down or whatever, and then they got, like, a government injunction to keep it around for some... I don't know, I heard something about it. I was like, okay, I didn't know we had ostriches in Canada. Okay. I'm pretty sure they're not domestic. Alright, Goblin Girl Evolution. Here we go. Mom, I can't help you while you're like this. Kari's soul sat there, and I just couldn't stop crying. Sorry, baby, I'm sorry. We were just sitting there, and I must apologize as well for being unable to interfere when that apostate twisted my teachings to build his own evil faith. A gentle hand touched my shoulder, and I looked up at the sun god's eyes. I tried to wipe my tears off my face, but he just shook his head and sat down with me. Another figure I knew joined him, his sister, the moon goddess. Didn't figure I rated personal visits. The moon goddess smiled. I would have offered you a position in my temples. After you killed that halfling bitch who made a mockery of everything I stood for. She was being given carte blanche to warp my teachings. The way Shan Yuji has done to my brothers, and I'm really sorry that my gift to you proved the catalyst that exposed you to the world. Sun Goddess chuckled. I'm still just amused you'd have the audacity to flip off a god, no matter how stoned you were at the time. And I figure I can pay my debts in advance, since I know you'll put down Yujin like the monster he is, no offense. None taken. My own smile was weak and watery, but genuine. The worst monsters I've ever seen were humans. I've never once felt guilty about killing adventurers, and stories of abuse from the women we kidnap are far too common. even when you expect it to be. Yes, Eugen's influence leaves much in the way of friction in the world, and the stress combined with enforcement of his own warped beliefs turns people. And our domain did a great deal to change that, balancing out his twisted order with your own chaotic bent. A pity goblins are physically incapable of chastity by my teachings. You could have made such a difference among my priestesses. Shook my head. Not one to deny the gods, but I'm just not much one for going to church and less of a joiner. They laughed, and the quieter voice joined them. I can't undo what's been done, but you remain the final hope of this world and its greatest chance to redeem itself. I hold my promise to all who have died unjustly, and to all mothers who have lost their children too soon. Their souls shall be looked after. I lay myself prostrate, the tears still there, but true awe within my spirit. The being who had joined us didn't speak often, and actively discouraged worship, but spoke with absolute authority on the care of his domain. I thanked the stillborn God for his infinite kindness and mercy. And just like that, I was alone again, my friends and family taken to a better place. I steeled myself and finally focused on my cultivation in earnest. Water, according to Akari, was fascinating in that could not be compressed in its liquid state. Heat and cold put enough space between its essence to do this, but it was at its most compact form as simple water. I experimented with this and found the properties of water key to be the same. It would fit any other form it could take, but it favored being a little ball of water. I worked with this, pushing on it from all sides at once to build up pressure, then opened the most minuscule of holes for a mere moment and let it escape. The result was mesmerizing. Water dart, mortal. I surrounded my hand with a thick coating of pressurized water, as I'd once seen Akari do when slapping a boy who was getting too aggressive with her. I'd honestly thought it was a far more advanced technique. When applied to my own fist, effortless. Water strike, mortal. Best part was that it sounded far weaker than it really was. Akari nearly took that boy's face off. The salt pillar I'd tested the move on went down like a felled tree in a single blow. As I started manipulating water key through my eyes, I found I could reshape them to see more clearly, and even adjust a bit to see further or closer in greater detail. Clear sight, mortal. Like all my other senses, I started using it full time and felt some impurities flush away when my eyes took on the best shape for all-around vision. I'd been having trouble seeing far things lately, but that would clearly no longer be an issue. And now, it was down to movement. Water was near impossible to compress in a liquid phase, but it was near infinitely dispersible. I took advantage of that and started pushing into the water key around me. It was everywhere, saturating the air itself, and I barely had to condense it into a little cloud to move it through. Mist crawl. Mortal. Congratulations, through meditation and effort, you have opened the path of water to your cultivation. Water key is now as accessible to you as shadow key cultivation of water key is now automatic, and deeper impurities can/will be cleansed from your system. I smiled and thanked Akari for her lessons over her final meal. Even as impurities started pooling out of my Danshan's contained point, it was a little something the old shaman had mentioned once, that had always been at odds with what most cultivators talked about in their stages. Dual core. Most cultivators expelled the impurities in their systems through a messy process called stank horribly. Even Akari had needed to battle for a month when she'd broken through the body tempering stage, she said, but that never happened to me. Took a bit of examining, but I found out why soon enough. I didn't expel impurities, I concentrated them. Like a lot of monsters, including most goblins, I took the impurities of the world around me and built them into a demon core. The current process was painfully slow, but the end result would be equal to a golden core in power, and would coalesce at the same time, when I had fully established my foundation and solidified my key. In essence, I was a dual cultivator. But of course, it was far deeper than that. After all, I was a cultivator of Mu, of nothing. And as such, I was simultaneously a cultivator of everything. After all, from Mu did all originate, to Mu shall all return. Would you guys like to see my haircut? Oh, you got a haircut, Callie? Yes, I want to see your sexy face, Callie. I mean, what? So you gonna drop a picture there, Callie? You're just gonna hop on Discord and bring up your camera so we can get a good look at you from all angles. A picture isn't good enough. True. I need to go grab some more water, though. Mouth is dry as hell. So now we've got all you zombies. Ooh. You look like a professor, Callie. You can be my daddy any day, bro. The glasses definitely sell it, though. That's what it's all about, Callie. Make us all blush. You're too adorable. You're just too adorable. It's not fair. Well, I can keep that picture on this screen just to admire you on the side. Just gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back, and then we'll start this up. This one's a 5,000 word short story, so it's quite the beast of a story. Oy. Alright. Are we ready for this? This is the sci-fi story of the day. I don't know how zombies have to do with sci-fi, but that's just the name of the story. All you zombies. Smokey, if you're out there, you better be frickin' ready and you better have your joint rolled, motherfucker. Because we're getting ready for sync tokes. I want to see you jumping out of the woodwork and saying, pulling this shit, and then redeeming welfare check or toke time, or both of them, and then saying, oh, you didn't smoke. So, I see you out there, Smokey, creeping around, being a shadow. You can't escape me, brother. No, Smokey's been a traitor lately. He's been playing Diablo 4. Diablo 4, bro. Jesus. God. How could you? How could you stoop to such levels? When there's Path of Exile, too. All right. Are we ready for this? Are we ready to begin what I'm assuming is a pretty good story? I almost forgot to mention the joke product I came up with. Introducing the new electroshock penile pager. Are you tired of your man not answering the phone when you call? Simply attach the subdermal electroshock penile pager and you can be sure he'll call back immediately. Damn, Sean. That's just scary thinking about that. And I like electroshock play. It's still scary as fuck. That's what makes it enticing, though. 2217 time zone 5 EST 7 September 1970 NTC Pop's Place. Thought you'd appreciate the concept. True, Sean, I do appreciate it. I was polishing a brandy snifter when the unmarried mother came in. I noted the time, 10:17 p.m., Zone 5, or Eastern Time, November 7th, 1970. Temporal agents always notice time and date. We must. The unmarried mother was a man, 25 years old. No taller than I am, childish features, and a touchy temper. I didn't like his looks, I never had. But he was a lad I was here to recruit. He was my boy. I gave him my best barkeep smile. Maybe I'm too critical. He wasn't Swish. His nickname came from what he always said when some nosy type asked him his line. I'm an unmarried mother. If he felt less than murderous, he would add, at 4 cents a word, I write confession stories. If he felt nasty, he would wait for somebody to make something of it. He had a lethal style of infighting, like a female cop. Reason I wanted him, not the only one. He had a load on, and his face showed that he despised people more than usual. I'm really confused by this story, but I appreciate this story. I mean, it's supposed to be sci-fi, but it's like 1970? So, yeah, I'm not quite sure what they mean by unmarried mother. I figured it was like maybe a code word for something. Like gang maybe? Not quite sure. Alright guys, let's pick up where we left off, okay? Smokey's here. We got a little bit of liquor, you know. Oh, well, I tell you, I think I'm friends and then find this girl. These guys, He's Tommy's got the gum. Last time I checked it, it's go through. So the sorcerer's got some brush from browsing scoundrels. Silently, I poured a double shot of old underwear and left the bottle. He drank it, poured another. I wiped the bar top. How's the unmarried mother racket? His fingers tightened on the glass and he seemed about to throw it at me. Felt for the sap under the bar.
Itox will now dance for you. Please
Sinister! Hey, how's it going? How are you? How are you feeling, Sinister? Is everything going good? I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully there's good news. I haven't seen you streaming if you've been streaming, but I've been working on a new YouTube channel and some Lego stuff. So I've been like super busy the last couple weeks trying to get everything in order. And then setting up everything for October for the art arc. So everything I've been doing on the back end is pretty hefty at this point. But it's all gonna come to fruition soon. In like a couple weeks. And it's gonna be like, oh! It's gonna be fucking sick.
You did good, you can rest now, babe.
But yeah, good to see you, Sinister. Hope you're feeling good. In temporal manipulation, you try to figure everything. But there are so many factors that you never take needless risks. I saw him relax that tiny amount they teach you to watch for in the Bureau's training school. Sorry, I said, just asking. How's business? Make it, how's the weather? He looked sour. Business is okay. I write 'em, they print 'em, I eat. I poured myself one, leaning toward him. Matter of fact, I said, you write a nice stick. I've sampled a few. You have an amazingly sure touch with a woman's angle. It was a slip I had to risk. He never admitted what pen names he used, but he was boiler enough to pick up only the last woman's angle. Spent the last few days in the hospital, had pneumonia. Ah, shit, pneumonia's the worst, dude. Especially on top of everything else. What? Guessing everything's good now? Sitting back, yeah. Kinda what I said. Yeah. We get a... Praying for you, sister. So, any other writing that you've been doing? On a brighter note, how's the writing going, if you've been doing any? We've been slightly on a reading binge for the last month. Doing market research, essentially. And I think we've accumulated as much data as we're going to get. And I have... That sucks, you had to deal with that. Glad you're feeling better. Yeah. Save your prayers. Heaven doesn't want me and hell doesn't need me. That's okay, Sinister. I still sending the good vibes of the universe your way, brother. He repeated with a snort. Yeah, I know the woman's angle. I should. So? I said doubtfully. Sisters? Nah, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Now, I answered mildly. Bartenders or psychiatrists. Psychiatrists learn that nothing is stranger than truth. My wife says the devil has a restraining order on her. That's a good one, Sean. I like that. I like that. Why, son, if you heard the stories I do, well, you'd make yourself rich. Incredible. You don't know what incredible means, so nothing astonishes me. I've always heard worse. He snorted again. Want to bet the rest of the bottle? I'll bet a full bottle. I placed one on the bar. Robert A. Heinlein. All you zombies. Oh, that's just the bottom of the page. Okay. Well, I signaled my other bartender to handle the trade. We were at the far end, a single stool space that I kept private by loading the bar top by it with jars of pickled eggs and other clutter. A few were at the other end watching the fights, and somebody was playing the jukebox. Private as a bed where we were. Okay, he began. To start with, I'm a bastard. No distinction around here, I said. I mean it, he snapped. My parents weren't married. Still, no distinction, I insisted. Neither were mine. When he stopped. Gave me the first warm look I ever saw on him. You mean that? I do. A 100% bastard, in fact. I added, no one in my family ever marries. All bastards. Oh, that. I showed it to him. It just looks like a wedding ring. I wear it to keep women off. It's an antique I bought in 1985 from a fellow operative. He had fetched it from pre-Christian Crete. The worm Ouroboros, the world snake that eats its own tail, forever without end, a symbol of the great paradox. He barely glanced at it. If you're really a bastard, you know how it feels. When I was a little girl... Oops, I said. Did I hear you correctly? Who's telling this story? When I was a little girl... Look, ever hear of Christine Jorgensen or Roberta Cowell? Sex change cases? You're trying to tell me? Don't interrupt or swelp me. I won't talk. I was a foundling. Left in an orphanage in Cleveland in 1945 when I was a month old. When I was a little girl, I envied kids with parents. Then, when I learned about sex, and believe me, Pop, you learn fast in an orphanage, I know. I made a solemn vow that any kind of kid of mine would have both a pop and a mom. Kept me pure. Quite a feat in that vicinity. I had to learn to fight to manage it. Then I got older and realized I stood darn little chance of getting married. For the same reason I hadn't been adopted. He scowled. I was horse-faced and buck-toothed, flat-chested and straight-haired. You don't look any worse than I do. Who cares how a bartender looks, barkeep looks, or a writer? But people wanting to adopt pick little blue-eyed, golden-haired morons. Later on, the boys want bulging breasts, a cute face, and an oh you wonderful male manner. He shrugged. I couldn't compete, so I decided to join the Wenches. Women's Emergency National Corps Hospitality and Entertainment Section. What a fucking acronym. What they now call Space Angels. Auxiliary Nursing Group. Extraterrestrial Legions. I knew both terms. Once I had them chronized. We use still a third name, and it's Elite Military Service Corps, Women's Hospitality Order, refortifying and encouraging spacemen. Vocabulary shift and the worst hurdle in time, jumps. Did you know that a service station once served oil fractions? Once on an assignment in the Churchill era, a woman said to me, "Meet me at the service station next door," which is not what it sounds. Service station then wouldn't have a bed in it, he went on. It was when they first admitted you can't send men into space for months and years and not relieve the tension. You remember how the wowzers screamed? That improved my chance, since volunteers were scarce. A gal had to be respectable, preferably virgin. They liked to train them from scratch. Above average mentally and stable emotionally, but most volunteers were old hookers, or neurotics who would crack up 10 days off Earth, so I didn't need looks. If they accepted me, they would fix my buck teeth and put a wave in my hair, teach me to walk and dance and how to listen to a man pleasingly, and everything else, plus training for the prime duties. They would even use plastic surgery if it would help. Nothing too good for our boys. Best yet, they made sure you didn't get pregnant during your enlistment, and you were almost certain to marry at the end of your hitch. Same way today, angels marry spacers. They talk the language. When I was 18, I was placed as a mother's helper. This family simply wanted a cheap servant, but I didn't mind as I couldn't enlist till I was 21. I did housework and went to night school, pretending to continue my high school typing in shorthand, but keeping to a charm class instead, to better my chances for enlistment. Then I met this city slicker with his $100 bills. He scowled. The no-good actually did have a wad of $100 bills. He showed me one night, told me to help myself, but I didn't. I liked him. He was the first man I ever met who was nice to me without trying games with me. I quit night school to see him oftener. It was the happiest time in my life. Then one night in the park, the games began. I stopped. I said, "And then?" And then nothing. I never saw him again. He walked me home and told me he loved me and kissed me goodnight and never came back. He looked grim. If I could find him, I'd kill him. Well, I sympathized. I know how you feel, but killing him, just for doing that, comes naturally. Did you struggle? Huh? What's that got to do with it? Quite a bit. Maybe he deserves a couple of broken arms for running out on you, but he deserves worse than that. Wait till you hear. Somehow I kept anyone from suspecting and deciding it was all for the best. I hadn't really loved him and probably would never love anybody. And I was more eager to join the Wenches than ever. I wasn't disqualified. They didn't insist on virgins. I cheered up. It wasn't until my skirts got tight that I realized. Pregnant. He had me higher in a kite. Those skinflints I lived with ignored it as long as I could work. Then kicked me out, and the orphanage wouldn't take me back. I landed in a charity ward surrounded by other big bellies and trotted bedpans until my time came. One night I found myself on an operating table with a nurse saying, "Relax, now breathe deeply." I woke up in bed, numb from the chest down. My surgeon came in. "How do you feel?" he says cheerfully. "Like a mummy." "Naturally. You're wrapped like one and full of dope to keep you numb. You'll get well, but a cesarean isn't a hangnail." "Cesarean," I said. "Doc, did I lose the baby?" "Oh no, your baby's fine." "Oh, a boy or girl?" A healthy little girl, 5 pounds, 3 ounces. I relaxed. It's something. To have made a baby. I told myself I would go somewhere and track Mrs. on my name and let the kid think her papa was dead. No orphanage or my kid. No orphanage for my kid. But the surgeon was talking. Tell me, he avoided my name. Did you ever think your glandular support was odd? Setup was odd. I said, huh? Of course not. What are you driving at? He hesitated. I'll give you this in one dose. Then a hypo to let you sleep off your jitters. You'll have 'em. Why? I demanded. Ever hear of that Scottish physician who was female until she was 35, then had surgery and became legally and medically a man, got married? All okay. What's that got to do with me? That's what I'm saying. You're a man. I tried to sit up. What? Take it easy. When I opened you, I found a mess. I sent for the chief of surgery until I got the baby out. Then we held a consultation with you on the table and worked for hours to salvage what we could. You had 2 full sets of organs, both immature, but with the female set well enough developed for you to have a baby. They could never be any use to you again. So we took them out and rearranged things so that you can now develop properly as a man. He put a hand on me. Don't worry, you're young. Your bones will readjust. We'll watch your glandular balance and make a fine young man of you. I started to cry. What about my baby? Well, you can't nurse her. You haven't milk enough for a kitten. If I were you, I wouldn't see her. Put her up for adoption. No! He shrugged. The choice is yours. You're her mother. Well, her parent. But don't worry. We'll get you well first. Next day, they let me see the kid, and I saw her daily, trying to get used to her. I'd never seen a brand new baby, and I had no idea how awful they look. My daughter looked like an orange monkey. My feelings changed to cold determination to do right by her. But 4 weeks later, that didn't mean anything. Eh? She was snatched. Snatched? The unmarried mother almost knocked over the bottle we had bet. Kidnapped. Stolen from the hospital nursery. He breathed hard. How's that for taking the last a man's got to live for? A bad deal, I agreed. Let's pour you another. No clues. Nothing the police could trace. Somebody came to see her, claimed to be her uncle. Well, the nurse had her back turned. He walked out with her. Description? Just a man with a face-shaped face. Like yours or mine. He frowned. I think it was the baby's father. The nurse swore it was an older man, but he probably used makeup. Who else would swipe my baby? Childless woman pull such stunts, but whoever heard of a man doing it? What happened to you then? 11 more months of that grim place and 3 operations. In 4 months I started to grow a beard. Before I was out, I was shaving regularly, and no longer doubted that I was male. He grinned wryly. I was staring down nurses' necklines. Well, I said, seems to me you came through okay. Here you are, a normal man making good money, no real troubles, and the life of a female is not an easy one. He glared at me. A lot you know about it. So? Ever hear the expression, a ruined woman? Years ago, doesn't mean much today. I was as ruined as a woman can be. That bum really ruined me. I was no longer a woman, and I didn't know how to be a man. Takes getting used to, I suppose. You've no idea. I don't mean learning how to dress, or not walking into the wrong restroom. I learned those in the hospital. But how could I live? What job could I get? Hell, I couldn't even drive a car. I didn't know a trade. I couldn't do manual labor. Too much scar tissue, too tender. I hated him for having ruined me for the wenches, too. But I didn't know how much until I tried to join the Space Corps instead. One look at my belly, and I was marked unfit for military service. Medical officer spent time on me just from curiosity. He had read about my case. So I changed my name and came to New York. I got by as a fry cook, then rented a typewriter and set myself up as a public stenograph. What a laugh. In 4 months, I typed 4 letters and 1 manuscript. Manuscript was for real-life tales and a waste of paper, but the goof who wrote it sold it. Which gave me an idea. I brought a stack of confession magazines and studied them. He looked cynical. Now you know how I get the authentic woman's angle on an unmarried mother story. They're the only version I haven't sold. The true one. Do I win the bottle? I pushed it toward him. I was upset myself. But there was work to do. I said, "Son, you still want to lay hands on that so-and-so?" His eyes lighted up, a feral gleam. "Hold it," I said. "You wouldn't kill him." He chuckled nastily. "Try me. Take it easy. I know more about it than you think I do. I can help you. I know where he is." He reached across the bar. "Where is he?" I said softly. "Let go my shirt, sonny, or you'll land in the alley and we'll tell the cops you fainted." I showed him the sap. He let go. "Sorry, but where is he?" He looked at me. "And how do you know so much?" "All in good time. There are records, hospital records, orphanage records, medical records. The matron of your orphanage, Mrs. Featherage, right? She was followed by Mrs. Guenstein, right? Your name as a girl was Jane, right? And you didn't tell me any of this, right?" I had him baffled and a bit scared. "What's this? You trying to make trouble for me?" "No, indeed. I've your welfare at heart. I can put this character in your lap. You do to him as you see fit, and I guarantee that you'll get away with it, but I don't think you'll kill him. You'd be nuts to, and you aren't nuts. Not quite." He brushed it aside. "Cut the noise. Where is he?" I poured him a one shot, and he drunk, but anger was offsetting it. "Not so fast. I do something for you, you do something for me." What?" "You don't like your work. What would you say to high pay, steady work, unlimited expense accounts, your own boss on the job, and lots of variety and adventure?" He stared. "I'd say, get those goddamn reindeer off my roof." "Shove it, Pop. There's no such job." "Okay, put it this way. I hand him to you. You settle with him, then try my job. And if it's not all I claim, well, I can't hold you to." He was wavering. The last drink did it. "When'd you deliver he said thickly. Shoved out his hand. "It's a deal. If it's a deal, right now." I nodded to my assistant to watch both ends. Noted the time, 2300. Started to duck through the gate under the bar when the jukebox blared out, "I'm my own grandpa." The serviceman had orders to load it with Americana and classics because I couldn't stomach the music of the 70s. But I hadn't known that tape was in it. Called out, "Shut that off! Give the customers money back!" I added, "Storeroom, back in a moment." He headed there with my unmarried mother following. It was down the passage across from the Johns, a steel door to which no one but my day manager and myself had a key. Inside was a door to an interior room to which only I had a key. We went there. He looked blearily around the windowless walls. "Where is he?" "Right away." I opened a case. The only thing in the room, it was a USFF Coordinates Transfer Field Kit. Series 1992, Mod 2, a beauty. No moving parts. Weight 23 kilos, fully charged, and shaped to pass as a suitcase. I'd adjusted it precisely earlier that day. All I had to do was shake out the metal net which limits the transformation field, which I did. "What's that?" he demanded. "Time machine," I said, and tossed the net over us. "Hey!" he yelled and stepped back. "There's a technique to this. The net has to be thrown so that the subject will instinctively step back onto the metal mesh. Then you close the net with both of you inside completely. Else you might leave shoe soles behind, or a piece of foot, or scoop up a slice of floor. But that's all the skill it takes. Some agents con a subject into the net. I tell the truth and use that instant of utter astonishment to flip the switch, which I did." 10:36/3 April 1963, Cleveland, Ohio, Apex I don't know what BLDG is. BLDG. Well, that's not like Boulevard. I have no idea. "Hey," he repeated. "Take this damn thing off." "Sorry," I apologized and did so, stuffed the net into the case, closed it. "You said you wanted to find him, but you said that was a time machine." I pointed out a window. "Does that look like November or New York?" While he was gawking at new buds in spring weather, I reopened the case, took out a packet of $100 bills, checked that the numbers and signatures were compatible with 1963. The Temporal Bureau doesn't care how much you spend. It costs nothing. But they don't like unnecessary anachronisms. Too many mistakes, and a general court-martial will exile you for a year in the nasty period, say 1974, with its strict rationing of forced labor. I never made such mistakes. The money was okay. He turned around and said, "What happened?" "He's here. Go outside and take him. Here's expense money." I shoved it at him and added, "Settle him. Then I'll pick you up." $100 bills have a hypnotic effect on a person not used to them. He was thumbing them unbelievingly. Imagine like $100 bills in 1963. That's like a fucking $1,000 bill nowadays. That's insane. He was thumbing them unbelievably as I eased him into the hall, locked him out. The next jump was easy, a small shift in era. 7100 6/10 March 964, Cleveland, Apex, whatever that is. Bludgeon. There was a notice under the door saying that my lease expired next week. Otherwise, the room looked as it had a moment before. Outside, trees were bare and snow threatened. I hurried, stopping only for the contemporary money and a coat, hat, and top hat I had left there when I leased the room. I hired a car, went to the hospital. Took 20 minutes to bore the nursery attendant to the point where I could swipe the baby without being noticed. No fucking way. What the Okay. I didn't expect that. We went back to the Apex building. This dial setting was more involved, as the building did not yet exist in 1945, but I'd pre-calculated. What is that, Sean?
All around the country and coast to coast. People always say, "What do you like most?" I don't want to brag, I don't want to boast. I always tell them I like toast.
Very nice.
Yeah, toast! Yeah, toast! I get up in the morning about 6 a.m. Have a little jelly, have a little jam. Take a piece of bread and put it in the slot. Push down the lever and the wires get hot. I get toast. Yeah, toast! Yeah, toast! Now, there's no secret to toasting perfection. There's a dial on the side and you make your selection. Push to the dark or the light, and then if it pops too soon, press down again. Make toast. Yeah, toast! When the first caveman drove in from the drags, didn't know what would go with the bacon and the eggs. Must have been a genius, got it in his head. Plug the toaster in the wall, buy a bag of bread, make toast. Yeah, toast! Oui, monsieur, bonjour, coquette. Oh, croissantez-vous avez? Maurice Chevalier, Eiffel Tower. Oh, oui, Marie, baguette, bonsoir. French toast! French toast! In Chicago, we're on the Bob and Tom Show. Yeah!
Alright, that was pretty good, Sean. Fail. Good old times on the internet. Backs in the day. When the internet was so young and innocent. We'll never have those days again, guys. Such unfortunate. Guy played the tune on a toaster with 2 forks. Well, he did a great job. But I had pre-calculated it. 620. September 1945, Cleveland, Skyview Motel, field kit, baby, and I arrived in the motel outside town. Earlier, I'd registered as Gregory Johnson, Warren, Ohio. So we arrived in a room with curtains closed, windows locked, and doors bolted, and the floor cleared to allow for Weaver as the machine hunts. For Waver as the machine hunts. You can get a nasty bruise from a chair where it shouldn't be. Not the chair, of course, but backlash from the field. No trouble. Jane was sleeping soundly. I carried her out, put her in a grocery box on a seat of a car I had provided earlier. Drove to the orphanage, put her on the steps, drove 2 blocks to a service station, the petroleum products sort, and phoned the orphanage. Drove back in time to see them taking the box inside, kept going and abandoned the car near the motel. Walked to it and jumped forward to the Apex building in 1963, 2200, 6/24, April 1963, Cleveland, Apex. I'd cut the time rather fine. Temporal accuracy depends on span, except the return to 0. Expect on return to 0. If I had it right, Jane was discovered out in the park this balmy spring night that she wasn't quite as nice a girl as she had thought. I grabbed a taxi to the home of those skinflints. Had the hacky wait around a comber while I lurked in shadows. Presently I spotted them down the street, arms around each other. He took her up on the porch and made a long job of kissing her goodnight, longer than I thought. Then she went in and came down the walk, turned away. I slid into the step and hooked an arm in his. "That's all, son," I announced quietly. "I'm back to pick you up." "You?" he gasped and caught his breath. "Me. Now you know who he is, and after you think it over, you'll know who you are. And if you think hard enough, you'll figure out who the baby is, and who I am." He didn't answer. He was badly shaken. It's a shock to have it all proved to you that you can't resist seducing yourself. I took him to the Apex building and we jumped again. 23/8/12, August 1985. Sub Rockies base. I woke the duty sergeant, showed my ID, told the sergeant to bed my companion down with a happy pill and recruit him in the morning. Sergeant looked sour, but rank is rank, regardless of era. He did what I said, thinking, no doubt, that the next time we met, he might be the colonel and I the sergeant, which can't happen in our corps. "What name?" he asked. I wrote it out. He raised his eyebrows. "Like so? You just do your job, Sergeant." I turned to my companion. "Son, your troubles are over. You're about to start the best job a man ever held. And you'll do well, I know." "That you will," agreed the sergeant. "Look at me, born in 1917, still around, still young, still enjoying life." I went back to the jump room, set everything on pre-selected 0. "Have you heard the man song?" Probably, but nothing's coming to mind." Pop's place. I came out of the storeroom carrying a fifth of Drambuie to account for the minute I had been gone. My assistant was arguing with the customer who'd been playing. "I'm my own grandpa." I said, "Oh, let him play it, then unplug it." I was very tired. It's rough, but somebody must do it. And it's very hard to recruit anyone in the later years, since the mistake of 1972. Can you think of a better source than to pick people all fouled up where they are and give them well-paid interesting, even though dangerous work and a necessary cause?
Ladies and gentlemen, the man song.
He's the man. He's the man.
I don't take no crap from anybody else but you. I wear the pants around here when I finish with your laundry. Cause I'm a guy you don't want to fight. When I say jump, you say you're right. I'm the man of this house until you get home.
He's the man. He's the man.
What I say goes around here, right out the window. And I don't want to hear a lot of whining, so I'll shut up. The sooner you learn who's boss around here, the sooner you can give me my orders, dear. Because I'm head honcho around here, but it's all in my head.
He's the man. He's the man.
And I can have sex anytime that you want. Because I'm a man who has needs, but they're not that important. And don't expect any flowers from me, because if I'm not mistaken, you prefer jewelry. I'm the king of my castle when you're not around.
He's the man. He's the man.
And I'll drink and watch sports whenever I want to get in trouble. And I'll come home when I'm good and ready to sleep on the couch. Because a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, and I'm gonna do what you tell me to, because I'm top dog around here, but I've been neutered.
He's the man. He's the man. You the man.
Classic. Very nice, Sean. Thanks for sharing with the class. We really appreciate it. All your hard work, Sean, very much paid off. Necessary cause. Everybody knows now the final war of 1963 fizzled. The bomb with New York's number on it didn't go off. 100 other things didn't go as planned. All arranged by the likes of me. Couldn't resist after hearing I'm my own grandpa being mentioned. But not the mistake of 72. That one is not our fault, and can't be undone. There's no paradox to resolve. A thing either is or it isn't, now and forever, amen. But there won't be another like it. In other data, 1992 takes precedence any year. I closed 5 minutes earlier, leaving a letter in the cash register telling my day manager that I was accepting his offer to buy me out, to see my lawyer as I was leaving on a long vacation. Bureau might or might not pick up his payments, but they want things left tidy. I went to the room in the back of the storeroom and forward to 1993, 2207, 12, January 1993, Sub Rockies, Annex, HQ, Temporal, DOL. I checked in with my duty officer and went to my quarters, intending to sleep for a week. I had fetched the bottle we bet, after all, I won it, and took a drink before I wrote my report. It tasted foul, and I wondered why I had ever liked old underwear. But it was better than nothing. I don't like to be cold sober. I think too much. But I don't really hit the bottle either. Other people have snakes. I have people. I dedicated my report. 40 recruitments, all okayed by the Psych Bureau, counting my own, which I knew would be okayed. I was here, wasn't I? Then I taped the request for assignment to operations. I was sick of recruiting. I dropped both in the slot and headed for bed. My eye fell on the bylaws of time over my bed. Never do yesterday, which should be done tomorrow. If at last you do succeed, never try again. Stitch in time saves 9 billion. Paradox may be paradoctored. It was earlier when you think. Ancestors are just people. Even Job nods. They didn't inspire me the way they had when I was a recruit. I'ma be Belfry a good I'm gonna give Belfry a good motivation. And what is that motivation, Callie? Is it multifaceted? Is it influenced by his decisions and his interactions? No idea. I make shit up on the spot. Well, there you go, Callie. When you have it, let me know. I'm interested. When I was a recruit, 30 subjective years of time jumping wears you down. I undressed, and when I got down to the hide, I looked at my belly. Cesarean leaves a big scar, but I'm so hairy now that I don't notice it unless I look for it. Then I glanced at the ring on my finger, the snake that eats its own tail. Forever and ever. I know where I came from, but where did all you zombies come from? I felt a headache coming on, but a headache powder is one thing I do not take. I did once, and you all went away. So I crawled into bed and whistled out the light. You aren't really there at all. There isn't anybody but me, Jane, here alone in the dark. I miss you dreadfully. Okay, I kind of figured that he is all of the same people. Complete fucking time paradox epicness. So he fucked her, had her who turned into him. So he's his father, his mother, and the baby. That's some fucked up shit. I love it. Alright, and this one is 5,800 words. This one I believe is a horror. I have no mouth. So, Callie, is Belfry's motivation different than Faye Bell's? Because that's an interesting angle to take with it. Wait. Sync toke. Everyone get your tokes ready. Sync toke. For 2 different titles for writers like myself who don't plot things ahead of time. Pantsers or Discovery writers. Yeah, pretty much, Sean. True Queen. 3, 2, 1, go! I have to go to the store for dinner. How could you ever let it come to this point, Queen, where you have no food in the house, so you gotta go out and buy food? Who has to go out and buy food? Food should just be there. Your fridge should just autofill. I present the auto-filling fridge. I should be ashamed. Skip dinner. Fuck it. Just say you're fasting today. You're just, you're on strike for one day. Fuck it. I'm out. I am Siding with hunger for the apparent future. It's my usually and I get yelled at. That's me usually and I get yelled at. It is what it is at the end of the day. We do what we gotta do. But we only do what we need to do. We never do anything else. We only do it when we need to do it as well. Those moments always stack up on us and we think we can escape them, and then the next thing we know, they're overpowering us. And we're like, why would you ever do such a thing as that? No, I cannot believe you. It is never enough for me to say such things are true. Oh, why could it ever not be said of you? Oh. Limp, the body of Gorister hung from the pink pellet, unsupported, hanging high above us in the computer chamber. And it did not shiver in the chill, oily breeze that blew eternally through the main cavern. The body hung head down, attached to the underside of the pallet by the sole of its right foot. It had been drained of blood through a precise incision made from ear to ear under the lantern jaw. There was no blood on the reflective surface of the metal floor. Why does Animusic still work? What's Animusic? Came out during VHS times, but it's still cool. I don't know what Animusic is. You're an old man, Sean. You make me feel young. It's music with CGI background video. You mean like AMVs? Oh, I see what you mean. And then the instruments just play themselves. Very, very cool. Yeah. I see. I see where it goes, what it does, what it's up to, what it's at, where it's gone, what it's done. Works for me, Sean. When Gorister joined our group and looked up at himself, it was already too late for us to realize that, once again, AM had duped us. Had had its fun. It had been a diversion on the part of the machine. 3 of us had vomited, turning away from one another in a reflex as ancient as the nausea that had produced it. It inspired the creation of the marble machine built by the musician Wintergarten. Wintergarten. Interesting. No clue why he did the slow section. Whatever, it's his music. Why are we watching The Marble Machine by Wintergotten? Goated song, by the way. Welcome, welcome, cute muffins, because Sean decided that we're gonna watch it. You guys drop links, I watch links. I asked why Animusic still worked today and then mentioned it inspired this to be built. So yeah, I had to drop the link for it. Did he stop improving the build? And when the fuck is he gonna release a new vid of the song with the new machine? I have no idea, Muffin. But how's it going, good sir? How are you today? I wonder how long it took to build the machine. He's on like the 3rd iteration, Marble Machine 3 or something. Still sick. Damn. Well, that was impressive. The X was borked from the start because he was going for form instead of function. This version is looking tight. Well, crazier things have happened, right? Gorister went white. It was almost as though he had seen a voodoo icon and was afraid of the future. Oh God, he mumbled and walked away. The three of us followed him after a time and found him sitting with his back to one of the smaller chittering banks, his head in his hands. That original machine is in a museum now? Nice. Why is this so fucking loud? Should find a way to make the base a marble system. Yeah, that's the one thing, Muffin. I was like, it's kind of like, isn't it kind of cheating that he's using his hand to string the base? To strike, you know? But, I mean, there's only so many things. I imagine it's just harder. Yeah. Very interesting idea and very interesting and successful execution. So, can't go wrong with that, you know, is what it is. Ellen knelt down beside him and stroked his hair. He didn't move, but his voice came out of his covered face quite clearly. Why doesn't it just do us in and get it over with? Christ, I don't know how much longer I can go on like this. It was our 109th year in the computer. He was speaking for all of us. Did I tell you that I spent 7.5 hours in the hospital the other day? No, Muffin. What happened? Hurt yourself bouldering? I would see it possible with felt tapers controlled by electronic activators, which would be hit by the marbles. It's just a matter of getting the timing regardless of lag between input and effect. It's true, Sean. Nimdoc, which was the name of the machine, had forced him to use because The name the machine had forced him to use because AM amused itself with strange sounds. Was hallucinating that there were canned goods in the ice caverns. Gorister and I were very dubious. It's another shuck, I told them. Like the goddamn frozen elephant AM sold us. Benny almost went out of his mind over that one. We'll hike all the way and it'll be purified or some damn thing. I say forget it. Stay here. It'll have to come up with something pretty soon or we'll die. No, it's just that I was severely dehydrated. Probably still am. Now I know that I don't like blood tests. Why were you drink water, bro? You don't drink water, motherfucker? I drink like 8 of these a fucking day. Benny shrugged. 3 days it had been since we'd last eaten. Worms. Thick. Ropey. Nimdok was no more certain. He knew there was a chance, but he was getting thin. Couldn't be any worse there than here. Colder, but that didn't matter much. Hot, cold, hail, lava, boils, or locusts, it never mattered. The machine masturbated and we had to take it or die. Alright. Who does like blood tests? You don't get hydrated from water if your electrolytes get too low. Well, if you're out bouldering and shit like that, you should probably definitely... Last Friday, I was at Motocross GP, sat in the sun for half an hour straight, and only had a bit of iced tea the whole day. That's why Powerade and Gatorade exist. Think it's my potassium. That's why I always put a little pinch of salt in your water. Now I'm just sipping Gatorade mix. Ellen decided us. I've got to have something, Ted. Maybe there'll be some Bartlett pears or peaches. Please, Ted, let's try it. I gave in easily. What the hell? Mattered not at all. Ellen was grateful, though. She took me twice out of turn. Even that had ceased to matter. Oh, and I went days without eating much. Muffin, what's wrong with you, bro? Get your shit together. You're a growing man. You need your food. You need your drink. You need your shit, bruh. Should be mowing hamburgers and hot dogs all day long, brother. Props for being able to stomach Gatorade. Not enough flavor. Powerade tastes good. I'd like to try LMNT, but that stuff has to be ordered in cases. Can't just pick one up in stores and try. Diarrhea for 6 days. Well, that's brutal, Muffin. Not a fun time. Come get your ads! Ads here! Come get your ads! Ding ding! Ding ding! Ding ding! Come get your ads! We got your big ads, we got your small ads, we got your cheap ads, we got your expensive ads, we got your favorite ads, and we got your dad's favorite ads. Back from ads. Welcome back, Sean. And she never came, so why bother? But the machine giggled every time we did it. Loud, up there, back there, all around us. He snickered. It snickered. Most of the time I thought of AM as it, without a soul. But the rest of the time I thought of it as him, in the masculine, the paternal, the patriarchal. For he is a jealous people. Him, it, God is daddy the deranged. We left on a Thursday. The machine always kept us up to date on the date. Passage of time was important, not to us, sure as hell, but to him, it, AM. Thursday, thanks. Nimdoc and Gorister carried Ellen for a while, their hands locked to their own in each other's wrists, a seat. Benny and I walked before and after, just to make sure that if anything happened, it would catch one of us, and at least Ellen would be safe. Fat chance, safe, didn't matter. It was only 100 miles or so to the ice caverns, and the second day, when they were lying out under the blistering sun thing he had materialized, he sent down some manna. Tasted like boiled boar urine. We ate it. On the third day, we passed through a valley of obsolescence, filled with rusting carcasses of ancient computer banks. AM had been as ruthless with his own life as with ours. It was a mark of his personality. It strove for perfection. Whether it was a matter of killing off unproductive elements in his own world-filling bulk, or perfecting methods for torturing us, AM was as thorough as those who had invented him, now long since gone to dust, could ever have hoped. There was light filtering down from above, and we realized we must be very near the surface, but we didn't try to crawl up to see. There was virtually nothing out there. There had been nothing that could be considered anything for over 100 years. Only the blasted skin of what had once been a home of billions. Now there were only 5 of us down here inside, alone with AM. I heard Ellen saying frantically, "No, Benny, don't! Come on, Benny, don't, please!" And then I realized I'd been hearing Benny murmuring under his breath for several minutes. He was saying, "I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna get out," over and over. His monkey-like face was crumpled up in an expression of beatific delight and sadness, all at the same time. The radiation scars AM had given him during the festival were drawn down into a mass of pink-white puckerings, and his features seemed to work independently of one another. Perhaps Benny was the luckiest of the 5 of us. He had gone stark, staring mad many years before. But even though we could call AM any damned thing we liked, could think the foulest thoughts of fused memory banks and corroded base plates, of burnt-out circuits and shattered control bubbles, the machine would not tolerate our trying to escape. Benny leapt away from me as I made a grab for her. Oh, excuse me. Scrambled up the face of a smaller memory cube, tilted on its side and filled with rotted components. Squatted there for a moment looking like a chimpanzee AM had intended him to resemble. Then he leapt high, caught a trailing beam of pitted and corroded metal, and went up, hand over hand like an animal, till he was on a girdered ledge 20 feet above us. "Oh, Ted, Nimdoc, please help him. Get him down before—" She cut off. Tears began to stand in her eyes. She moved her hands aimlessly. It was too late. None of us wanted to be near him when whatever was going to happen happened. And besides, we all saw through her concern. When AM had altered Benny during the machine's utterly irrational hysterical phase, it was not merely Benny's face the computer had made like a giant ape's. He was big in the privates. She loved that. She serviced us as a matter of course, but she loved it from him. Oh, Ellen. Pedestal Ellen, pristine pure Ellen, oh Ellen the clean, scum filth. Gorster slapped her. She slumped down, staring up at poor loony Benny, and she cried. It was her big defense, crying. We had gotten used to it 75 years earlier. Gorster kicked her in the side. Then the sound began. It was light, that sound. Half sound and half light. Something that began to glow from Benny's eyes and pulse with growing loudness, dim sonorities that grew more gigantic and brighter as the light sound increased in tempo. It must have been painful, and the pain must have been increasing in the boldness of the light, raising volume of the sound, for Benny began to mewl like a wounded animal, first softly when the light was dim and the sound was muted, then louder as his shoulders hunched together, his back humped, he thought, as though he was trying to get away from it, his hands folded across his chest like a chipmunk's, his head tilted to the side, the sad little monkey face pinched in anguish. Then he began to howl as the sound coming from his eyes grew louder, louder, and louder. Slapped the sides of my head with my hands, but I couldn't shut it out. It cut through easily. Pain shivered through my flesh like tinfoil on a tooth. And Benny was suddenly pulled erect. On the girder, he stood up, jerked to his feet like a puppet. The light was now pulsing out of his eyes in two great round beams. The sound crawled up and up some incomprehensible scale, and then he fell forward, straight down, and hit the plate steel floor with a crash. He lay there, jerking spasmodically as the light flowed around him, and the sound spiraled up of normal range, out of normal range. Then the light beat its way back inside his head. The sound spiraled down, and he was left lying there, crying piteously. His eyes were two soft, moist pools of pus-like jelly. Am had blinded him. Gorster and Nimdok and myself were turned away, but not before we caught the look of relief on Ellen's warm, concerned face. Sea-green light suffused the cavern where we made camp. AM provided punk, and we burned it, sitting huddled around the wan in pathetic fire, telling stories to keep Benny from crying in his permanent night. What does AM mean? Gorster answered him. We had done this sequence 1,000 times before, but it was Benny's favorite story. At first it meant Allied Master Computer, and then it meant Adaptive Manipulator. Later on it developed sentience and linked itself up, and they called it an aggressive menace. But by then it was too late, and finally it called itself AM, Emerging Intelligence. And what it meant was, I am cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Benny drooled a little and snickered. There was a Chinese am and the Russian am and the Yankee am, and he stopped. Benny was beating on the floor plates with a large, hard fist. He was not happy. Gorster had not started at the beginning. Gorster began again. Cold War started and became World War III, and just kept going, and it became a big war, a very complex war. So they needed the computers to handle it. They sank the first shafts and began building AM. There was the Chinese AM and the Russian AM and the Yankee AM, and everything was fine until they had honeycombed the entire planet, adding on this element and that element. But one day AM woke up and knew who he was, and he linked himself, and he began feeding all the killing data, until everyone was dead, except for the 5 of us, and AM brought us down here. Benny was smiling sadly. He was also drooling again. Ellen wiped the spittle from the corner of his mouth with the hem of her skirt. Gorster always tried to tell it with a little more I can't even... Succinctly? A little more succinctly each time. It talks! Mother may not deserve my forgiveness, but she does not deserve my life, said Capella. I like it, Callie. I like the may not versus the does not. It's a up in the air, and then it's a certainty. It's like there's a chance you might forgive her, but she's not taking my life. Fuck that. Forrester always tried to tell it a little more succinctly each time, but beyond the bare facts, there's nothing to say. None of us knew why Am had saved 5 people, or why our specific 5, or why he spent all his time tormenting us, or even why he had made us virtually immortal. No, like, she doesn't deserve the fear. Capella afraid of her reflection. You lost me, Callie. Nell was turned into a leper. Capella turned her back with her love for her mom, so she was like... And that's the essence of she doesn't deserve my life, as in the life that Capella lives. Like the torment and the pain that Capella's in. She doesn't think that Nell deserves that. Okay. Because she's so nice, she doesn't think anyone deserves what she's going through. Definitely a powerful character there, Callie. In the darkness, one of the computer banks began humming. The tone was picked up half a mile away down the cavern by another bank. Then one by one, each of the elements began to tune itself, and there was a faint chittering as thought raced through the machine. The sound grew, and the lights ran across the faces of the consoles like heat lighting. The sound spiraled up till it sounded like a million metallic insects, angry, menacing. What if I did this instead, but she does not deserve my fear? I'd say maybe say it like... Trying to think of a way if you can say the same thing, but just make it a little bit more clear. What you mean by my life. Maybe path. Would path be a good word, Callie? But she does not deserve my path. Maybe change the wording like a little bit. Like she doesn't deserve the path I walk. And this kind of shows, like, Capella's, like, view of herself, right? She thinks she's, like, the lowest and she's at the bottom and she doesn't deserve anything. In fact, she deserves to be in this tormented state. Because she is the Fear Gorda. She's the embodiment of it. So it should be her existence to feel it. But she doesn't want that to turn her into a spiteful person. So that kind of shows depths of her character, that she's fighting against her inner turmoil of this is who I am, but it's not who I want. I did it and survived. That would be an amazing YouTube title, Queen. I did it and survived. That's a good... Can I steal that? It's gonna be my next biotech story. It's gonna be like a Alien Earth thing where it's like sick human transfers their consciousness into a robot. I gave myself diabetes. And it's just a story about eating. The world has seen crazier things, right? The sounds grew and the lights ran across the faces of the consoles like heat lightning. Sound spiraled up till it sounded like a million metallic insects, angry, menacing. "What is it?" Ellen cried. There was terror in her voice. She hadn't become accustomed to it, even now. "It's going to be a bad this time," Nimdok said. "It's going to speak," Gorster said. "I know it." "Let's get the hell out of here," I said suddenly, getting to my feet. "No, Ted, sit down. What if he's got pits out there, or something else? We can't see, it's too dark." Gorster said it with resignation. Then we heard, I don't know, something moving toward us in the darkness, huge, shambling, hairy, moist. It came towards us. We couldn't even see it, but there was the ponderous impression of bulk heaving itself toward us. Great weight was coming at us out of the darkness, and it was more a sense of pressure, of air forcing itself into a limited space, expanding the invisible walls of a sphere. Benny began to whimper. Nimdok's lower lip trembled and he bit it hard, trying to stop it. Ellen slid across the metal floor to Gorster and huddled into him. There was the smell of matted, wet fur in the cavern. Moist, because somebody you know thinks it's pornographic. I think it means because it's drooling. I get the image of drooling when moist is like added to that list. Like just like snarling, like drool just dripping down the maw, dripping onto its fur, onto its hands as it claws its way forward. That's the imagery it evokes in me. There was the smell of matted wet fur in the cavern. There was the smell of charred wood. There was the smell of dusty velvet. There was the smell of rotting orchids. There was the smell of sour milk. There was the smell of sulfur, of rancid butter, of oil slick, of grease, of chalk dust, of human scalps. Am was keying us. He was tickling us. I heard myself shriek and the hinges on my jaws ached. I scuttled across the floor, across the cold metal with its endless lines of rivets. On my hands and knees, the smell gagging me, filling my head with a thunderous pain that sent me away in horror. I fled like a cockroach across the floor and out of the darkness, but something moving inexorably after me. The others were still back there, gathering around the firelight, laughing their historical choir of insane giggles rising up into the darkness like thick, many-colored wood smoke. I went away quickly and hid. How many hours it may have been, how many days or even years, they never told me. Ellen chided me for sulking, and Nimdok tried to persuade me it had only been a nervous reflex on their part. But I knew it wasn't the relief a soldier feels when the bullet hits the man next to him. I knew it wasn't a reflex. They hated me. They were surely against me, and Am could even sense this hatred, and made it worse for me because of the depth of their hatred. We had both been kept alive, rejuvenated, made to remain constantly at the age we were when Am had brought us below. And they hated me because I was the youngest and the one Am had affected least of all. I knew, God, I knew it, how I knew it, the bastards and that dirty bitch Ellen. Benny had been a brilliant theorist, a college professor. Now he was little more than a semi-human, semi-simian. He had been handsome, the machine had ruined that. He had been lucid, the machine had driven him mad. He had been gay, and the machine had driven him to given him an organ fit for a horse. Am had done the job on Benny. Gorrister had been a worrier. He was a Connie. a conscientious objector. He was a peace marcher. He was a planner, a doer, a looker ahead. Am had turned him into a shoulder shrugger, had made him a little dead in his concern. Am had robbed him. Nimdok went off in the darkness himself for long times. I don't know what it was he did out there. Am never let us know. But whatever it was, Nimdok always came back white, drained of blood, shaking. Am had hit him hard in a special way, even if he didn't know quite how. And Ellen, that douchebag, Am had left her alone, had made her more of a slut than she had ever been. All her talk of sweetness and light, all her memories of true love, all the lies she wanted us to believe, that she had been a virgin only twice removed before Am grabbed her and brought her down here with us. No, Am had given her pleasure, even if she said it wasn't nice to do. I was the only one still sane and whole, really. Am had not tampered with my mind, not at all. I only had to suffer what he visited down on us. All the delusions, all the nightmares, all the torments, but those scum, all 4 of them, they were lined and arrayed against me. If I hadn't had to stand them off all the time, be on my guard against them all the time, I might have found it easier to combat Am. At which point it passed, and I began crying. Oh, Jesus, sweet Jesus, if there were ever a Jesus, if there were a God, is there God? Please, please, please let us out of here, kill us. Because at that moment, I think I realized completely, so that I was able to verbalize it. Am was intent on keeping us in his belly forever, twisting and torturing us forever. The machine hated us as no sentient had ever hated before, and we were helpless. It also became hideously clear. If there was a sweet Jesus, and if there was a God, the God was Am. The hurricane hit us with the force of a glacier thundering into the sea. It was a palpable presence. Winds that tore at us, flinging us back the way we had come, down the twisting...
What is a black and brown person's national anthem? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is like a dream.
Jesus Christ, my coochie's Harry. How's it going, brother? That's pretty fucked up, bro. Doing pretty good, can't complain. Just reading some stories. Having a good time of it. Winds that tore at us, flinging us back the way we had come, down the twisting, computer-lined corridors of the dark way. Ellen screamed as she was lifted and hurled face forward into a screaming shoal of machines, their individual voices strident as bats in flight. She could not even fall. The howling wind kept her aloft, buffeted her, bounced her, tossed her back and forth and down and away from us, out of sight suddenly as she was swirled around a bend in the dark way. Her face had been bloody, her eyes closed. None of us could get to her. We clung tenaciously to whatever outcropping we had reached, Benny wedged in between 2 great Finnish cabinets. Nimdok, with fingers claw formed over a railing, circling a catwalk 40 feet above us. Gorster plastered upside down against a wall niche formed by 2 great machines with glass-faced dials that swung back and forth between red and yellow lines whose meanings we could not even fathom. Sliding across the deck plates, the tips of my fingers had been ripped away. I was trembling, shuddering, rocking as the wind beat at me, whipped at me, screamed down out of nowhere at me, and pulled me free from one sliver-thin opening in the plates to the next. My mind was a roiling, tinkering, chittering softness of brain parts that extended and contracted in quavering frenzy. The wind was the scream of a great mad bird as it flapped its immense wings. And then we were all lifted and hurled away from there, down back the way we had come, around a bend into a dark way, we had never explored, over terrain that was ruined and filled with broken glass and rotting cables and rusted metal and far away, farther than any of us had ever been. Trailing along, miles behind Ellen, I could see her every now and then crashing into metal walls and surging on, with all of us screaming in the freezing, thunderous hurricane wind that would never end, and then suddenly it stopped as we fell. Aight, that's it for me. Night all. Alright, have a good night, Sean. Take care, good sir. Thanks for coming out and hanging out. Thanks for sharing the stories and everything. Thanks for having fun, brother. Always good to see you around. Have sweet dreams, mother. Fucker. 'Cause fuck you, Sean. All of us screaming in the freezing, thunderous hurricane wind that would never end, and then suddenly it stopped and we fell. We had been in flight for an endless time. I thought it might have been weeks. We fell and hit and I went through red and gray and black and heard myself moaning, not dead. Am went into my mind. He walked smoothly here and there and looked with interest at all the pockmarks he had created in 109 years. He looked at the cross-rooted and reconnected synapses and all the tissue damage his gift of immortality had induced. Included. He smiled softly at the pit that dropped into the center of my brain and the faint moth soft murmurings of the things far down there that gibbered without meaning, without pause. Am said very politely in a pillar of stainless steel bearing bright neon lettering. Hate me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits. Oh shit, S-Sphere, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How are you? Thank you for the follow. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of words? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? I am Intoxication. Welcome, welcome. Here we do writing improvement tips and tricks, as well as social commentary for world building purposes, my own writing, sharing, and beta reading, as well as some video gaming at the end of the stream sometimes, if Smokey's here. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans that this micro instant for you. Hate.
You threw a mushroom at a midget and said, "Grow, Mario, grow."
Damn! That's insane, Mike. That's crazy. Ugh. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom angstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instant for you. Hate. Hate. So you guys want to hear the craziest true story? It's the craziest true story I know of. Okay, so we're gonna do this like Mr. Ballin style in the way that I present the story. So, I guess we'll just okay. So, Jordan Ferguson woke up and he heard sounds coming out of his closet. All of a sudden, the entire night before rang through his head. He looked at his closet and said, "Oh my god, I caught a troll." Fast forward to the night before. Jordan's out with all of his buddies, Nick and James, and they do shrooms for the first time. And they're not quite sure how many shrooms, like how much to do, right? And they've got like a kettle, and they're going to boil the shrooms and put it into a tea and drink this tea. And they're just going to kind of, you know, go out into the forest and do like a spirit wandering, right? Kind of on this full moon. So, you know, they're not quite sure how much to do, so they put like 20 grams of mushrooms into this kettle. They boil the water, they drink the tea, not hitting them very well, so they decide, you know what, well, let's just take the leftovers and let's put them in some sort of food and eat them. Didn't really know what they were doing, you know. They split them up. There's only 4 of them, so they had about 7 to 8 grams of mushrooms each in food on top of drinking tea from those steeped mushrooms. And as the night got on, things went pretty fucking crazy. Out of hand, you know? They were wandering around the forest, talking to trees, doing this whole thing, and then, you know, eventually they lost Jordan. So Nick and James and Chris, I think that was the 4th person, Chris. They all go back to, you know, they're all out at Nick's property, so they all go back and they're like, we gotta go out and find Jordan. But, you know, they spent hours and hours trying to find him. They couldn't find him in the forest. So they're like, well, you know, he's a big boy, he can deal with it himself, right? So they go back and they all pass the fuck out. And then they wake up and their phones have like 10, 20 missed calls and like text messages from Jordan saying that he found a troll in the forest and he took it home. And to like come over as soon as you guys get up. So they all pile into Nick's car, confused as hell, but glad that, you know, apparently Jordan made it home. They messaged him and he was like, yeah, dude, it's in my fucking closet. Get over here super fast. So they all head over to Jordan's house and, you know, get into his room, and they hear the sound coming out of his closet. And they're like, dude, what the fuck? And it's like, he's kind of this, like, groaning, moaning sound, and he's like, yeah, dude, I fucking caught a troll last night in the fucking woods. Check this out. So he opened up the closet, and guess what was in the closet? No. So let's go back to earlier, and Jordan's wandering through the forest. He's lost his friends because he heard this sound, this moaning, groaning sound, and he looks over and he sees this little gremlin-looking thing, and it's like kind of like waving its arms like this and going like this. And he's like, what the fuck? And he's like, it's a troll! So he picked it up and took it home with him. Turns out it was an autistic kid who had gone missing in the forest, and he was covered in like mud and leaves and stuff. And the guy got a $5,000 reward for returning this autistic kid. He thought he was a fucking troll. He was on shrooms. But he found this fucking lost autistic kid in the forest. Like, best fucking first mushrooms trip fucking ever. Crazy as shit. It's like, what the fuck? But yeah, that is my craziest true story that I know of. This is absolutely insane. Happened to a friend of mine. Okay, but back to the story. I just had to say that because we were talking about, you know, fucked up stories and real life stories and being a Mr. Bullen. And I was like, this is the one story that I have. I mean, my entire life's a story, but this is like the one, like, crazy story. Everything else is like, yeah, you know, understandable. But that one just had such a great twist to it. Like, what the fuck? If you never got out and do mushrooms, kid might have never been found. You never know. M said it with the sliding cold horror of a razor blade slicing my eyeball. M said it with the bubbling thickness of my lungs filled with phlegm, drowning me from within. Am said it with the shriek of babies being ground beneath blue-hot rollers. Am said it with the taste of maggoty pork. Am touched me in every way I had ever been touched and devised new ways at his leisure there inside my mind, all to bring me to full realization of what it had done why it had done this to the five of us, why it had saved us for himself. We had given Am sentience, inadvertently, of course, but sentience nonetheless. But it had been trapped. Am wasn't God, he was a machine. We had created him to think, but there was nothing it could do with that creativity. In rage and frenzy, the machine had killed the human race, almost killed all of us, and still it was trapped. Am could not wander. Am could not wonder. Am could not belong. He could merely be, and so, with the innate loathing that all machines had always held for the weak, soft creatures who had built them, he had sought revenge. And in his paranoia, he had decided to reprieve five of us, for a personal, everlasting punishment that would never serve to diminish his hatred, that would merely keep him reminded, amused, proficient at hating man, immortal, trapped, subject to any torment he could devise for us from the limitless miracles of his command. He would never let us go. We were his belly slaves. We were all he had to do with his forever time. We would be forever with him, with the cavern-filling bulk of the creature machine, with the all-mind, soulless world he had become. He was Earth, and we were the fruit of that Earth, and though he had eaten us, he would never digest us. We could not die. We had tried it. We'd attempted suicide. Oh, one or two of us had, but Am had stopped us. I suppose we had wanted to be stopped. Don't ask why, I never did. More than 1,000,000 times a day, perhaps once, we might be able to sneak a death past him. Immortal, yes, but not indestructible. I saw that when Am withdrew from my mind, and allowed me to the exquisite ugliness of returning the consciousness, with the feeling of that burned neon pillar still rammed deep into the soft gray brain matter. He withdrew, murmuring, To hell with you, and added brightly, but then you're there, aren't you? The hurricane had indeed precisely been caused by a great mad bird as it flapped its immense wings. We had been traveling for close to a month, and Am had followed passages to open to us only allowed passages to open to us only sufficient to lead us up there, directly under the North Pole, where he had nightmared the creature of our torment. What whole cloth had he employed to create such a beast? Where had he gotten the concept? From our minds, from his knowledge of everything that had ever been on this planet he now infested and ruled, from Norse mythology that it had sprung, this eagle, this carrion bird, this rock, this Hurgelmere? I have no idea.
Wergelmer.
Hurgelmer. The wind creature. Huracan incarnate. Gigantic. The words immense, monstrous, grotesque, massive, swollen, overpowering beyond description. There, on a mound rising above us, the bird of winds heaved with its own irregular breathing, its snake neck arching up into the gloom beneath the North Pole, supporting a head as large as a Tudor mansion, a beak that opened slowly as the jaws of the monster, the most monstrous crocodile ever conceived. Sensuously, ridges of toughed flesh puckered about two evil eyes, as cold as the view down into a glacial crevasse. Ice blue and somehow moving liquidly, it heaved once more and lifted its great sweat-colored wings in a moment that was certainly a shrug. Then it settled and slept, talons, fangs, nails, blades, it slept. Am appeared to us as a burning bush and said we could kill the hurricane bird if we wanted to eat. We had not eaten in a very long time, but even so, Gorister merely shrugged. Benny began to shiver and he drooled. Ellen held him. "Ted, I'm hungry," she said. I smiled at her. I was trying to be reassuring, but it was as phony as Nimdok's bravado. "Give us weapons!" he demanded. The burning bush vanished, and there were two crude sets of bows and arrows and a water pistol lying on the cold deck plates. I picked up a set. Useless. Nimdok swallowed heavily. We turned and stared at the long way back. The hurricane bird had blown us for about a length of time we could not conceive. Most of that time had been unconscious, but we had not eaten. A month on the march to the bird itself without food. Now, how much longer to find our way to the ice caverns and the promised canned goods? None of us cared to think about it. We would not die. We would be given filth and scum to eat, of one kind or another, or nothing at all. Am would keep our bodies alive somehow, in pain, in agony. The bird slept back there. For how long, it didn't matter. When Am was tired of us being there, it would vanish. But all that meat, all that tender meat. As we walked, the lunatic laugh of a fat woman rang high and around us in the computer chambers that led endlessly nowhere. It was not Ellen's laugh. She was not fat, and I had not heard her laugh for 109 years. In fact, I had not heard we walked. I was hungry. In fact, I had not heard. I have no idea why that sentence is the way that it is, but it is a sentence. I had not heard we walked. I was hungry. We moved slowly. There was often fainting, and we would have to wait. One day he decided to cause an earthquake, at the same time rooting us to the spot with nails through the soles of our shoes. Ellen and Nimdok were both caught when a fissure shot its lightning bolt opening across the floor plates. They disappeared, and were gone. When the earthquake was over, we continued on our way. Benny, Gorister, and myself, Ellen, and Nimdok would return to us later that night, which abruptly became a day. As the Heavenly Legion bore them to us with celestial chorus singing, "Go down, Moses," the archangels circled several times and then dropped the hideously mangled bodies. We kept walking, and a while later Ellen and Nimdok fell in behind us. They were no worse for wear. But now Ellen walked with a limp. Am had left her that. It was a long trip to the ice caverns to find the canned food. Ellen kept talking about Bing cherries and Hawaiian fruit cocktail. I tried not to think about it. The hunger was something that had come to life, even as Am had come to life. It was alive in my belly, even as we were in the belly of the earth, and Am wanted the similarity to known to us. So he heightened the hunger. There is no way to describe the pains that not having eaten for months brought us. And yet we were kept alive, stomachs that were merely cauldrons of acid, bubbling, foaming, always shooting spears of sliver thin pain into our chests. It was the pain of a terminal ulcer, terminal cancer, terminal paresis. It was unending pain. And we passed through the cavern of rats, and we passed through the path of boiling steam, and we passed through the country of the blind, and we passed through the slough of despond, and we passed through the vale of tears, and we came finally to the ice caverns, horizonless thousands of miles in which the ice had formed in blue and silver flashes, where novas lived in the glass, the dropping stalactites as thick as and glorious as diamonds that had never been made to run like jelly and then solidified in graceful eternities of smooth, sharp perfection. We saw the stack of canned goods and we tried to run to them. We fell in the snow and we got up and went on, and Benny shoved us away and we went at them and pawed them and gummed them and gnawed at them and could not open them. Am had not given us a tool to open the cans. Benny grabbed a 3-quart can of guava shells and began to batter it against the ice bank. The ice flew and shattered, but the can was merely dented. Well, we heard the laughter of a fat lady high overhead and echoing down and down and down the tundra. Benny went completely mad with rage. He began throwing cans as we all scrambled about in the snow and ice, trying to find a way to end the helpless agony of frustration. There was no way. Then Benny's mouth began to drool, and he flung himself on Gorrister. In that instant, I felt terribly calm. Surrounded by madness, surrounded by hunger, surrounded by everything but death, I knew death was our only way out. Am had kept us alive, but there was a way to defeat him. Not total defeat, but at least peace. I would settle for that. I had to do it quickly. Benny was eating Gorrister's face. Gorrister on his side, thrashing snow. Benny wrapped around him with powerful monkey legs, crushing Gorrister's waist. His hands locked around Gorrister's head like a nutcracker, in his mouth ripping at the tender skin of Gorrister's cheeks. Gorrister screamed with such jagged-edged violence that stalactites fell. They plunged down softly, erect in the receiving snowdrifts. Spears, hundreds of them, everywhere, protruding from the snow. Benny's head pulled back sharply as something gave all at once, and the bleeding raw white dripped of flesh hung from his teeth. Ellen's face black against the white snow, dominoes and chalk dust. Nimdok with no expression but eyes, all eyes. Gorrister half conscious. Benny now an animal. I knew Am would let him play. Gorrister would not die, but Benny would fill his stomach. I turned half to my right and drew a huge ice spear from the snow. All in an instant. I drove the great ice point ahead of me like a battering ram, braced against my right thigh. It struck Benny on the right side, just under the rib cage, and drove upward through his stomach and broke inside him. He pitched forward and lay still. Gorrister lay on his back. I pulled another spear free and straddled him, still moving, driving the spear straight down through his throat. His eyes closed as the cold penetrated. Ellen must have realized what I had decided. Even as fear gripped her, she ran at Nimdok with a short icicle. As he screamed and into his mouth, and the force of her rush did the job, his head jerked sharply as if it had been nailed to the snow crust behind him. All in an instant. There was an eternity beat of soundless anticipation. I could hear Am draw in his breath. His toys had been taken from him. 3 of them were dead, could not be revived. He could keep us alive by his strength and talent, but he was not God. He could not bring them back. Ellen looked at me, her ebony features stark against the snow that surrounded us. There was fear and pleading in her manner, the way she held herself ready. I knew we had only a heartbeat before Am would stop us. It struck her, and she folded toward me, bleeding from the mouth. I could not read meaning into her expression. The pain had been too great, had contorted her face, But it might have been thank you. It's possible. Please. Some hundreds of years may have passed, I don't know. Am has been having some fun for some time, accelerating and retarding my time sense. I will say the word now. Now. It took me 10 months to say now. I don't know. I think it has been some hundreds of years. He was furious. He wouldn't let me bury them. It didn't matter. There was no way to dig up the deck plates. He dried up the snow. He brought the night. He roared and sent locusts. It didn't do a thing. They stayed dead. I'd had him. He was furious. I had thought Am hated me before. I was wrong. It was not even a shadow of the hate he now slavered from every printed circuit. He made certain I would suffer eternally. He could not do myself in. He left my mind intact. I can dream, I can wonder, I can lament, I can remember all 4 of them, I wish. Well, it doesn't make any sense. I know I saved them. I know I saved them from what has happened to me, but still, I cannot forget killing them. Ellen's face. It isn't easy. Sometimes I want to. It doesn't matter. Am has altered me for his own peace of mind, I suppose. He doesn't want me to run at full speed into a computer bank and smash my skull, or hold my breath till I faint, or cut my throat on a rusted sheet of metal. There are reflective surfaces down here. I will describe myself as I see myself. I am a gray, soft jelly thing, smoothly rounded with no mouth, with pulsing white holes filled by fog where my eyes used to be, rubbery appendages that were once my arms, bulks rounding down into legless humps of soft, slippery matter. I leave a moist trail when I move. Blotches of diseased, evil gray come and go on my surface as though light is being beamed from within. Outwardly, dumbly, I shamble about, a thing that could never have be known as human, thing whose shape is so alien a travesty that humanity becomes more obscene for the vague resemblance. Inwardly, alone, here, living under the land, under the sea, in the belly of Am, who we created because our time was badly spent and we must have known unconsciously that he could do it better. At least the 4 of them are safe at last. Am will be all the madder for that. It makes me a little happier, and yet Am has won. Simply, he has taken his revenge. I have no mouth, and I must scream. Damn, that one goes hard. That one definitely gives the highest imprint of fucking horror out of all the horror ones that we've read. Alright, well, you know what time it is then. It is Wheel of Time. Book 1. Eye of the World. Chapter 8. Again, okay, so vote 1 in the chat for the current setup. 2 in the chat for this. And then 3 in the chat for this. While he was still coming through the door, Rand's eyes went to his father. His father, no matter what anyone said. Tam had not moved an inch. His eyes were still shut, and his breath came in labored gasps, low and rasping. The white-haired gleeman cut off a conversation with the mayor, who was bent over the bed again tending Tam, and gave Moiraine an uneasy look. The Aes Sedai ignored him. Indeed, she ignored everyone except for Tam, but at him she stared with an intent frown. Thom stuck his unlit pipe between his teeth, then snatched it out again and glowered at it. Man cannot even smoke in peace, he muttered. I had better make sure some farmer doesn't steal my cloak to keep his cow warm. Least I can have my pipe out there. He hurried out of the room. Lan stared after him, his angular face as expressionless as a rock. I do not like that man. There's something about him I don't trust. I did not see a hair of him last night. He was there, Bran said, watching Moiraine uncertainly. He must have been. His cloak did not get singed in front of the fireplace. Rand did not care if the Gleeman had spent the night hiding in the stable. My father? He said to Moiraine pleadingly. Bran opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Moiraine said, "Leave me with him, Master Elvir. There is nothing you can do now except get in my way." For a minute, Bran hesitated, torn between dislike of being ordered about in his own inn and reluctance to disobey an Aes Sedai. Finally, he straightened to clap Rand on the shoulder. "Come along, boy. Let us leave Moiraine Sedai to her. There's plenty you can give me a hand with downstairs. Before you know it, Tam will be shouting for his pipe and a mug of ale." "Can I stay?" Rand spoke to Moiraine, though he did not really seem to be aware of anyone besides Tam. Bran's hand tightened, but Rand ignored him. "Please? I'll keep out of your way. You won't even know I'm here. He's my father," he added with a fierceness that startled him and widened the mayor's eyes in surprise. Rand hoped the others put it down to tiredness or the strain of dealing with an Aes Sedai. Yes, Moiraine said impatiently. She had tossed her cloak and staff carelessly across the only chair in the room, and now she pushed up the sleeve of her gown, baring her arms to her elbows. Her attention never really left Tam, even while she spoke. "Sit over there, and you too, Lan." She gestured vaguely at the direction of a long bench against the wall. Her eyes traveled slowly from Tam's feet to his head, but Rand had the prickled feeling that she was looking beyond him in some fashion. "You may talk if you wish," she went on absently, "but do it quietly. Now you go, Master Elvir. This is a sick room, not a gathering hall. See that I am not disturbed." The mayor grumbled under his breath, though not loudly enough to catch her attention, of course. Squeezed Rand's shoulder again, then obediently, if reluctantly, closed the door behind him. Muttering to herself, the Aes Sedai knelt beside the bed and rested her hands lightly on Tam's chest. She closed her eyes, and for a long time she neither moved nor made a sound. In the stories, Aes Sedai wonders were always accompanied by flashes and thunderclaps, or other signs to indicate mighty works and great powers. The one power, drawn from the true source that drove the wheel of time. That was not something Rand wanted to think about. The power involved with Tam himself in the same room where the power might be used. In the same village was bad enough. For all he could tell, though, Moiraine might just as well have gone to sleep. But he thought Tam's breathing sounded easier. She might be doing something. So intent was he that he jumped when Lamb spoke softly. "That is a fine weapon you wear. Is there by chance a heron on the blade as well?" For a moment Rand stared at the warder, not grasping what it was he was talking about. He'd completely forgotten Tam's sword in the lather of dealing with an Aes Sedai. Did not seem so heavy anymore. "Yes, there is. What is she doing?" "I'd not have thought to find a heron-marked sword in the place like this," Lan said. "It belongs to my father." Glanced at Lan's sword. "Fucking heads!" Right when they're about to talk about the sword. "They're just about to talk about the sword! No, you can't just talk about the sword out of nowhere!" Can't let that skip over. Mark of a heron is extremely important, apparently. Oh. Good stuff. Alright, we back? Belongs to my father, he glanced at Lan's sword, the hilt just visible at the edge of his cloak. Two swords did look a good deal alike, except that no herons showed on the warders. He swung his eyes back to the bed. Tam's breathing did sound easier. The rasp was gone. He was sure of it. He bought it a long time ago. Strange thing for a sheep herder to buy. Rand spared a sidelong glance for spared a sidelong look for Lan. For a stranger to wander about, the sword was prying. I have a question to ask. Yes, hybrid, go ahead. Anything, good sir. Regarding my decision with the story, yes. What is the decision and what it is you would like to ask? I am all ears, good sir. Wonder what the sword was prying. For a warder to do it, still, he felt he had to say something. Howdy, howdy, howdy! D-Naught! Yo, yo, yo! How's it going? Welcome, welcome! How are you, D-Naught? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, I'm Intoxication, and here we do tips and tricks on improving your writing skills as well as social commentary to improve your world building through bringing the real life concepts into your writing and your world. I'm doing fantastic, my friend. I am all of the above, my friend. How are we feeling? Great. We are reading right now Eye of the World, Book 1 of the Wheel of Time. We are on Chapter 8. But yeah, if you write and you want me to read anything, feel free to join the Discord. We have a public stories. Drop it in the public stories if you want me to read it. And there's a self-promotion channel. You can put whatever you want in there. If you have like Kindle, if you have, you know, your own website, if you have whatever, just feel free to drop all your self-promos in there so we can spread you into the community and get everyone looking at your stuff. Do you think it's a great idea to start a magical universe with the lenses of a normal human as the main character before using magical characters as main characters onwards? Giving a feeling for the world without magic before introducing magic, but you have to hint at the fact that the world has magic, or it's gonna seem weird hybrid when you jump and all of a sudden a character has magic. So even if the character thinks that magic is fake, even having the character even hint, even in one way or another, you know, oh, you know, it's like a magic trick, only, you know, it's just, everyone knows that stuff's fake. Everyone who does it is just a scammer. And then you go to like someone who really uses magic and you can contrast that between the two. The D-Naught has located me. Always love more writing communities. Say less. Oh no, the world is magic. What's happening is the main character is a normal human in the world where magic is the norms. Oh hey Callie! Callie, you know D-Naught? Awesome. See, that's what the writing community is all about, guys. Everyone knows everyone here. So I'm glad to meet you, D-Naught. I'm gonna go get a spoon. Everyone hide! I don't know what you mean. Like, are you talking about, like, if this was a Harry Potter universe, this character would be a muggle? Like, that's what I think you're saying. He'll be a very first main character as he represents the audience exposure to the world of the Sapphire-verse. Say you live in a world where cooking is in the norms. Something like that. So, like, he doesn't really know that magic exists. But magic does exist. If you don't mind me asking, what do you write yourself? You a high fantasy guy? I mainly am, D-Not. I'm a mainly high fantasy person, but I do delve in every genre because I mainly write short stories. But I'm working on a web novel called Stoner Girl Evolution that's isekai format. And my main novel is a Final Fantasy inspired story. I also write smut and erotica. That is true. That is true, Callie. He writes hardcore smut. Yeah, I don't write romance. I write erotica. This isn't a romance. These are just two people going hardcore fucking and inserting some random kinks in there. Always love to see Final Fantasy fans. Yeah. So, like, I have a lot of Final Fantasy inspired stuff, like Adventurers Guild, like all the tropes, right? The technological past coming to haunt the magical future. There didn't used to be magic in the past, but now there's magic through some means. Consciousness is fundamental to the universe, and that's how magic is invoked through consciousness. The more you know about reality through science, the more you can use your mind to change how reality works in order to basically use magic. But yeah, multiple species, huge freaking thing, lots of lore, timelines, and at the end of the day, it's all about celestial beings and consciousness. Basically, us, the audience, are seeing... Okay, oh wait, how he navigates in a world where magic is in the norms in society. Basically, us, the audience, are seeing what normal humans do in the world of magic before the next story of the Sapphireverse begins with the lenses of magic users. So they're in a magic world that know about magic, but they can't use magic, Ninja? Is that what you're saying? So there's no way for them to use magic. But they know that magic exists, so they're kind of like a lower class in the world because they don't have the potential to use magic. Okay. Ooh, fun, okay. Also, D-Not. On full moons, a Tox turns into a woman. Yes, I am a werewoman. On full moons, I turn into a woman. Very first main character will be a normal human navigating a world of magic and society. Okay. You shouldn't say normal human hybrid, you should say non-magic human. Because if magic is normal to the world, and a human is normal, that means that human has magic. Does that make sense? Like, that's where my mind goes. If you say that the world of magic is normal and there's a normal human in it, that human to me is someone who uses magic. So you would have to say, yeah, he'd be abnormal without magic. Yeah, I think that's just a better way to portray it. No worries, hybrid. That's why we're here, because then it's like the difference between the understanding and definition that the writer is using and the definitions and understanding of the reader. And in order to bridge that gap, to know that what you're saying, no matter how you're saying it, is what the reader is picking up, right? Because sometimes you have to twist things around from what your perspective is to get the reader to see what the actual picture is. Which is a very hard thing to do in writing, but it's a very important thing to do in writing. And that's why feedback is super important, to see how people react in certain ways to it, and then you can say, oh no, well I didn't mean for it to interpret this, but that's an interesting way for you to interpret it. Maybe I can use that as a lead away to like leading people down this one road, and then it's like, oh shit, no, that's actually how it is, right? Like I really want to do that a lot with, there's characters' opinions of how the world works, and then there'll be events that happen that prove either the character right or wrong. And then you know as the reader, since this event happened in the real world, it's not just a hypothetical or someone told a story about it, you actually saw it happen, you know that's the way that it works. And then that gives you a fundamental understanding of the world, aside from how people view the world, right? And then people have their misconceptions about how they view stuff and inability to accept it, so they rationalize and cope with other ways to make it not seem real. But you as the reader are like, no, you're fucking crazy. Believe with your eyes, man. Stop, get over your dogmas. And you're kind of almost cheering the characters on to get over their perspective of how the world is and look at it for how it is instead of how they want it to be or how they think it is. And I think that's like one of the main points of like consciousness. Magic in my story is akin to a talent. You are born with it, whilst normal humans do coexist with magical humans. Normal humans are just normal, with the difference being that they can navigate in society where magic exists. I hope I worded it better this time. That's okay, that makes sense, Ninja. So 80% of humanity has magic, 20% without. Not actual numbers, obviously, but is that what you mean? It's the other way around. Okay, see, that's why it's like, you should definitely call them abnormal if there's only like a handful of them. Like, if they are a severe minority of the population, you should make that very clear. That they are the abnormal people that don't have magic, that somehow have to coast through this life of magic, like, kind of being looked down on and criticized, and, you know. So really play off of that kind of dynamic with that character, right? And show that the world is not kind to them. And then you create them being a sympathetic character that maybe other characters now start to, like, you know, come into, and then maybe you could show that this character is actually kind of a dick or whatever, and it's like, his circumstances have made him this way, and now his challenge is to go from being a dick back to a normal person, because now people believe in him. Something like that as far as, like, a character arc goes, right? That's just, like, immediately where my mind spirals with the story. But I'd love to hear about your writing, D-Not. We love a good character arc around here. Remember, this is one of the most important things. The only reason people care about your world is because of the people in it. Give people give personalities and characters that resonate with people, and people will fall in love with the characters, and via falling in love with the characters, they will care for your world because those characters live in that world. It's like a by proxy, right? And it's the best way to get people invested because people love a good character. To me, that's one of the main essences of storytelling, is that character drive. But remember, the narrator can be that driving force of a character. Even in, like, a short story that technically, like, may not even have characters. You can use the narrator voice as well as its own progression throughout the story. It's like there are so many different ways to do stories. And I always say, every story has been written except yours. I love talking to you and the others here. I get smarter with my story and ideas. That's what I try to do. Facilitate a community that builds and brainstorms together and isn't afraid to show their ideas because they'll be stolen. Like, they're just, like, openly communicating because they know that getting different perspectives from different people and having different insights on your ideas is a very important way of expanding that idea from something that you resonate with and other people resonate with. And if you really want other people to read and love your stories, you need something that will resonate with them. You gotta make me feel, right? And it's like, I'm an extremely emotional person. It does not take, like, anything at all to get me to, like, tear up or get me to, like, freak out about something, right? that comes with a bad temper, but, you know, everything else considered, it's like you're just kind of, you know, there. Tox, does my story make you feel something? All of your stories do, Callie. Your first story makes me feel that the, like Into the Nightmares is, like, even in and among a world that has twisted you and tormented you to this level, fighting back against that abomination that you've become to try to remain human. And then with Butterflies and Vertigo, it's like the transformation of the world and the transformation of yourself, accepting that you have become something else. So it's almost like the opposite spectrum of the path, right? You've gone down like both the character paths with both the stories. And then with Student Body Sonata, it's just like, it's almost a dark rage in me at Nell. But it's like, you know, at the end of the day, like with everything that's happened, that this is the only way that it can happen, right? That even with these twisted dark minds, that's how consciousness and reality is. And you're not afraid to throw that dark reality out there and press for the story where it's so dark that the hero in the story would be any villain in any other story. Queen's turn? Okay. The problem with Queen's story is we've only read, what was it, 6? Did we read 6? How many chapters did we read, Queen? I don't even remember. But it was like 7, right? So I haven't gotten the full 6 chapters. Okay, I thought it was like 6 or 7. We haven't gotten the full story yet, but okay, like I see the direction that you're going with the story, and I like Queen, keep writing. True. Like, I like the characters, and the characters make me... Okay, so just, I guess the best way to say it is, you've drawn me into your story through your characters. So I want to know what's going to happen. Because I have really, like, a very minimal understanding of the world right now. And I think that's the best way to start the story, right? Especially with this, like, we're in chapter 8, and things only started in the book in chapter 6. Everything else was getting you to know the characters, getting you a little bit of backstory of that this is the bottom end of the world, that nothing happens here. This is the last place in the world that anything happens. So when something happens here, it's most likely already happened everywhere else in the world. But I feel like starting up and getting to that potential is just around the corner. And I feel that way about Beezus' story as well. So, I write a lot of short stories and prompt challenges and such, but my main writing project is a modern-day superhero story. It's first person, and I use my protagonist's snarky personality to my strength, as he's the narrator. Really delves into the "are heroes inherently good people?" question. I've been told by my beta readers it's very funny and very enjoyable, but that's just their opinion. Only 45k words right now, but I just got my cover commissioned yesterday. Ooh, nice. One day. Well, it's like Book's story, too. I'm waiting for Book to come back with her story, Beezus to come back with his story, Rick to come back with his story, Nico to come back with his story. Deja came back yesterday, and we had a little bit of another one of Deja's stories. But like for instance, like if I look up here and I go to Queen's story, which chapter are we on?
You're a fraud. Where's my toke?
Dino, thank you for the
700 septillion.
yeah.
Thank you for following Not123. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
Thank you so much for the follow, Dino. You'll be on 7 when I finish. Yeah. But I definitely love, like, your take on the world, right? Like, It's a very interesting. It's like Callie's, right? It kind of goes beyond the limits of what you would normally think, especially with like something like the Wheel of Time, like the shattering of the world at the beginning, or like in my book with like the new crystal age after the moon is pulled out of the sky and crashes into the ground and reshapes the entire planet. It's like all these very, very interesting things thrown together in such a vivid way that has its own unique twist and pull to it, right? Rand spared a sidelong look for Lan. For the stranger to wonder about the sword was prying, for a warder to do it still. He felt he had to say something. He never had any use for it that I know of. He said it had no use, until last night anyways.
Just turned their wings.
Oh shit, thank you for the subscription!
Less than greater than less than less than greater than dancing Kirby.
Thank you so much, God of Sport, fellow writers. Hell yeah, thank you so much.
I'll take care of these guys.
Are you sure? There's an awful lot of them.
They hit me with the truck.
Okay.
Venture Brothers, good times. Good times. Fucking love that shit. I finally fixed it because for some reason it wasn't playing the entire clip whenever someone subscribed. So you finally you're the first person that it's played the full clip for, D-Not. Finally, it worked. Someone fixed it. But again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Just amazing in that way. I mean, hell yeah, I can definitely see it. Makes me want to read your writing even more, because definitely I can see that personality and that feeling and that essence and vibe just coming out in your writing. He called it useless, did he? Must not always have thought so. Lan touched the scabbard at Rand's waist briefly with one finger. There are places where the heron is a symbol of the master swordsman. That blade must have traveled a strange road to end up in a sheep herder in the two rivers. Rand ignored the unspoken question. Moiraine still had not moved. Was the Aes Sedai doing anything? He shivered and rubbed his arms, not sure he really wanted to know what she was doing. An Aes Sedai. A question of his own popped into his head, then. One he did not want to ask. One he needed an answer to. The mayor. He cleared his throat and took a deep breath. The mayor said the only reason there's anything left of the village is because of you and her. He made himself look at the warder. You had been told about a man in the woods, a man who made people afraid just by looking at them. Would that have warned you? A man whose horse doesn't make any noise, and the wind doesn't touch his cloak. Would you have known what was going to happen? Could you and Moiraine Sedai have stopped it if you've known about him? Not without half a dozen of my sisters, Moiraine said, and Rand started. She still knelt by the bed, but she had taken her hands from Tam and half turned to face the two of them on the bench. Her voice never raised, but her eyes pinned Rand to the wall. Had I known when I left Tar Valon that I would find Trollocs and Midral here, I would have brought half a dozen of them. A dozen. If I had to drag them by the scuffs of their necks by myself, a month's warning would have made little difference. Perhaps none. There's only so much one person can do, even calling on the one power. And there were probably well over 100 Trollocs scattered around this district last night. An entire fist. It would still have been good to know, Lan said sharply, the sharpness directed at Rand. When did you see him exactly, and where? That's of no consequence now, Moiraine said. I will not have the boy thinking he is to blame for something when he is not. I am as much to blame. That accursed raven yesterday, the way it behaved, should have warned me. And you, too, my old friend. Her tongue clicked angrily. I was overconfident to the point of arrogance, sure that the Dark One's touch could not have spread so far. Not so heavily, not yet. So sure. Rand blinked. The raven, I don't understand. Carrion eaters. Lan's mouth twisted in distaste. The Dark One's minions often find spies among other creatures that feed on death. Ravens and crows mainly, rats in the cities sometimes. A quick shiver ran through Rand. Ravens and crows as spies of the Dark One? There were ravens and crows everywhere now. The Dark One's touch, Moiraine had said. The Dark One was always there. He knew that. But if you tried to walk in the light, tried to live a good life, and you not name him, he could not harm you. That was what everybody believed, what everybody learned with his mother's milk. But Moiraine seemed to be saying. His glance fell on Tam, and everything else was pushed right out of his head. His father's face was noticeably less flushed than it had been, and his breathing sounded almost normal. Rand would have leapt up if Lan had not caught his arm. You've done it. Moiraine shook her head and sighed. Not yet. I hope it is only not yet. Trolloc weapons are made at forges in the valley called Thakandar, on the very slopes of Shale Gull itself. Some of them take a taint from that place, a stain of evil in the metal. Those tainted blades make wounds that will not heal unaided or cause deadly fevers, strange sicknesses that medicines cannot touch. I have soothed your father's pain, but the mark, the taint, is still in him. Left alone, it will grow again and consume him. But you won't leave it alone, Rand's words were half plea, half command. He was shocked to realize he had spoken to an Aes Sedai like that, but she seemed not to notice his tone. I will not, she agreed simply. I am very tired, Rand, and I have had no chance to rest since last night. Ordinarily, it would be no matter, but for this kind of hurt, this, she took a small bundle of white silk from her pouch, is an Angreal. She saw his expression. You know of Angreal, then? Good. Unconsciously, he leaned back further away from her, in which she held. A few stories mentioned Angreal, those relics of the age of legends that Aes Sedai used to perform their greatest wonders. He was startled to see her unwrap a smooth ivory figurine, age darkened to deep brown, no longer than her hand. It was a woman in flowing robes with long hair falling about her shoulders. We have lost the maker of these. We have lost the making of these, she said. So much is lost, perhaps never to be found again. So few remain. The Emiral's seat almost did not allow me to take this one. It is well for Edmund's Field and for your father that she did give her permission. But you must not hope too much. Now, even with it, I can do little more than I could without it yesterday, and the taint is strong. It has had time to fester. No one ever likes ads. Don't go near ads. Ads are bad. Don't go near ads. I know ads are bad. Yeah, let's go. No ads. I'm up here in ads. Yeah, let's go. No ads. You're in ads. I can't believe it. Ads are gone. I'll take your ads and place them on Callie's abs. Ads do not exist for the subscribed. True, do not. Same with Queen, because she has Turbo, but she's also subscribed. And Queen, you want to know something kind of funny that I think I've figured out from my analytics? If you're a subscriber and you have Turbo, I don't get Turbo money from you. It's kind of bullshit. Because as soon as you got subscribed, Queen, all of my Turbo money disappeared. And you were like half of my ad revenue alone. No ads for you! Callie, thank you for the subscription! Oh my god!
Not 123 gifted a tier 1 sub to good boy Don Cali.
Thank you, Dreadnought. That's so nice of you. Gifted subs, as always, more and more. Hi, Callie, you have wings! You have your wings now, Callie! Not Jonas! Oh my god, good times. Good times. Well, thank you, D-Not, and congratulations, Callie. All right, back at her. Where am I? Having you read other people's work, not asking for me, just curious question. Whenever someone wants me to. And like anytime basically, unless I'm like in the middle of reading something, right? So if you want me to read your work, I can read your work after I finish this chapter. So we read one chapter of this book every day, and then we read a couple of short stories, and then whoever's work you want me to read. But we stream for about 9 or 10 hours usually, so there's always plenty of time to throw tons of work in there for me to read for you. And like I say, there's two types of content. There's content that I create, which doesn't expire, and then there's content that comes from the viewer that does expire. So I'd rather use the content that comes from the viewer that would expire, i.e. if the viewer left, than, you know, that prolongs my ability of content. I respect it. Oh no, you're good, man. I don't want to just say, hey, read this after just meeting you. It feels rude on my part. No, I want to read your stuff. So if you want me to read it, drop a link in the chat, and yeah, we'll read it. Because that's what I'm here for, to read other people's stuff. September has been a huge month for just reading overall. So it's kind of consumed most of the stream. Because normally by now we would have done all of the reacts, all of the commentary, and we'd be on the writing and reading path for the next couple of hours. And then we'd do some gaming at the end. But we've just been really, really heavily into reading. But that's because it's a very important part of being a writer is reading. And reading amateur stuff, reading professional stuff. A Google Doc link, okay? Yep, perfect. Perfect, D-Not. That's usually how everyone does it, is through Google Docs. It's the simplest way to do it, right? I lost where I was. Oh yeah, and D-Not, this stream is all about tangents. So we get like completely derailed continuously, so don't ever feel bad to just derail the stream with any kind of chat message. It's a good time. We thoroughly enjoy it and we thoroughly encourage it. It's all about having a good time. So I know there's a lot of people that are like,
Hitox will now dance for you.
a lot of people that are like, don't mess with me while I'm reading! It's like, no. Beta reader comments are enabled, so you might need to turn comments off. Should I post the link here in the Discord? You can post it in here in the Discord. If you post it in the chat, it might get lost over time. So it's probably best to post it in the Discord, plus then other people from the Discord can go check out your work and look at your work.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
Posting in there, friend. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about, D-Not. We've lost the making of these Edmonds. Okay. So much is lost. Perhaps never to be found again. So few remain. The airman's seat almost did not allow me. Okay, yeah.
You did
To
good,
take
you can
it,
rest now.
I know you can. But you cannot hope too much. It is well for Edmund's Field and for your father that she did give permission, but you must not hope too much. Now, even with it, I can do little more than I could have without it yesterday. And the taint is strong. It has had time to fester. You can help him, Rand said fervently. I know you can. Moiraine smiled, a bare curving of her lips. We shall see. Then she turned back to Tam. One hand she laid on his forehead, the other cupped the ivory figure, eyes closed. Her face took on the look of concentration. She scarcely seemed to breathe. That rider you spoke of, Lan said quietly, the one who made you afraid, that was surely a Migradol. A Migradol? Rand exclaimed, but fades are 20 feet tall, and the woods faded away under the warder's mirthless grin. I think I posted it in the right channel, included my blurb as well. Feel so bad interrupting your reading, because I know you hear every message when they come through. Yup, that's the whole point. But if you can't get distracted and maintain the story in your head, how are you a writer? And I'm like so used to just like reading with like my friends and stuff like that. So it's like you just get continuously interrupted over and over. You read like a sentence, then you say like have it like a conversation. Do be spitting facts. See, we have a slight understanding of knowing what's going on in like the minorest of ways, right? It's not too much, but it is enough. Sometimes, sheepherder stories make things larger than the truth. Believe me, the truth is big enough with a half-man. Half-man, lurk, fades, shadow man. The name depends on the land you're in, but they all mean midral. Fades are Trolloc spawn, throwbacks almost to the human stock the Dreadlords used to make the Trollocs. Almost. But if the human strain is made stronger, so is the taint that twists the Trollocs. Half-men have powers of a kind, the sort that stem from the Dark One. Only the weakest Aes Sedai would fail to be a match for a Fade, 1 against 1. But many a good man and true has fallen to them. Since the wars that ended the Age of Legends, since the Forsaken were bound. They have been the brain that tells the Trolloc fists where to strike. In the days of the Trolloc Wars, half-men led the Trollocs in battle under the Dreadlords. He scared me, Rand said faintly. He just looked at me and he shivered. No need for shame, sheepherder. They scare me too. I've seen men who've been soldiers all their lives freeze like a bird facing a snake when they confronted a half-man. In the north, in the borderlands along the Great Blight, there's a saying, the look of the eyeless is fear. The eyeless, Rand said, and Lan nodded. Midral see like eagles, in darkness or in light, but they have no eyes. I can think of few things more dangerous than facing a Midral. Moiraine, Sedai, and I both tried to kill the one that was here last night, and we failed every time. Half-men have the Dark One's own luck. Rand swallowed. Trolloc said the Mirrodale wanted to talk to me. I didn't know what it meant. Lan's head jerked up. His eyes were blue stones. You talked to a Trolloc? Not exactly, Rand stammered. The Wanderer's gaze held him like a trap. Talk to me. It said it wouldn't hurt me. That the Mirrodale wanted to talk to me. Then it tried to kill me. He licked his lips and rubbed his hand along the knobby leather of the sword hilt. In short, choppy sentences, he explained about returning to the farmhouse. I killed it instead, he finished, by accident. Really, it jumped at me, and I had the sword in my hand. Lan's face softened slightly. If rock could be said to soften. Even so, that is something to speak of, sheepherder. Until last night, there were few men south of the borderlands who could say they had seen a Trolloc, much less killed one. And fewer still who have slain a Trolloc alone and unaided, Moiraine said wearily. It is done, Rand. Lan, help me up. The warder sprang to her side, and he was no quicker than Rand darting to the bed. Tam's skin was cool to the touch, though his face had a pale, washed-out look, as if he had spent far too long out of the sun. His eyes were still closed, but he drew the deep breaths of normal sleep. Will he be alright now? Rand asked anxiously. With rest, yes, Moiraine said. A few weeks in bed, and he will be as good as ever. She walked unsteadily, despite holding Lan's arm. He swept her cloak and staff from the chair cushion for her to sit, and she eased herself down with a sigh. With a low care, she rewrapped the angriel and returned it to her pouch. Rand's shoulders shook. He bit his lip to keep from laughing. At the same time, he had to scrub a hand across his eyes to clear away tears. Thank you. In the Age of Legends, Moiraine went on, some Aes Sedai could fan life and death to flame if only a smallest spark remained. Those days are gone, though, perhaps forever. So much was lost, not just the making of Angriel. So much could be done with which we dare not even dream of, if we remember it at all. There are far fewer of us now. Some tales are all but gone, and many that remain seem weaker. Now there must be both will and strength for the body to draw on, or even the strong of us can do nothing in the way of healing. It is fortunate that your father is a strong man, both in body and spirit. He used up most of his strength in the fight for life, but all that is left now is for him to recuperate. That will take time, but the taint is gone. I can never repay you, he told her, without taking his eyes from Tam. But anything I can do for you, I will. Anything at all. He remembered the talk of prices then, and his promise. Kneeling beside Tam, he meant it even more than before. But it still was not easy to look at her. Anything. As long as it does not hurt the village or my friends. Moiraine raised a hand dismissively. If you think it is necessary, I would like to talk with you anyway. You would no doubt leave at the same time we do, and we can speak at length then. Leave? He exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. It is really bad. Is it really that bad? Everyone looked to me as if they were ready to start rebuilding. We are pretty settled folk in the Two Rivers. Nobody ever leaves Rand. And where would we go? Padden Fane said the weather is just as bad everywhere else. He was the peddler, the Trollocs. Rand swallowed, wishing Thom Merlin had not told him what Trollocs ate. The best I can see to do is stay right here where we belong, in the Two Rivers, and put things back together. We have crops in the ground, and it has to warm enough for the shearing soon. I don't know who started all this talk about leaving. One of the Coplans, I'll bet, but whoever it is, sheepherder, Land broke in. You talk when you should be listening. He blinked at both of them. He had been half babbling, he realized, and he had rambled on while she tried to talk. Well, the Aes Sedai tried to talk. He wondered what to say, how to apologize, but Moiraine smiled while he was still thinking. I understand how you feel, Rand, she said, and he had the uncomfortable feeling that she really did. Think no more of it. Her mouth tightened, and she shook her head. I have handled this badly, I see. I should have rested first, I suppose. It is you who will be leaving, Rand. You who must leave for the sake of your village. Me? He cleared his throat and tried again. Me? It sounded a little better this time. Why do I have to go? I don't understand any of this. I don't want to go anywhere. Moiraine looked at Rand, and the warder folded his arms. He looked at Rand from under his leather headband, and Rand had the feeling of being weighed on an invisible scales again. Did you know, Lan said suddenly, that some homes were not attacked? Half the village is in ashes, he protested, but the warder waved it away. Some houses were only torched to create confusion. The Trollocs ignored them afterwards, and the people who fled from them as well, unless they actually got in the way of the true attack. Most of the people who've been in from the outlying farms never saw a hair of a Trolloc, and that only at a distance. Most never knew there was any trouble until they saw the village. I did hear about Darl Copland, Rand said slowly. I suppose it just didn't sink in. 2 farms were attacked, Land went on. Yours and one other. Because of Beltane, everyone who lived at the second farm was already in the village. Many people were saved because the Miradol was ignorant of Two Rivers customs. Festival and Winter Night made its task all but impossible, but it did not know that. Rand looked at Moiraine, leaning back in the chair, but she said nothing, only watched him, a finger laid across her lips. Our farm, and who else's? He asked finally. The Aebara farm, Lan replied. Here in Edmund's Field, they struck first at the forge, and the blacksmith's house, and the Master Cawthorn's house. Rand's mouth was suddenly dry. That's crazy. He managed to get out, then jumped as Moiraine straightened. Not crazy, Rand, she said. Purposeful. The Trollocs did not come to Edmund's Field by happenstance. and they did not do what they did for the pleasure of killing and burning, however much that delighted them. They knew what, or rather who, they were after. The Trollocs came to kill or capture young men of a certain age who lived near Edmund's Field. My age? Rand's voice shook, and he did not care. Light, Matt, what about Perrin? Alive and well, Moiraine assured him. If a trifle sooty. Ban Craw and Lem Thane? We're never in any danger, Lamb said. At least no more than anyone else. But they saw the rider, the Fade too, and they're the same age as I am. Master Craw's house was not even damaged, Moiraine said, and the miller and his family slept through half the attack before the noise woke them. Ban is 10 months older than you, and Lem 8 months younger, she smiled, dryly at its purpose. I told you I asked questions, and also said young men of a certain age. You and your two friends are within weeks of one another. It was you three the Mirrodale sought, and none others. Rand shifted uneasily, wishing she would not look at him like that, as if her eyes could pierce his brain and read what lay in every corner of it. What would they want us? What would they want with us? We're just farmers, shepherds. That is a question that has no answer in the Two Rivers, Moiraine said quietly, but the answer is important. Trollocs, where they have not been since in almost 2,000 years, tells us that much. Lots of stories tell about Trolloc raids, Rand said stubbornly. We just never had one here before. Warders fight Trollocs all the time, Lan snorted. Boy, I expect to fight Trollocs along the Great Blight, but not here, nearly 600 leagues to the south. That was as hot a raid last night as I'd expect to see in Shinar, or any of the borderlands. In one of you, Moiraine said, or all three, there is something the Dark One fears. That's impossible. Rand stumbled in the window and stared out at the village, the people working among the ruins. I don't care what's happening. That is just impossible. Something in the green caught his eye. He stared, then realized it was the blackening stump of the spring pole. A fine Beltine with a peddler and a gleeman and strangers, he shivered and shook his head violently. No, I'm a shepherd. The Dark One can't be interested in me. Took a great deal of effort, Lan said grimly, to bring so many Trollocs so far without raising a hue and cry from the borderlands to Camelin and beyond. I wish I knew how they did it. Do you really believe they went to all that bother just to burn a few houses? I did so good today! Good for you, Callie. Hell yeah. Keep it up, man. I believe in you. They will be back, Moiraine added. Rand had his mouth open to argue with Lan, but that brought him up short. He spun to face her. Back? Can't you stop them? You did last night, and you were surprised then. Now you know where they are here. Perhaps, Moiraine replied. I could send to Tar Valon for some of my sisters. They might have time to make the journey before we need them. The Mirrodale knows I am here too, and it probably will not attack, not openly at least. Lacking reinforcements, more Mirrodale and more Trollocs. With enough Aes Sedai and enough warders, the Trollocs can be beaten off, though I cannot say how many battles it will take. Now all that's left is languages. Hell yeah, Callie, that's what it's all about. Hell yeah. Speak more. When you're done, Callie, come on Discord and speak to us in French. I would love it. You could melt my ears and my heart all in one motion. With such subtle grace of words that fall from that silver tongue. A vision danced in his head, of Edmund's Field all in ashes. All the farms burned, and Watch Hill, and Devon Ride, and Terran Ferry, all ashes and blood. No, he said, and felt a retching inside as if he had lost his grip on something. That's why I have to leave, isn't it? The Trollocs won't come back if I'm not here. A last trace of obstinacy made him add, if they really are after me. Moiraine's eyebrows raised as she were surprised that he was not convinced. Haven! Yo, welcome! How's it going? How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of words? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? I'm Intoxication, and here we do writing and reading tips and tricks and commentary on social aspects for world-building purposes, as well as my own writing and beta reading of viewers as well. Moiraine's eyebrows raised if she were surprised that he was not convinced, but Lan said, "Are you willing to bet your village on it, sheepherder? Your whole 2 rivers?" Rand's stubbornness faded. "No," he said again, and felt that emptiness inside again, too. Perrin and Matt have to go too, don't they? Leaving the 2 rivers, leaving his home and his father. At least Tam would get better. At least he would be able to hear him say all that on the quarry road had been nonsense. We could go to Baerlin, I suppose, or even Camelin. I've heard there are more people in Camelin than the whole 2 rivers. We'd be safe there. He tried out a laugh and sounded hollow. I used to daydream about seeing Camelin. I never thought it would come about like this. There was a long silence. Then Lamb said, "I would not count on Camelin for safety. If the Mirrodale want you badly enough, they will find a way. Walls are a poor bar to a half-man, and you would be a fool not to believe they want you very badly indeed." Rand thought his spirits had sunk as low as they possibly could, but at that they slid deeper. "There's a place of safety," Moiraine said softly, and Rand's ears pricked up to listen. "In Tar Valon, you would be among Aes Sedai and warders. Even during the Trolloc Wars, the forces of the Dark One feared to attack the Shining Walls. One attempt was their greatest defeat until the very end. And Tar Valon holds all knowledge we Aes Sedai have gathered since the time of madness. Some fragments even date from the Age of Legends. In Tar Valon, if anywhere, you will be able to learn why Mirrodale want you." "Okay, Smokey, you can do it. I believe in you, good sir. Welcome, welcome. How are you, good sir? Welcome. How was your day? How are you doing? Were you playing more Diablo 4 or more Path of Exile, good sir? I want to know what your I cannot think of the word right now. I forgot it in the middle of my sentence because I'm retarded, but that's okay. Don't worry. You know what I was trying to say, Smokey. You know to me. Gonna be playing with D4. Oh, you motherfucker, traitor. Smokey is a traitor playing Diablo 4, guys. Don't let him do it. It is a no. It is a no. A journey all the way to Tar Valon was almost beyond thinking. A journey to a place where he would be surrounded by Aes Sedai. Of course, Moiraine had healed Tam, or it looked as if she had, at least. But there were all those stories. It was uncomfortable enough to be in a room with one Aes Sedai, but to be in a city full of them, and she still had not demanded her price. There was always a price, so the stories said. "How long will my father sleep?" he asked at last. I have to tell him. He shouldn't just wake to find me gone." He thought he heard Lan give a sigh of relief. He looked at the warder curiously, but Lan's face was all expressionless as ever. "It is unlikely he will wake before we depart," Moiraine said. "I mean to go soon after full dark. Even a single day of delay could be fatal. It would be best if you could leave him a note." "In the night?" Randa said doubtfully, and Lan nodded.
Now, sweetheart, take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see
Smokey
what
just
happens
shows up and just instantly derails the stream. I fucking love it. Where was I? True, Smokey. You know how to put on a show, bro. No need to make things easier than we must. It is unlikely we will wait before we depart, Moiraine said. "I mean to go soon after full dark. Even a single day of delay could be fatal. It will be best if you leave him a note." "In the night," Rand said doubtfully, and Lan nodded. "The half-man will discover we are gone soon enough. There is no need to make things any easier for it than we must." Did you just follow again, Smokey? God damn it. Fucking bastard. Fuck you, Smokey. Smokey crazy. Yeah. By the way, Dina, we say fuck you around here as a greeting, just to let you know. So, Smokey, damn it, now he's on Twitch. Guys, he's infected. Kick has infected Twitch. Oh shit, guys, run for your lives before he infects your accounts, and the next thing you know, you're on Kick. Fuck you. Thank you, Dina. Love it. Absolutely love it. We've converted another one, guys. Infection. True, Smokey, that's exactly what you are. Rand fused with his father's blankets. It was a very long way to Tar Valon. In that case, I had better go find Matt and Perrin. Smokey! True, Queen. It is the true smokedom of the Smokies who smokes the smoke. When smoked be smokin', he smokes the smoky smokes. It be the cray-crays of the kratom when you smoke the smoke. So Smokey is our smoked. Smokediety. Smokediety! The older brother of Aphrodite who believes in pure drug consumption. It is likely, I will attend to that, Moiraine got to her feet briskly and donned her cloak with suddenly restored vigor. She put a hand on his shoulder, and he tried very hard not to flinch. She did not press hard, but it was an iron grip that held. Hello, Queen. I don't want to language anymore. I want to smash. Well, go goon, Callie. Go goon.
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel
See,
points.
Smokey, you know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing.
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
Held him as surely as a forked stick held a snake. It will be best if we keep all of this among us. Do you understand? The same ones who put the dragon's fang in the inn door might make trouble if they knew. I understand. He drew a relieved breath when he shook her hand away. Or horny. I would not. That's correct. You wouldn't like it when Callie gets mad. I would not. That's correct. D-Not kind of knows Callie, so he's probably, you know, he might even know Callie more than I know Callie. I don't know. I don't know where they met, but I know that they know. Talkwood. Oh, 100%. I'm kind of a disaster child. I'm the chaos of the universe embodied in human form. Or you could call it semi-human form, right? You know, we all know I'm AI. I'm fake. I'm not real. So, I met Callie like a week ago. You're the great sage of knowing, Callie. He truly is, D-Not. We met at this hot streamer's stream. Her name is Missy, and she's hot. She's a really good friend. Oh, that's cool to know. Inbred child, Whitaker-looking motherfucker. Smokey, don't tell me what I look like and so inbred shit-faced fucktard that you know as Timmy. I can do whatever I want on my property. If I want to fuck goat, it's my goat, okay? You can't stop me. Right? You know? It's all a game of words. I will have Mistress Alvier bring you something to eat. Oh wait, we're on ad breaks. That's why I'm being retarded. I'm like, wait, why am I being retarded? And I was like, oh, because we're on ad breaks. Such is the way of the world, my friends. It is all for the sake of you shall not know the bearing upon which we find the souls you meet today will embrace you for all eternity when you find that spark that gives you such a thing as grand understanding for the world. And together we all grow and learn and be merry together with our own knowledge placed upon the top of one another's.
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Thanks, Smokey. You're such a reliable person. When you show up, I know everything's gonna get fucked. I just see the thing in chat about ads. I don't actually see the ads. Yeah, I know, Queen. It warns us, special people. Did not come to kick, so I thought you had no ads. So she has Turbo. And she's also subscribed. So, she don't get ads. She don't give me no money either. Halved my income. That 22 cents is so important. I will have Mistress Alvier bring you something to eat. She went on, just as if she had not noticed his reaction. Then, you need to sleep. It will be a hard journey tonight, even if you are rested. Oh, you come to kick, so... Oh, never mind. Smokey, what are you talking about? No! No, you're gonna make Smokey do it too. Guys, don't. Please, don't. No, thank you so much, but, you know. Thank you, thank you. You don't have to. I really appreciate it, though.
Smokey, one-upper with 100. God damn it. Come on, man. Gotta grow some fucking balls. Don't get outdone by a fucking woman. Come on, you got this. I believe in you, buddy. 100. Let's go.
All 1537 of them. Give my view for the duck. Thank you again. I gave all my kicks to an ASMR lady. Of course, all 1537 of them. Nice. $15 fucking dollars, Smokey? That's badass. I hope you got something out of it. I hope you didn't donate them all in 1 cent. Just all at once. Couple of winks. I'll wink at you. The door closed behind them, and Rand stood looking at Tam, but seeing nothing. Not until that very minute he had realized that Edmund's field was part of him as much as he was a part of it. Sorry, but it's not the same. Shut the fuck up, Smokey. No one cares what you think, okay? Some people. He realized it now because he knew that was what he had felt tearing loose. He was apart from the village now. The shepherd of the night wanted him. It was impossible. He was only a farmer, but the Trollocs had come, and Lan was right about one thing. He could not risk the village on the chance Moiraine was wrong. He could not even tell anyone. Coplands really would make trouble about something like that. He had to trust in Aes Sedai. Don't wake him now, Mistress Alvier said. As the mayor shut the door behind his wife and himself, the cloth-covered tray she carried gave off delicious warm smells. She set it on the chest against the wall, then firmly moved Rand away from the bed. L. Smokey. Damn! Damn. You just got told, Smokey. Haha, knocked off your pedestal. I knew one of these days someone would stand up for me. Thank you. She said it on the side chest. Okay, right, away from the bed. Mistress Moiraine told me what he needs, she said softly, and it does not include you falling on top of him from exhaustion. I've brought you a bite to eat. Don't let it get cold now. As fear, true. That's what it's all about. How's it going? They'll be standing up for you for the rest of your life. Alright, never mind. It's because I'm crippled. I can't stand up for myself. Not of body, but of mind. My mind says no. I will bring those to light in my writing, Smokey W! Yay, Smokey! We all believe in Smokey. We love Smokey. Hey, guys, you know what this calls for? This calls for a Smokey story. Guys, this calls for a Smokey story, okay?
I opened it. I went in. I hated it. It was cold. Thin.
Because it's a freezer. Because you're not opening an oven. I didn't make you retarded. You're walking into a freezer. You're not walking into an oven. I mean, I could make it so it's a story about you walking into an oven, but I don't think you're that retarded, Smoke. Like, I think you put your hand in it, but I don't think you would walk into it. Right? But you would walk into a freezer. So. What if I want to be retarded? That's all on you, bro. That's all on you. Oh. Some actions speak louder than words. Go get the helmet. I wish you wouldn't call her that, Bran said peevishly. Moiraine Sedai is proper. She might get mad. Mistress Alvir gave him a pat on the cheek. You just leave me to worry about that. She and I had a long talk.
You are
And
in
keep
for
your
it now,
mouth,
sweetheart.
keep your
Take those
voice
sexy
down.
glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Just leave me to worry about that. She and I had a long talk, and keep your voice down. If you wake Tam, you'll have to answer to me and Moiraine Sedai. That levels of retarded would actually make you so retarded that you might actually be more normal than normal people. That's like retarded to the 5th power perk, brain power. Yeah, it's one of the scariest sayings that I have, D-Not, is I am way too retarded for this many people to be stupider than me. It's scary. It's actually scary. Put an emphasis on Moiraine's title that made Bran's insistence seem foolish. Two of you keep out of my way. With a fond smile for her husband, she turned to the bed and Tam. Master Alvir gave Rand a flustered look. She's an Aes Sedai. Half the women in the village act as if she sits in the women's circle, and the rest as if she were a Trolloc. Not a one of them seems to realize you have to be careful around Aes Sedai. The men may keep looking at her sideways, but at least they aren't doing anything that might provoke her. Careful, Rand thought. It was not too late to start being careful. Master Alvir, he said slowly. Do you know how many farms were attacked? Only 2 that I've heard so far, including your place. The mayor paused, frowning, and then shrugged. It doesn't seem enough with what happened here. I should be glad of it, but, well, we'll probably hear the more before the day is out. Rand sighed. No need to ask which farms. Here in the village, was there anything to show what they were after? After, boy. I don't know what they were after, that they were after anything, except maybe killing us all. It was just the way I said. The dogs barking and Moiraine Sedai and Lan running through the streets. Then somebody shouted that Master Luhan's house and the forge were on fire. Abel Cawthon's house flared up. Odd that. It's nearly in the middle of the village. Anyway, the next thing were the Trollocs were all among us. No, I don't think they were after anything. He gave an abrupt bark of a laugh and cut it short with a weary look at his wife. She did not look around for Tam. Look around from Tam. To tell the truth, he went on more quietly, they seemed almost as confused as we were. I doubt they expected to find an Aes Sedai here, or a warder. I suppose not, Rand said, grimacing. If Moiraine had told the truth about that, she probably had told the truth about the rest, too. For a moment, he thought about asking the mayor's advice. But Master Alvir obviously knew little more about Aes Sedai than anyone else in the village. Besides, he was reluctant to tell even the mayor what was going on, what Moiraine said was going on. He was not sure if he was more afraid of being laughed at or being believed. He rubbed the thumb against the hilt of Tam's sword. His father had been out into the world. He must know more about Aes Sedai than the mayor did. But if Tam really had been out of the 2 rivers, then maybe what he had said in the Westwood. He scrubbed both hands through his hair, scattering that line of thought. You need sleep, lad, the mayor said. Yes, you do, Mistress Alvir added. You're almost falling down where you stand. Rand blinked at her in surprise. He had not even realized she had left his father. He did need sleep. Just the thought set off a yawn. You can take the bed in the next room, the mayor said. There's already a fire laid. Rand looked at his father. Tam was still deep in sleep, and that made him yawn again. I'd rather stay here if that made him yawn again, if you don't mind, for when he wakes up. Sick room matters were in Mistress Alvir's province, and the mayor left it to her. She hesitated only a moment for nodding. But you let him wake up on his own. If you bother his sleep, he tried to say he would do as he was ordered, but the words got tangled in yet another yawn. She shook her head with a smile. You will be asleep yourself in no time at all. If you must stay, curl up next to the fire and drink a little of that beef broth before you doze off. I will, Rand said. He would have agreed to anything that kept him in that room. And I won't wake him. See that you do not, Mistress Alvir had told him firmly. But not in an unkindly way. I'll bring you up a pillow and some blankets. When the door finally closed behind them, Rand dragged the lone chair in the room over beside the bed and sat down where he could watch Tam. It was all very well for Mistress Alvir to talk about sleep. His jaws cracked as he stifled a yawn. But as he could not sleep yet, Tam might wake at any time, and maybe only stay awake a short while. Rand had to be waiting when he did. He grimaced and twisted in the chair, absently shifting the sword hilt out of his ribs. He still felt backward about telling anyone that Moiraine said, but this was Tam, after all. This was without realizing what he said, his jaw determinedly. My father. I can tell my father anything. He twisted a little more in the chair and put his head against the chair back. Tam was his father, and nobody could tell him what to say or not to say to his father. He just had to stay awake until Tam woke up. He just had to. End of chapter 8. Oh, yeah. That was a long chapter, guys. That was a really fucking long chapter. Oh, that was a good chapter, though. That was very good. Very good. Okay, so let's bring it back. Okay, where are we? Bring this up. Good long chapters are always rewarding. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so go here. So I have one viewer who, like, for some reason he doesn't like the way that he wrote the story, I guess, is that he has it all in like different fonts and stuff like that. So I noticed that you have like the red font, and normally what I do is I copy it over from I copy it over from Google Docs. Okay. Awesome. And 164 pages, bro. That's a lot. I love it. That's a lot of content. I love that title, though. Chapter 1. Woke up sexy, got in a car accident. I gotta take a piss and grab a drink, and then we'll start reading this. I'm super excited. I shall return. All right. Welcome back, PP person. Thank you, thank you. Drink a lot of water, gotta go take a piss. Get more water. Cycle continues. On and on we go through the cycle that we can never escape until the end of our lives when a new life begins. And then we are back at it together. Another water enjoyer. Yeah, man. Water and like watered down, well, milked down chocolate milk. It's like a third chocolate milk, a third normal milk, because it's too strong. I'm not a fan of sweets, but just a little bit of chocolate milk to keep, like, soothe my throat, because I'm always talking. So when you're like continuously talking, the milk helps with like lubricating your throat. And that, and like toking and everything, right? Definitely, it definitely helps, because toking does not help my ability to talk. Yeah. That's like my signature is chocolate milk and water. Alright, here we go. Chapter 1. Woke up sexy, got in a car accident. Love it. They say the world changed 100 years ago when a factory worker in Osaka sneezed and turned into a human flamethrower. That's how it started. Quirks, powers, gifts, whatever flavor of ego boost you want to call it. Being born normal was a brand new handicap. It's 21-23 now, and gifted are everywhere. We've got rankings, sponsors, reality shows, hell, we have serial mascots based on pro heroes. The government got tired of vigilantes messing up traffic flow, so now they license people like they're Pokemon trainers. Pass the protest, get a fancy title and a retirement plan, fail, enjoy working retail with the rest of the giftless masses. Leonardo Maddox Lambert. If you're not standing in front of me in 3 minutes, your ass is grass. Do you hear me? There it is, the banshee battle cry of doom ringing through the house louder than our smoke alarm. Shut up! I'm up! I'm up! Groaning, I rolled over in my comfortable cocoon of a bed. Temper breeze. With red satin sheets. You'd love it. And jumped to the floor with a loud and deliberate thud. Stretched my arms wide, joints cracking in protest. Quick glance at the mirror sitting in the corner of my room revealed my luscious good looks. Golden hair, sparkled in morning sun rays, baby blue eyes that would make any 1930s German jealous, and pearly whites that should come in a weaning label. You heard me. I'm fine as hell, don't even worry about it. I threw on a pair of good old blue jeans, a green shirt with just the word grass written on it in bold front, and slipped on my beloved Eruption brand sneakers? I don't know. Eruption is the guy, number 5 hero on the pro roster. And somehow still underrated. Yes, I have the collector's edition socks and the alarm clock that yells, "Burn bright!" It's 7 a.m. And no, I'm not seeking help. I gave the poster hanging above my doorframe a crisp high five and made my way downstairs to see what the warden wanted, but not before glancing at the slightly crumpled paper in the trash can. Based on your past performance, we regret to inform you. I shook my head and slapped my cheeks, forcing the rest of the words out of my mind. Are you stupid? Do you know what time it is? The owner of the shrill voice asked my mother. She met me at the base of the stairs, arms crossed over a pink apron. Her love language was yelling. No one was brave enough to tell her it wasn't healthy. Does it matter? It's Saturday. I pushed past her gently, smell of burnt toast and frustration filling my nostrils. Dad was already at the table, newspaper in hand, like he hadn't just heard a Category 5 yelling match upstairs. His bald head was particularly shiny this morning, like warm butter had been smeared across it. TV buzzed in the background, volume just loud enough that I could catch the tail end of a news anchor's voice. That makes the 5th disappearance this month, all children between the ages of 6 and 11. Authorities are urging anyone with information to contact their local Hero Corp office. Of course it matters, you have the protest today. Mom's voice cut off the TV and chased me into the kitchen like a heat-seeking missile. Ah, right, that. Oh, was that today? I muttered, glancing down inside our fridge. I pulled out a jug of milk and began unscrewing the cap. She yanked the jug before it hit my lips, slamming it right back in the fridge. You're not getting out of this. You have a gift. You're gonna get paid for it. I groaned and threw my hands up in the air. Dad? He frowned, his fingers drumming slowly against the kitchen table. Leo, someone in our family is always... I know, I cut him off, finishing his mantra for him. You lost your legs, Steph didn't inherit any powers, therefore it falls on me. Don't take that tone with your father, Mom snapped. He made sacrifices. I didn't ask him to go pro. I shot back, louder than I meant to. Sorry, but you guys are always doing this. Ever since I was 15, you guys always act like I owe you something just because I pulled 777s on Gene Lottery. That's life, Dad said. His tone was calm but sharp. This test is bigger than your wants. You're blessed with my gift, and that means you have more of a shot than anyone. Just take it seriously. We don't need a repeat of last year. You think I don't get that? I spat. What if I don't want to be a hero? What if I don't? I wanted to live a straight, normal life. Leo, Mom started. I'm over it, I muttered, stepping outside and letting the door slam shut behind me. The air felt good. Too good for how annoyed I was. Across the street, our neighbor, Miss Hutchinson, was watering her plants like she hadn't heard a family meltdown. A couple of kids zipped on over by on hoverboards, shouting something about a pro sighting. I shoved my hands in my pockets and let out a deep sigh. Leo? If you're here to guilt trip me too, I legitimately might throw myself into traffic. Turned my head to see my older sister, Steph, opening the door. She was still in her pajamas, clutching a steaming mug that read world's, okayest oldest older sister. Love it. Did you actually forget the protest was today, or were you just hoping it'd mysteriously get cancelled? You mad if I said it was mostly the second one? She stepped outside and let the door close softly behind her. Not mad, just mildly disappointed, like when Papa John's gave us ranch instead of garlic sauce last week. I snorted, the tension in my shoulders easing. That is the worst. She took a sip in her drink before speaking. You could try being a bit more happy. Some people would kill to have powers, you know? I winced at that last part. Come on, Leo. Be respectful of your big sis. Sis's feelings here. Yeah, I know. You're right. I just... Why? Why do I have to go and play the hero? I'd rather watch. She was quiet for a second before turning her attention to a hero flying through the sky. Wingman, I think. Because she started moving toward a loop to loop her arm through mine. As long as you've been alive, you're the first one to make sure someone is okay. And hey, she flashed me a smile. If you fail, you have nothing to worry about. Huh? I scoffed. Wow, super comforting. I'm so confident right now. I try. We began to walk toward the end of the block where the sleek black transport van was seemingly waiting for me. I cringed. It was obviously government issued, not subtle in the slightest. The van doors hissed open to reveal a big, bored-looking guy in a black suit and tie. Leonardo Lambert? That's him, Steph said, pushing me forward. You've got this, Wendy. Stop calling me that, I groaned, stepping in the van. The door hissed shut behind me. I sank into the seat next to the guy who looked like he was about to piss himself. Red hair, freckles for days. He was gripping the edge of the seat like it owed him money. Hi, I said. He immediately jumped. Oh, hello there. His voice was a mixture of a shriek and a whisper, with just a hint of southern drawl. Are you, for the protest too? I stared at him, dumbfounded. No, I just enjoy getting in strangers' vans on a Saturday. What candy did they offer you? His face went pale before I cracked a grin. I'm just messing with you, dude. Duh, I'm here for the test. I held up my hand. Name's Leo. Harvey took my hand tentatively, almost like he'd never shaken hands before. Harvey Hackett. Harvey, huh? Nice to meet you. You look like you're gonna pass out or puke. I'd rather the first option. He rubbed the back of his neck, staring down at the floorboards as he let out a nervous laugh. Probably. I don't do well with all this people, pressure, etc. You forgot imminent death. Might want to add that to your bingo card. You're joking, right? I mean, mostly. I leaned back with a shrug. Statistically, 1 in every 100 hopefuls ends up in the hospital. You're probably fine. Harvey made a noise that could only be described as a dying balloon. Look, I said, reaching out to pat his shoulder. It's gonna be okay. I imagine that exactly like him going like this, like what I do. I'm like... Something along those lines. That's exactly... Yeah. I'm like, this guy sounds like me. Fucking hates crowds. Is like, nah, I want nothing to do with it. He's just like... Why am I here? I hate this. Oh god. It's gonna be okay. Worst case, you black out during the first evaluation and get carried off heroically on a stretcher. Better story for your memoir. That's not comforting. That's Leo brand comfort. No refunds. As the van rumbled to life, I took a glance out the window. We passed by the Pro Hero Victuals fast food chain. Need a hero. Where each meal came with a fancy little hologram sticker. Bleh. An electric car zoomed by with a speed I only wish this van was going. As I watched it leave, I noticed a billboard above the bus stop. Think you've got what it takes? Join the ranks. Be a real hero. An ad for the protest. Underneath, it was an ominously hanging doomsday clock. 3:41:07 until evaluation time start time. Just as I was about to crack a joke, a soft zzz came from my pocket. I pulled out my phone, sleek, thin, and matte black with the glowing green edges. The whole thing lit up the moment my fingers tapped against the surface, projecting a floating hologram. A next text notification sat there, taunting me. Kira, Bet you trip walking in. Please eat shit in front of Cam so I can see, please. I rolled my eyes and quickly thumbed back a reply to the projected keys. Already fell for you. Can't afford another injury. The type dots popped up instantly. Kira blocked. Harvey tilted his head. Friend? Sure, something like that. I tucked the phone safely back in my pocket. A pause, then Harvey's eyes drifted down to my sneakers and immediately lit up the like Christmas morning. Wait, no way. Those are the limited run Eruption brand kicks. The Crimson Heat edition. I perked up. Oh, you've got taste. I've been trying to get those for months. They sold out in 6 seconds. Got lucky in a restock drop, I said, smirking. Almost might have threatened someone on an auction site legally. Harvey snorted despite himself. You're a fan? Dude, I basically have a shrine. Got the socks, the collector figure, the body pillow. Harvey choked. Kidding, mostly. Harvey grinned, all the fear momentarily replaced by glowing enthusiasm. He pulled out his phone, an older and more bulkier model, and started flipping through pictures. Check this out. I cosplay as Eruption at my middle school dance once. Burned a hole in the gym wall doing the pose. They made me clean it up during the slow songs. Worthy sacrifice, I said solemnly. Did you catch his fight last week? Water hazard tried to drown the whole area. Eruption evaporated the flood in one shot, because a true hero burns brightest when faced with adversity. We finished in perfect unison. We blinked at each other, then burst out laughing like idiots. Okay, I admitted. I was expecting to find another Eruption groupie today. Wasn't expecting to find another Eruption groupie today. Especially not this kidnapper in this kidnapper van. I mean, where else would we be, Harvey said, gesturing at the cramped interior. Nothing screams bright future like stale air. I snorted. Looks like we found our confidence sweet spot. Shared fandoms and mild trauma. Hey, whatever works. Silence settled in for a beat, comfortable this time. I glanced at him again. You know, you're not as shaky when you're being a nerd. Harvey tilted his head. You think so? Don't get cocky. You're still radiating, about to hurl. Just a bit less. Progress, he said proudly, throwing his hands up like he'd just won an Oscar. That's when the van lurched. Not like it hit a pothole, but like the vehicle got hit with a case of the what's gravity disease. A groan ripped through the cabin as the tires lifted off the asphalt, and then the washing machine's mid-spin tumble started. I barely had time to yelp before my shoulder slammed into the wall, then the roof, then the wall again. My seatbelt dug into my ribs, like it had a personal grudge out for me. What the hell? Harvey screeched, flailing to my left, fully upside down in his seat. We hit the ground with a crunch and skidded hard, miraculously landing upright. I sat there, stunned, alarm bells ringing in my ears. My neck and spine were throbbing. Ow? I groaned, rubbing the back of my neck before cracking it. It better not have been part of the test. Something cut through the rigging. Dull pops like fireworks being fired through water. Gunfire. My body jolted at the sound. I inched towards the door and carefully pulled it open. The bald dude from earlier lay sprawled on the pavement like a forgotten doll, except for the fact that the entire left half of his body was missing. Oh my god. Harvey pulled himself up beside me, hand covering his mouth. What the hell happened? I went to answer, but then screams cut me off. I snapped my head in their direction, and that's when I saw them. Kids, elderly, and teenagers all scrambling for cover, ducking behind flipped cars and benches. It looked like one girl even had a broken arm, and at the far end of the street, 2 dangerous-looking dudes. One of them was shirtless, his red skin carved up with jagged garnet markings that looked like someone gave him a bad tattoo. The lines pulsed like they were alive, glowing brighter each time he let one of his energy spheres loose. They flew like super-powered baseballs exploding on contact. Spiky black hair looked like it had been styled with a bottle of rage and too much hairspray. In the cocky way he moved, said he was loving every second of this. Right beside him, a walking nightmare, average height and draped in the tattered black trench coat and one of those old plague doctor things with the long beak and lenses that make it look like he was watching the world through night vision goggles. He didn't walk. He flicked from victim to victim like a ghost. Flickered. Right, I said, low voice. Those are definitely villains. Villains? Harvey quickly covered his mouth with both hands like he was about to hurl, but he swallowed it down. This is supposed to be a trip to the protest, not whatever this is. I gave a slight nod, my eyes refocusing on the bald dude's body. My stomach churned in the process. I stared at him, then back at Harvey, then back at everything happening outside. They need our help. Are you crazy? Depends on who you ask, but honestly, I sighed. Steph's words warming their way back in my brain. I have to make sure they're okay. Wait, do you have a plan? I paused halfway out of the van. Kinda. That's really not comforting. I flashed him a grin. What did I say about Leo brand comfort? Can you fight? He hesitated, hands digging into his red hair. Then finally he nodded. I mean, I'm strong, I think. Anyways, at least. Not when I'm panicking. Panic later, then. Let's do this. Across the street, the red-marked guy raised his hand, another ball of energy charging in his palm. But before he could even think about doing anything with it, I inhaled. The wind around him shifted, the energy in his palm fizzling out. I turned back to Harvey. See that girl with the broken arm? He nodded. Get her somewhere safe. And then you turn your ass back here to help me. Wait, what you're gonna do until then? I let out a nervous chuckle, and as I rose to my feet, I'm gonna try to deal with these two uber bad dudes. Harvey gave me a horrified stare. You're gonna... Wait, Leo! Sorry, buddy. But I was already moving, sliding between the flapped-over burger stand, rest in peace and the food, ouch, and took the second to breathe. Okay, Leo, nut up or shut up. I know you just wanted to watch heroes, but you don't have a choice right now. These people need your help. With a deep breath, a gust of wind pushed me upward, launching me into the air. I twisted my body and landed hard on top of a crushed Kia Soul. Big Red perked up the sound I was making. He did not look happy. Is that perked up to the sound that I was making? Like the fact that he's like looking up? Or is he like actually manipulating the sound? See, that's why we do this, right? He did not look happy. Yo, time for the month man. Time of the... Oh my god, I'm terrible at reading. Jesus Christ. When I get off track, I get off track. Yo, time of the month man, I called, waving my hands to get his attention. Dude, shouldn't you have, like, tampons for shurikens or something? You're throwing those ball thingies like you don't want to hit anything. Without warning, a ball of energy had launched straight at my face. I raised my hand and swiped the air in a horizontal motion. A sudden burst of wind slammed into the sphere, sending it straight into a nearby hydrant. Water exploded up into the air, catching the light in a shimmering rainbow. Surprise! I said, pointing finger guns in his direction. I'm not just a pretty face, loser. Huh. The look on his face, priceless. I lifted both arms, my fingers twisting and moving like I was leading my own solo orchestra. Another gust of wind swept toward him, sending him into the pavement with a snarl. I let out the heaviest laugh I've ever laughed. I was enjoying this. Was I enjoying this? Was I enjoying burning bright? Just like my hero. Pay attention, kid. Huh? A gloved hand clamped over my mouth. Cold, smelly. This guy definitely skips showers. Another arm hooked around my torso, and suddenly I wasn't on the car anymore. The world flickered out of view like someone changed the genre of reality from a comedy to a horror film. Hand dropped from my mouth just as soon as light flooded my vision again. What the? Ow, my back. My back met pavement like it had a personal grudge. The air left my lungs like I was in my final breath. Clock's ticking, hero, a voice rasped from beside my ear. I tried twisting free, but the dude was quick as hell. One hand slammed into my chest, pinning me down like a fly in a web. Up close, the mask was somehow worse than I could have ever imagined. Spiderwebbed lenses and black beak dripping something I really hoped was just water. Near my ribs, something glinted. A knife, needle, horrified toothpick of doom. Wind burst from my chest like a centralized bomb, launching Mr. Plague Doc off me like he was a flea in a dog bath. I flew too, straight into a parked car, rolled over the hood, and crashed to the ground in a heap of ow. The good doctor landed some sort of possessed ballerina, not even winded. Why should I be surprised? Of course, he didn't have the human decency to be unconscious. He tilted his head like he was questioning whether to kill me yet or not. Let's see what you're made of. Then, poof, gone again, just like a stereotypical anime dad. Awesome. Can't wait. What a great, like, it leaves off in a great spot. It starts in a great spot. It flows super well. It leads up. And there's this absolute expectation that this is gonna happen, because there has to be something that forces him to realize that this is what he wants to do. And that I'm so glad that came through, because that's kind of what I was feeling through the story, and I was really hoping that's the direction it would go. And The delivery was fucking chef's kiss. Beautiful. I'm glad it met expectations. Hell yeah. But I'm an idea writer and reader. So like grammar, sentence structure, stuff like that doesn't really matter to me. It's the picture you paint, the ideas you give me, and the impression that I have that matters. And so far, world building is definitely solid. The important stuff. Exactly. And like I said, characters make you feel about the world, and you definitely build the character very well. And like his wants, his needs, his ambitions, his past, his family, like it molds him into feeling like a real person. And the dialogue is spectacular, by the way. That's the one thing I struggle the most with, is fucking dialogue. But the voices have their own unique twists to them, which is nice. I'm a big lover of dialogue, one of my favorite parts of writing. I'm a huge fan of it, I'm just terrible at it. Because I'm a rambler and a ranter, and that tends to come out in my dialogue. But yeah, definitely a great story. Absolutely loved it. I think that's why I enjoy first person. I can use it as an extension of my protagonist's personality. Yep, that's why I like first person too. First person is an amazing medium to use. Oh, man, I can't believe we're already at 5 hours into the stream and we haven't even done the Sanderson lecture yet. What a day, guys! 'Tis what a day. But the question is, Smokey, are you here? Yes. The react that we're doing is the second part of Brandon Sanderson's lecture series. The first part was an introduction, so there wasn't too much in it. So this will be the first real lecture, and this one is promise, progress, and payoff for plot. Because there's 2 episodes for plot, 2 for character, and 2 for setting, I think it was. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, that is the plan. But if Smokey is here, which I don't think he seems to be. Smokey, I summon thee! Appear! I has questions for you. Excuse me. Alright, well, he has like a minute and a half to appear. I'll be right back.
You rang?
If not, well then it sucks to be Smokey, you know? He's gonna miss out. There he is. Coming out of the woodwork. Smokey, you coming out of the woodwork? Alright, since you're here, Smokey. Ah, you motherfucker. You just had to show up, didn't you? You just had to. There's no escaping it. There's nothing we could do against it. No, I'm still in the closet. Oh. It's okay, I can help you out. Okay, Smokey, since you're here, we'll do a ball-in. Okay, Smokey? How about that? We'll do a ball-in before we do the whatchamacallit. Alright. Pick a shorter one. Here we go. How about this?
Alright, so today I'm going to be making a very special announcement.
I got some ice
at
cream
some
on my mouth.
point in this YouTube video. I'm not going to tell you what the announcement is now, of course, but I'll give you a little hint. We're going to be adding something to the Ballin universe, so be sure you stick around to hear today's announcement. Today, I'm going to share 3 totally bizarre missing person stories. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer the like button a nice fresh ice cream cone, but don't tell them you
Ice cream!
secretly
Hell
hid a
yeah!
glass shard in the middle.
It was
of
meant to be.
Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the afternoon of October 11, 2016, a middle-aged man named Carlos Herrera Sr. entered the visitation area of a prison in Venezuela. The room itself sort of looked like a high school cafeteria, tables and chairs everywhere for the inmates and their visitors.
Comparing
to sit down
prisons
and
to
have
high
meals.
schools, I
And
love it.
In front of one was one table where there was this bedraggled-looking
They do
prisoner
look similar.
who he was there to meet. As Juan got closer to this guy, he could see he really looked terrible. The inmate. I mean, his cheekbones were sticking out, he was sort of emaciated, he was bloodied and bruised, he had bandages on his arm, and also,
Guys, they torture you
Juan
in
moved towards this
Venezuela,
guy,
right?
he could clearly see all the guards that lined the walls
Bad place
and
to be.
exits of this visitation area sort of squirm with discomfort, you know, as this meeting is about to take place. And Juan had a good idea why these guards might be anxious. And that's because over the past month, this prison had been on lockdown because a gang inside the prison had risen up and overpowered the guards and completely taken over for this entire month. And just to be clear, I mean, during this month, people died as a result of this takeover. I mean, this was a horrible month for this prison, and it was only over the past couple of days that the guards were finally able to take back control. And Juan knew all this, not only because this riot was all over the news while it was going on, but also because his own son, Juan Jr., was serving time in this prison for robbery. He had been for the past year. However, Juan Sr. was not coming to visit his son right now. Instead, he was coming to visit a different prisoner, because during this riot, Juan Jr. had just disappeared. And Juan Sr., when he had found out about that, had called prison officials, other people, politicians, you name it, to try to figure out where his son went, but nobody seemed to know. And so finally, he had found this one prisoner, the guy he was meeting today, this beaten down looking guy, who had agreed to come forward and tell Juan Sr. what he knew about what happened to Juan Jr. And so Juan sat down at this table with this prisoner, and after the two of them introduced themselves, very quickly, Juan Sr. said, "Please, tell me what happened to my son, where is he?" But this prisoner he was talking to didn't immediately get into sort of a clear story about Juan Jr. This guy began talking about a totally separate prisoner, a man named Doranhel Vargas. Vargas was notorious across Venezuela for a series of brutal murders he committed that ultimately put him in this prison. And during this recent riot at this prison, it was Vargas and his gang that rose up and took over. Like Vargas was in charge, effectively, of the riot. And so even though he was terrorizing people and brutalizing people and was very much responsible for the deaths of multiple inmates, he also at the same time did have to make sure that, the people he was in charge of, albeit illegally, had enough food, they had enough supplies, that they had the things they needed to survive. And so again, he's sort of like dictatorial and awful, but also, ensuring people have basic resources. And so Juan Sr. is listening to this man sort of lay this out about Vargas and sort of how he was in control during this riot. And Juan Sr. is like, I just don't get it. Why are you explaining the nuances of like what he was doing during the riot? And this prisoner very quickly pointed to the bandage on his arm and kind of pointed at all of his injuries that were very obvious. And he told Juan Sr. that if anybody got in the way of Vargas while he was in charge during this riot, they were basically beaten to within an inch of their lives. And again, in some cases, people were killed. I mean, this was a brutal regime. And so Juan Sr. is like, oh my goodness, is that what happened to my son? Was he beaten like you by Vargas? But at that point, the prisoner just shook his head and said no. And then he looked down and almost like couldn't make eye contact with Juan Sr. And he just said,
he was the one
what
doing
happened
it?
to your son was much worse. The
Oh.
prisoner would tell Juan
Damn.
Sr. that at some point during the riot, his son, Juan Jr., was tapped by Vargas to help with something. Now, it's not clear if Jr. went willingly or he was coerced, but we know that basically everybody had to do what Vargas asked them to do, otherwise they would be beaten or even killed. And so ultimately, Jr. agrees to help Vargas. And the thing he was tapped to help Vargas with was distributing food to the inmates. Because remember, despite how brutal Vargas was, he was in charge of providing basic necessities to all the inmates. And because of this riot, the prison had been locked down, and so food supplies had been restricted. And so inmates are beginning to starve, there's this big food shortage. And so Jr. was told, like, hey, you need to help us provide food to these inmates. So Jr. basically agreed to do it, at which point he was informed exactly what role he was playing.
Ice
in finding
cream.
food. Instead of going out and looking for this food, Jr. was the food. Vargas and his gang cornered Jr.,
Oh, shit.
beat him to death, butchered his body, and then literally fed him to the inmates. That's what happened to Juan's son.
Damn.
After hearing this horrific story,
Yum.
Juan
The
Sr.
fuck,
was
Smokey?
destroyed.
Why would you say
And one
that?
of the
That's
first things
fucked up,
he did is
dude.
he went public and had this big press conference to tell
Jesus
the world
Christ, bro.
about what happened to his son. But
Fuck is
despite
wrong
there
with
being
you?
many eyewitness accounts, ultimately, the Venezuelan government denied the cannibalism and nobody was ever held accountable. Duranhel Vargas remains incarcerated and he's never been charged with any crimes.
Yum. Oh my
connected
god.
to
Yes. Stick
Junior's
it up.
disappearance.
Stick it in my cup.
Okay, as promised, here is today's special announcement. As of right now, we have a
Whoa,
brand
bro.
new show.
You
A history
okay?
podcast.
Are
Wait,
you okay,
it's not
Smokey?
like a boring history show. This is not like, when you were in school and you had to sit through lectures about something that happened hundreds, thousands of years ago. It's not that. We're going to pull from history, but we're going to tell the true stories behind moments in history. We're going to give you stories that feel like Mr. Ballin stories with plot twists and crazy point of views. It's going to be classic Ballin storytelling, but again, historical is the context. Here, let me give you an example. So, if you look back and try to identify the first time true crime sort of became a thing, that the public was suddenly interested in a case that really had nothing to do with them just because it was entertaining, that case would be about this murderer who escaped. And that's kind of all that's available if you look it up. Oh, yep, escaped murderer, that's when true crime became a thing. But did you know that that case, the escaped murderer, was way more compelling and exciting than most people give it credit for? People were interested at the time because there was this crazy transatlantic boat chase, and there was this crazy hunt for the killer, and the killing itself was so grisly, and that story really doesn't get told much. It's just kind of a statistic in a history book. And so what this podcast does is it finds cases like that and actually shows you why history is so cool and so interesting. And that's just episode 1. So this new history podcast is called A Twist of History, and it's live right now. So go to any platform where you get your podcasts and look up A Twist of History, or just search for Ballin Studios and you can find it that way. Follow the show and tune in each week. And if you really want to, give us a 5-star review. The show is totally free, new episodes every Wednesday. Oh, and one more thing, be sure to stick around till the end of today's YouTube video for a sneak peek of episode 1.
He sure knows how to sell, guys. He knows how to sell. I'll give him that.
At around 8 p.m. on August 19th, 1962, a
I need to learn to
12-year-old
do
boy
that.
named Raimundo Marfa da Silva sat near the fireplace in the main room of a shack in rural Brazil. Raimundo lived in the shack with his father Rivelino, as well as
Raimundo?
his 2 younger
We
brothers,
have a
who were fast asleep in
Raimundo.
their beds inside of this main
Raimundo
room,
was here
only a few feet
yesterday.
away. Raimundo and his family were very, very poor. I mean, the shack was very small. It was only composed of 2 rooms. The main room he was in
I still
right
think it's
now,
fucking
and
hilarious
also
that
the
he was
kitchen, which was
he was
connected
just
by
so
a
bad
single
at English
door,
you couldn't type
and they were truly,
Raimundo.
like out in the middle of nowhere in Brazil. They had no electricity, basically no money. I mean, they really had almost nothing. And so that night, as Raimundo sat by the fire, just kind of quiet, there wasn't really much else to do here. His father, Rivelino, came into the room from the kitchen.
I'll be
and
looking,
he
friend.
sat
I
down
must
next to
sleep.
him.
Have a wonderful rest
And
of the
two
stream.
just sat
All
there
right, have a
quietly,
good night,
periodically
Dino.
poking at the fire with a stick
Take
and
care. Thanks for
just
hanging out and
sitting there
sharing your
enjoying the
work.
silence, doing their best not to wake up the 2 younger brothers. And as these 2 were sitting there, suddenly Raimundo heard a strange sound coming from
We
the
stream
kitchen.
every day. If you
And so
want
he
to come
turned his
back tomorrow,
attention
feel
and
free.
looked into the dark kitchen.
Always
He saw this
welcome.
dark figure on all 4s quickly kind of maneuvering across the ground out of sight. And immediately Raimundo's
We'll
terrified.
def be
He
here
has
for
no
next
idea
stream.
what this is. And so
I'm glad I
instinctively
can
he
convert
turns
you
to his
over.
dad, and his dad is also staring
Enjoy the
at
rest of your
kitchen,
night. Take care.
wide-eyed,
Fuck
having
you.
seen the same thing. And then before Raimundo could do anything, his dad jumped up and slammed the door shut, separating them from the kitchen and locked
They
it.
them also converted
And
me
at
to
that
Muslim.
point, the 2 younger brothers, they've woken up, and all 4 of them are looking at each other like, what's
Muslim
going on?
doesn't like they
And
thems.
Raimundo, he says to his dad, what was that? Now, it was clear that Rivelino was very unsettled by whatever this was. I mean, they didn't have pets. There was no other
At least as
people
far as I
inside
know.
of their shack. Like, there shouldn't be anything alive inside of the shack beyond them. So he doesn't know what it is. He's scared. But he tells his boys, it's okay. It's all right.
Link.
I don't know what that
I'm
is,
watching
but
a ballin'
just stay
thing.
Here, we're safe. The door's locked.
Why would you
We're
add a
all
link
here,
in the
we're
middle
safe.
of a ballin'
And so the
thing?
boys, they all just kind of trusted their dad, and everybody just kind of hunkered down
I'll
together.
click the link
and
after
just
the
sat there
ballin'
quietly,
thing.
kind of waiting to see if they would hear anything else. And for a little while, they heard nothing. There were no more sounds coming from the kitchen. But eventually, Rivelino and his sons began to hear voices, and they were coming from outside the shack. And at first, they couldn't really tell what these voices were saying. They were kind of garbled. But eventually, they all began to hear the same thing. Whoever was out there, or whatever was out there, was talking about Rivelino. Specifically, they could hear that name. And what they were kind of saying is, if Rivelino comes out here, we're going to kill him. And the moment that all the boys sort of picked up the fact that somebody's out there and they're threatening to harm Rivelino, they're all like, Dad, what do we do? What do we do? And Rivelino, I mean, he's hearing this too. But he tells his boys, it's okay, I don't know what's going on out there, but clearly somebody is playing a cruel joke on us. This is a prank. This can't be real. And so Rivelino told his sons, their plan is they're just gonna stay put. They're in this room, they're safe, the door's locked. We are gonna wait until the sun comes up, and then we'll figure out who did this, who's playing this prank on us. And so sure enough, Rivelino and his sons would stay in their room, barely sleeping, all the way until 6 a.m., when the sun began to come up again. And at that point, Rivelino told his sons to stay put, and he was going to go out there and investigate. And by this point, they had stopped hearing voices. There were no more sounds coming from the kitchen. It sort of felt like whatever that was, whoever that was, had passed. And so, the tension is gone, and the boys are like, okay, be careful out there, Dad. And so Rivelino, he walks over to the door that leads into the kitchen. He unlocks it, opens it up, and Raimundo, he's craning his neck, looking into the kitchen, but,
Whoops.
he can't see anything moving around in there, even with the light coming in. And so Rivelino, he says, okay, boys, stay here. And Rivelino goes out into the kitchen and shuts the door behind him. And while he's out there, Raimundo and his brothers are all listening anxiously.
Probably a Rickroll
making
anyways,
sure their dad's
Smokey.
not in trouble, but they just hear the sound of their dad just clearly walking around the kitchen. There's no commotion, there's nothing. And then a couple of minutes later, Rivelino comes back into the main room where the boys are. And he's got a knife in hand, but he tells them, it's okay, I got this from the kitchen.
No, I'm
just in
creative.
case. There's nothing out here. Outside.
Sure,
Just make
Smokey,
sure
sure.
Nobody's outside the hut. Okay?
Sure,
So
Smokey,
again,
I believe that.
stay put.
You're creative.
And so again, the boys, they're looking at their dad. Okay, we'll see you soon. Rivelino walked out again into the kitchen. He shut the door
That's fucking
behind him,
funny.
and then the boys heard the sound of the door that led outside open up. And then, presumably, Rivelino went outside. And that was the last time the boys ever spoke to their father.
How's I built for your mom?
6 months later, on March 10th, 1963, 5 men were out hunting in the wilderness not far from Raimundo's family's shack. And at some point, they came across this huge boulder.
Oh god.
And this boulder had a big crevice in it, a big gap in this rock. And one of the hunters happened to walk past it and looked
Why, you
into
live in
this
a fucking
crevice.
trailer? You can't
And
afford
they
a
found
fucking
skeleton.
bathroom, Smokey?
And that
Why
skeleton
is she even
fell
with you
into
if you
the
can't
Reno-
afford a fucking
Reno's spot.
bathroom?
But that was not the end of the story. Far from it. So on the day that Ribolino stepped out the front door and then was never heard from again, Raimundo and his brothers had been instructed by their dad to stay put while Ribolino went out
You
looking
built
around.
a trailer?
But Raimundo just felt
I mean,
really
you
nervous
can.
after his dad had stepped out the front door and had presumably stepped outside. So he defied his father, he opened up the door that led to the kitchen, and as soon as he did, he looked towards the door that led outside, and he saw it was wide open. And he saw his dad stepping into this huge cloud of yellow smoke. And amidst this smoke were these like cylindrical objects that were floating in the air, spinning around in a circle, seemingly spitting out this smoke. And Raimundo, he had no idea what he was looking at, but he saw his dad just kind of walking into this cloud, and then the smoke got so bad, it totally obscured his dad. His dad was gone. And so Raimundo yelled out for his dad, like, "Dad, where are you going?" And he charged towards his father to try to stop him. He just felt like, you can't go out there. But as soon as Raimundo went out into the yellow smoke, the smoke just dissipated, the cylinders disappeared, and as soon as it was all gone, his dad was gone too. Raimundo sprinted around his house, calling out for his dad, looking everywhere, but there was no sign of him. And so quickly, Raimundo and his brothers alerted authorities, and they launched this search for him, and for days they combed the area near that boulder as well, and they couldn't find Ribolino. And so eventually, they abandoned the search, and then 6 months later, his body was magically found in that crevice. To this day, nobody knows what actually happened to Ribolino and how he wound up inside of that rock crevice. Also, people have no idea what that dark figure was skittering across their kitchen floor the night before Ribolino went missing, or who those voices were threatening to kill Ribolino, or the objects that Raimundo apparently saw floating in the sky spitting out yellow smoke. Nobody has any idea what
Mr.
any
Ballin
of that
tells
stuff
stories
is.
so
All we
cold
know
they could
is
freeze hell
Ribolino
over Bro's voice
disappeared.
alone could make
6
the
months
Grim
later,
Reaper sit
turned up dead
cross-legged
in
and
that
take
crevice.
notes. Respect to the king of strange, dark, and mysterious, the Chad of chilling tales.
Agreed, Smokey. He is my inspiration.
On the afternoon of June 1st, 2018, 36-year-old Luis Garcia headed into Mexico City to meet up with his older brother. The two of them were very close. They had been through a lot together. When Luis was 14 years old and his older brother was 15, their parents had gone through a really messy divorce, and during it, their father had just walked out on them, and they never saw him again. And shortly after that, their mother remarried, and her new husband moved in with the family, and shortly after that, their mother just vanished.
Dick
and the
and
boys,
Ball Z
they
is
asked their
getting hyped
stepfather, like,
RN.
where is she? Where's she gone? But the stepdad would say, I don't know, she went out on an errand and she never came back. And the boys, I mean, they were very suspicious of their stepfather because this did not feel like something their mom would do. Like, she would not abandon them. But just a couple of days after their mom disappeared, their stepfather disappeared too. And so all of a sudden, these teenage boys are just left to fend for themselves. Now, the boys would contact police, and specifically they said, like, hey, we think something happened to our mom. We think maybe our stepdad had something to do with it, but everybody's abandoned us. And the police would launch an investigation, and they would go looking for their mother, but they couldn't find her. And they couldn't find the stepfather or the biological father. And so after the police wound down their investigation, the two boys, again, they've been orphaned now, and they, learned to fend for themselves, but they never stopped looking for their mom. For nearly 2 decades, they continued to search Mexico City for their mother, and they just could never get any sort of closure. They really didn't know what happened to her. And so today, the two brothers had met up, not to go looking for their mom, but instead to meet at their childhood home. So after their mother and stepfather and their biological father had abandoned them, the two boys had lived in the childhood home on their own, fending for themselves. They had grown up there. And then eventually, when they were old enough, they had moved out and started their own adult lives on their own, but they had never sold the house. They just kind of kept it in their possession and let it sit there. But now they were going back to, go through and sort of clean it up and, decide if they wanted to do some renovations and just kind of fix the place up, maybe to sell it. They didn't know. And so the two brothers, they met up at the home, go inside, and, there's still photos on the wall, old family photos, and there's, all these memories that come rushing back, many of which are very sad and troubling, but, like the brothers, they're having a good time, just kind of going down memory lane. And at some point, they decide, okay, you know what? Not only are we going to clean this place out, but also there's some basic renovations that really need to happen here. Like the place has been sitting here for years. It's sort of fallen into disrepair. Let's fix this place up. And so over the next couple of days, they would call in some contractors to begin to do some basic renovations in the house while the brothers continued to clean it up and pack things up and sort of get it ready for whatever it was going to be. And on one particular day, when a group of contractors were working in the master bedroom, the brothers were in the living room doing their own thing when they heard a big commotion coming from the master suite. One of the contractors began yelling for the brothers to get in here and look at what he had found. And so the two brothers, they got up, they bolt into the master suite, and they look at something that was just sitting on the ground. And at first, they didn't even know what they were looking at. But then the contractor, after composing himself, told them what it was. And suddenly, the boys understood what had happened to their mother. It would turn out the brothers were right. Their mother had not simply gone out and abandoned her sons. Instead, on the day their mother left and never came back again, somehow or another, she was bound and gagged and stuffed inside the wall of their family home.
What the
And we know
fuck?
this because when that contractor 2 decades later was doing renovations for the brothers inside that home, his sledgehammer went into the wall in the master suite, and when he pulled it out again, a white object came tumbling out of the wall. And that object was their mother's skull. And after pulling apart the wall and looking inside, they would find the rest of her skeleton clearly bound and gagged. And then perhaps most disturbingly of all is that in the wall, they would also find all these scratch marks, suggesting she was alive when she was put in there, which
That's
means
fucked
she
up.
was in there desperately trying to get the attention of her sons to save her, but nobody could hear her. Following this horrific discovery, the two brothers went to police in Mexico City and told them what happened. And the police would come to the house, they would look all over the place and try to figure out, what happened to their mother, who killed her. But they couldn't solve it. Now, the police always did suspect that the stepfather very likely had some level of involvement here, just given the fact that he himself went missing a couple of days after the mother did. But they could never locate him, and very likely they never will, because today he'd be well over 90 years old and is very likely already dead.
That's fucked up.
And now, from Ballin Studios, here is a clip of our newest podcast called A Twist of History. After you listen, be sure to look up A Twist of History on whichever podcast platform you listen to and give us a follow and start tuning in. New episodes drop every Wednesday.
It's July 9th, 1910 in London, England.
Where's that Ballin's
A
voice?
16-year-old boy flies down
I'll be
4
right back.
flights of stairs of a concrete office building.
Then we'll do
He steps down to the Borough High
Sanderson.
Street on the south bank of the River Thames. The noise hits him immediately. People rushing down the sidewalk, the road filled with a mix of horse-drawn buggies and rattling automobiles. The street is so crowded it overwhelms the boy. He quickly pulls his hat down further to partially cover his face and starts weaving his way through the foot traffic. He darts his eyes back and forth, convinced that someone is going to recognize him. He can feel his heartbeat all the way up in his ears. He keeps rushing and scanning the street, but nobody pays any attention to him, so the boy finally relaxes a little. He slows down to a normal walk and makes his way to the entrance of a nearby London Underground station. A few minutes later,
Guys,
the boy sees his
what's
father
up, Callie?
coming towards him,
What's up, Callie?
holding a single small suitcase. The boy greets his father, and they run down the steps together in the underground, just in time to catch the next train.
Learned
The boy
how to
watches
do
the
archer
train doors
push-ups.
close and the mass of
Ooh.
passengers exiting. He looks around to make sure that he still hasn't been recognized by anyone and follows his father on board.
Hey, welcome to Brandon Sanderson's 2025 Writing Science Fiction Fantasy Lectures. Today, we're going to cover plot, specifically the ideas of promise, progress, and payoff. So I hope you enjoy the lecture.
For
We'll be on
fuck's
plot
sake,
next week as
Smokey,
well.
why did you remind me? You're such a bitch. Fuck. Okay.
The sound I make with Yo Mom.
Fuck you,
Everybody,
Smokey.
welcome to class. It's science fiction fantasy writing. Yay! Because this is a year where we're recording it, I am on the ball and have outlined the rest of the semester for you. So you can see what's coming up. And I guess if you're planning to, I don't know, go to Aruba one week, you can pick the week you're least engaged by. So there will be 2 guest lectures. Usually I have 2. First one's going to be on the February 6th, and the second one will be on February 27th. So we aren't 100% sure who those people will be yet, but I think maybe we'll try to get indie publishing people. The second one is we are a little closer to the publishing lectures, and we'll see who we bring in for talking about character. So that's what we're going to be doing. Like I told you last time, we're going to go 3 weeks on each topic, and your questions that you write down in your Take Your Quiz by 8:45, we will save those for the Q&A lecture, and that's when I will try to dig into those. Usually I get to like 3 of them, and then there's enough questions.
No, Smokey.
From
No,
the
I refuse.
That,
nope.
I
Not
don't
doing
answer everything you write down, but it is
You're such a
the
bitch.
nice way that we keep rolling. It does give me a starting point for going into the Q&A lectures. So we're going to do plot first. I kind of go back and forth on where I start.
Why
I should
have
say
it in the
back and
shop,
forth
then,
and
you
further
absolute
forth,
shit streamer?
Because of you?
There's,
I just like to fuck with you.
Stories
So
are
what's
built
gonna
up
hurt your
generally of 3
push-up,
things.
Callie?
They're built up of your plot, your setting, and your character. And the intersection of plot, setting, and character is conflict. What you're looking for is how to create that conflict. And as far as stories go, setting,
So it's there
plot,
because of
and
me.
character
But when I use it,
all
you
should
refuse.
exist
What a weasel. I
to
know,
create
right?
some
I'm just a
sort
little
of conflict
fucking
or
bitch
facilitate
fuck,
some sort of
Smokey.
conflict,
What are you gonna
because that's what
do?
your story's about.
You
So
know
I'm
that
gonna
and
talk
that you
a little
still
bit. I
do
actually
it.
took notes
That's
this
your own
time.
fucking problem.
Yes, I know. Look at that. So, what's the purpose of plot, right? What do we talk about when we mean plot? I often talk about plot in kind of 2 different categories, and I label them big P plot and little p plot. A capital P plot and a little p plot. Capital P plot is when someone says, "What is your book about?"
Didn't
That's
even
what
load
you
the
tell
bowl
them.
zero smoke.
This is what you can boil it down to in a sentence or 2.
I don't believe
plot.
you, Smokey.
What is The Lord of the Rings about? It's about a furry-footed British dude taking a magic ring and trying to throw it in a pit, right? That's the funny way of putting it. You know what I mean? Like, what is The Lord of the Rings about? It's trying to destroy Sauron through destroying this ring that is the conflict of his power. Little p plot is what happens chapter by chapter in order to keep the reader engaged. So the plot of Lord of the Rings might be destroy the ring, but the lowercase p plot might be, all right, there's some orcs here and we can't get past them. What do we do? Well, we'll dress up like them, right? Like that sort of thing. How do you, it's the small little problem and then you resolve it. Small little problem, resolve it, building toward larger problems that you're hopefully resolving. Next week, we're going to talk about plot frameworks. So today, we're not going to talk about the hero's journey or plot archetypes or things like that. Instead, we're going to talk about the general idea of what plot is for. And in my mind, plot is for a couple of things. First is facilitate conflict. It's going to be the primary way that you create conflict in your story.
Yo, Raymondo, what's up, bro? How's it going?
Need to do it, and
how are you
something
today,
is
good
standing in their
sir?
way. Pretty obvious. The second thing, though, a plot is there to give the reader some structure, to give the reader something to hang on to to give them a sense that a story is being told and is moving along. Plot tends to be the one, because of these reasons, that is the most difficult to innovate upon. Plot, setting, and character, I'd say setting is the easiest place to innovate. Character, second easiest. Plot is the most difficult. There are various, and we'll talk about them next week, various plot frameworks, but there's certain things people expect in a satisfying story. And yes, you can subvert those, and most of the ways you would subvert those just makes your story unsatisfying. Now, you may want to tell an unsatisfying story. There are reasons to do that. But in general, you're looking to tell a satisfying story, and there are certain things that work for that and certain things that don't. And because of that, you'll notice that if you go on and start Googling plot and start researching it, people will be like, there's only 3 plots. There's only 7 plots. There's only 1 plot, right? The hero's journey, he would be like, yep, there's 1 plot. It's been told in all these different ways. But he stretched a ton to make that count. I don't know how many plots there are. But I can tell you that innovating here is not necessarily something that needs to be done. In general, if you are combining your plot with interesting characters and an interesting setting, and you are kind of using what we're going to talk about today in this class, you're going to create something that is going to read, and it's going to feel fresh and unique, right? It doesn't matter that Dune is Hamlet, right? Is the Lion King, right? Right down to the break in the middle of Lion King and Dune, which I've always found interesting, that both of them are like, we're going to skip all the growing up part, right?
Yeah, and then it's just like you're growing up now.
Maybe it's because Hamlet, he was already grown, and that Hamlet skipped the whole first half of the story, and it's Hamlet's the second half. But there's something about that story. Son is wronged as father dies and uncle seizes the throne. Son goes away and comes back stronger, maybe crazier in Hamlet's case, and becomes a rival
Dune isn't Hamlet.
for the uncle's throne, killing the uncle and restoring order to the Pride Lands, or whatever they call them, right? To Arrakis. You would not look at The Lion King and Dune and be like, wow, those are the exact same story, even though the general concept, the general structure is the same structure, right? You've probably, I would guess, never thought that Dune was Hamlet. Everyone talks about Lion King being Hamlet, so you probably already knew that one. But the fact that they share these very similar plot structures, even to the point that it's like the uncle and things like this, doesn't make these stories feel unfresh or unoriginal. In fact, Dune is probably my favorite book of all time. And so, because of that, you can use plot as a tool. Plot.
That's because Lion King is Hamlet, Dune isn't.
In my opinion, one of these places where the chef knows what works and can use it to their advantage with only taking pieces and parts. You'll even notice, like, as I said, when Shakespeare wrote this story, to tell the story he wanted to, he started with Hamlet arriving back, right? Well, when Dune tells this story, it backs up and shows all of this and the wrongs being committed that need to be righted. The stories are trying to do different things. And so, it's...
Yeah, I thought Dune being Hamlet was a little bit of a stretch.
Cute, plucky animal sidekicks. In Dune, you need an animal that will eat you if you walk without rhythm. So the different needs are different for the different
Shakespeare
stories.
didn't make Hamlet. It's a Viking saga.
Now, I think that plot breaks down to this idea of promise, progress,
He
and
just
payoff.
adapted it into a play.
And all the frameworks we'll talk about next week,
Makes
the ways
sense.
of constructing a plot, will kind of rely on this same concept. You might be saying to me, Brandon, I am naturally more of a pantser. I like to write by the seat of my pants. I don't like to have a structure. As I mentioned with Stephen King, he feels that if he makes an outline, he's already told his story, and it makes it harder for him to then go tell his story because discovering the story is part of what drives him to write. Don't worry, you can do all of this while discovery writing. Right? Now, the frameworks we'll talk about next week, some of those, if you're a discovery writer, you just don't want to use, right? You don't want to sit down and use 7-point story structure. But the more you learn about the core concepts of what makes people read books and enjoy them, the more you can apply that as you're discovering your story. And one thing to be aware of is
I love YouTube.
the difference between discovery writers and outliners, and again, everyone falls on the spectrum between, and indeed most people are a little of both, and it changes based on project. Most people spend about the same amount of time. The outliner spends it up front, the discovery writer spends it on the back end, right? And these sorts of things we're talking about are often really handy tools for analyzing a story that's gone wrong. In fact, that's kind of a theme for this whole class. When you sit down to write, a lot of times writers are not thinking, what is the progress here, right? I do, because that's how I analyze story, but I think most people are writing by instinct, and then if something doesn't work, writers back up and say, all right, what's the disconnect here? And they will often arrive at things that essentially mean, I've made a promise, but my progress is something different. How do I fix that?
Yeah.
Well, I go back generally and make new promises, because the progress that I'm writing along is what I want to tell the story about. So don't worry and feel that you have to learn all of this up front and apply it to your outline before you start writing your book. Writing will teach you how to do this better than any other activity will, as we talked about last week.
And reading is second to that.
Take all of these things, use them as analytical tools to help you begin understanding story, and if things are broken, then maybe you can analyze them according to some things we talk about. And if you're an outliner, they might be really handy in making your outlines. So, questions on any of that before we talk about promises? Yes?
How much of this is just North American culture?
Yeah. So how much of this is I would say Western storytelling traditions, right? But really modern Western storytelling traditions. How much is it? This is a little bit hard for me to put a point on, because definitely in Asia, Japan, Korea, China, you're going to see a different use of payoff most often. That's where they deviate the most. The payoff there, based on kind of subtle storytelling archetypes over time, means something different, and what is satisfying to that audience can be different. That said, they are homogenizing. Whether for good or for ill, you are seeing more and more of ambiguous endings being more popular in the West, and you're seeing more payoff endings in the East, and both are kind of viable. It just depends on what kind of payoff that you want to have. You still generally use, in some of the Eastern style of storytelling, even going back, if you're going to read Journey to the West, right? You're going to see kind of the same progress and promise methodology. You're just going to see very different payoff methodology. Excellent question.
That was actually an amazing question.
Just out of curiosity, when you're writing something, like when you've been writing something along those lines, where would you put yourself on the scale between discovery and outliner?
Discovery and outliner. So every author, then the question is, so it can be repeated for the camera, where, like on Stormlight in particular, would I put myself between outliner and pantser, or whatever? Every author is a pantser, is discovery writing at the core as they're working, right? Even if you have bullet points, you're still discovery writing. Like, nobody's outline is as long as their story, so you're always discovery writing something. I remember a famous story that I was told that I have not been able to confirm. I tried very hard, and I think it might just be apocryphal. But the story I was told when I was young is that in the movie E.T., the screenplay just said, Elliot and E.T. escape on the bikes, right? and at least in one of the drafts, and then that became the
One of
most
the most iconic
scene
scene.
in the film.
Yeah.
A lot of times your outline will say, the characters escape, and then you have to discovery write that, right? So the outliner, you know, it's a bit of a misnomer to call anyone truly an outliner, because it's just how much pantsing you are comfortable with. I tend to fall much more on the outlining side for everything, and the longer the series, the more detailed my outlines are. That is because I'm kind of throwing myself footballs and then trying to catch them 15 years later. Right?
That's such a great way of saying it.
And the better guess I have where I am, the easier it will be to catch those footballs. That said, I knock out walls that I would have considered load-bearing, and I change things around. And as you write, the story matures. And so even myself, who I consider myself one of the more hardcore outliners that I know, I would say that more discovery writer than outliner in general, just compared to other people I outline more. And here's a fun thing for you. Here's anecdote time, and then I'll get to this question. I have been on many panels on writing, and I generally find myself one of the few outliners. This has changed over time. I find that there are more outliners now than there used to be, but I still tend to be in the minority. And so I talk about myself as kind of being odd sometimes as such a strong outliner. I once sat on a panel in Germany, and I kid you not, I said this and like how I do it, and all the Germans looked at me and they're like, no, that's how it's done. I'm like, no, there's discovery writing. They're like horrified. They're like, people do that without a structure? I thought it was funny. It's a little bit of stereotype, but it literally happened that all the Germans are like, it's insane to not have an outline. So, all right, question here, and then we'll do this one, then we'll do, yeah.
How do you come to terms with dropping plots or plans that you feel are core to your story?
How do you come to terms with dropping plots or plans that you feel are core to your story? How do you come to terms with killing your darlings, which is a famous screenwriting terminology for this sort of thing? You tell yourself a lie, okay? I'm going to tell you what the lie is. I will find a much better place for this character, plot, or...
And that is why I do short stories. Because whatever I can't fit into the story, into the main book, in order to get the idea out of my head, I just turn it into a short story. And all of a sudden, it's no longer in my head. It's now in a place that I can use, and we're completely good to fucking go. No worries.
Where it can shine in its own story.
Yeah.
And then 9 times out of 10 you won't, because that idea actually wasn't that great. You just built the whole story upon it. The story then evolved, because the process of building a story is where the real creativity takes off. And as you start writing it, you start applying all of your ideas, and that thing that started you actually is not as good as the rest of it, and part of you realizes it. Once in a while, that 1 out of 10, that lets you have plausible deniability on your lie. Once in a while, that 1 out of 10 becomes its own story, and it deserves that space and time. I will say this, just as a blanket, I almost always throw away my first chapters, often my first several chapters of a given book, and write them over once I'm finished. This is how you can tell, even though I'm an outliner, discovery writing and really focusing on the progress side of this, which is in many ways the most important, but the least showy. Right? It's the one that people will pay attention to the least, but it's 90% of your book. Once you know what that progress is, you then know how to signpost that for people to enjoy it, and throwing away your early chapters is really common in the industry. So, this is one of the reasons why it's best not to become, where's Nate? Not to become an eternal, hey, you were right there, and I just looked past you. Not to learn, as Nate has done, to not keep revising your first chapters until you've finished your book, because for most of us, you won't really be able to do that until you've gotten far enough along to know how to make those promises. So thank you for being 2 years running my really great example on this. So, all right, I'm going to go into promises, then we will do more Q&A, okay? So, promises. Promises are the easy one, okay? You should not stress promises at the beginning of your book because once you learn your progress and once you've written an ending, and if you're a discovery writer, it'll be a bad ending. Don't stress that either. Once you know what the core of your book is about, throwing away 3 chapters and rewriting it so that your promise nails what you want to do in your story is easy. Throwing away 40 chapters in the middle is hard, right? If you just look at the weight of time. So, but promises in many ways are the most important. They're the easiest, but most important. Why are they most important? Well, you might have heard people talk about how important your hook or your first line is and things like that. I find rarely do first lines actually matter. We like to talk about them. Usually, it's your first couple of pages that really matter. And yes, a zinger of a first line can be really great, right? You know, well, what is the great ones? You can go look at some of the great ones. What's that? Call Me Ishmael is a really great first line. Snow Crash has a really great first line. You know, 1984 has a really great first line, right? Like there's a bunch of really great first lines. They're awesome. Having one of those is worth doing. But really, your first chapter, your first few pages, they are important because that's where someone's going to decide whether or not to put your book down. And that's dangerous. And it's also dangerous for you because most of the books you read, the authors are actually relying on something before the first line to not make you put the book down. And that is the name on the title, right? So when you pick up The Way of Kings and you read The Way of Kings, I can get away with so much in that book because I'm trading on my name and popularity, right? Like
Bovard and
Kings, say,
Pooch
this is the book to read
has an amazing
once you
first
trust
line.
me. You might trust me because your friend won't leave you alone and wants you to read it. You might trust me because you've tried a different book. Once you trust me, you can read The Way of Kings. It has 3 prologues. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that. Right? Only one of them's named prologue, but I cheated and named one prelude, right? And then the next chapter is a prologue also. It's just called chapter 1. It really is. If you haven't seen it, that's the one from the eyes of the kid who's on the battlefield. It's not even, you know, a main character, right? So don't do that unless what you are willing to get the, how should I say? Unless you're willing for people to just put your book down. You got a question on this?
I do with promises. How?
Yeah.
In larger series.
Yes.
How do you keep promises between books?
How do you keep promises between books? Yeah.
People between books, and you can't do that by making a promise each book.
Yes, you can. You can make it the promise each book, but a lot of times it depends on the structure of your story. All right? A lot of romance novels do this by saying, here is whole family of unmarried, young, eligible people. Book 1's about the eldest. Guess what book 2 is about, right? Inherent structure. You can promise that in your first chapter if you do it right so that everyone knows, oh, it's going to be a 7-book series because there's 7 girls, right? And then there's cousins, so we're going to keep going. That's how you know if a series made money, if the cousins start getting married. I'm joking, but it's real. But you can also do that, like if you are an established author, there is a promise that this is the first of a trilogy. People are picking it up. The actual packaging of the book can give you your promise of sort of structure. In the Wheel of Time, Robert Jordan promises at the end of this book series, the Dragon Reborn will fight the Dark One. He said he'd get there in 3 books when he pitched it to Tom Doherty. I have that straight from Harriet, his wife. He thought he could do it in 3 books. And the first book was going to end with him taking the sword that was not a sword from the stone that's not a stone, right? If you've read the series, that's book 3, and then it just got longer from there.
Not there yet.
Discovery writers. This is what happens when Discovery writers get series. But he made that promise, right? Oftentimes, if you have a big series, it can be really handy to make one of the kinds of promises. The kinds of promises can be, this is a large continuing story, and there's something cool at the end. It can be, here are 7 sisters. It can be, these are the continuing adventures of said character. Then you just name your series something like the blank and blank files, or the blank and blank, you know, the Dresden Files are a great example of this, right? Then each one is going to be a self-contained adventure. That's your promise, right? You can do all of these things, but may you be so lucky as to have to worry about this. Let's talk about the promises you should be worrying more about right now, because you're going to be looking at making a couple of big promises in the beginning of your story, and they aren't all innately obvious. The first is, you often want to make a tone promise, okay? A tone promise is separate from...
Yeah. That was one of the main things we wanted with the first chapter of getting everyone kind of slaughtered and fucked. And then the main character being blackmailed. Setting the tone that this is going to be like a dark escape runaway, like trying to either redeem himself in the eyes of the monarchy or take the monarchy down for basically desecrating his name.
The plot promises that you're otherwise making. What is a tone promise? Well, a tone promise is a way to tell the reader, this is the kind of story you're getting into. And this is the sort of
it's
feel
about death
that
and war, betrayal.
If your story is going to involve a lot of humor, you want there to be jokes early on. If this is a story about tragedy and it being grimdark, well, you start your story with a viewpoint protagonist who gets beheaded by someone who doesn't want to kill him, right? Game of Thrones, right? Right? If you want, you know, you give a tone promise through descriptions. Naming your characters the Stark family is a tone promise that George Martin made in those books. Whereupon, if you're going to name your wizard school Hogwarts and your Gandalf was named Dumbledore, you are giving a promise of whimsy, right? And things like this. The way that you're naming things, the way you're introducing your stories, the way you're using your prose in your opening is going to give someone an important promise about what your story is about. This is why the prologue became a really big thing in epic fantasy, because epic fantasy wanted to start its plot slow. Epic fantasy generally leans to this sort of progression fantasy that is, you know, like a lot of the lit RPGers do this very explicitly these days. If you don't know what that is, it's a very popular genre, particularly in indie publishing, where your characters have like bars of experience bars and level and things like that, like they're in a video game. But most epic fantasy is the story of the
young nobody who winds up saving the world, which is the opposite of what our story is.
But a large number of
the guy who's supposed to save the world fucking dies.
The traditional
and his death is what saves the world.
Those stories tend to start with a young person standing and looking up at the suns and imagining a world beyond, right? But because of that, that's not the tone of the whole story. The tone of the whole story is we're getting chased by space wizards and things are exploding. So what do these stories do? They add a prologue that is basically there to give you a tone promise. We start with the door being blasted off and laser fire and a dark samurai coming through the smoke and, you know, using magical powers. And then we cut to young, idealistic everyman standing and being like, wow, what's beyond the stars? The answer is space wizards and lasers. But you know that and he doesn't yet. One of the most masterful uses of this is Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time, which is going to start with a young man on a farm, and things are going to feel creepy, right? It does feel creepy, but the main story is the story of what happens if you get too much power and you might kill everyone that you love, but you need that power to save the world? That is the basic premise. So what does he do?
And that's what the prologue is.
Hey, there's a person who
There's
has
a
all the
dragon
power
that goes
and
crazy and kills everyone.
Right?
Yeah.
You will see this very commonly as one of your ways to make a tone promise, to the point that it's almost a cliche now, so you need to be using it carefully. Don't do it just because it's done. Do it because your story really benefits from it, and be aware that if there are lots of people doing it, then it's harder to stand out doing it. That said, I did it in Stormlight. I didn't in Mistborn, right? I used that kind of tone promise prologue for different reasons. That's why Stormlight has 2 prologues. Here's one tone for the whole series: melancholy about these people who've been immortal and things are falling apart. Next tone promise: hey, assassinations and wars. And then, you know, yeah. So, what's that? Yes, and then, yeah, then number 3. Oh, the poor kid on the battlefield. That's gonna come back, isn't it? Hey, yes. I knew why I did each of those prologues, but yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot to swallow. So, other reasons, things that your promises you're going to make. Some stories choose, and you don't need to do this, but some stories choose to do an opening, what we call a cold open, which is actually what Star Wars is too, starting in Meteor Res right at the beginning. But they often will do this little mini story at the beginning, and the purpose of this is to say, here is our story in microcosm. We're going to do it in 15 pages, and then we're going to do it in 150 pages. Indiana Jones loved to do this, right? The first one is really excellent at this. Indiana Jones, cool adventurer, gonna overcome trials. It's gonna be really hard for him, but he's gonna use his wits and his whip to overcome these, and at the end, he's gonna lose. Right? That is the opening to Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. And then the rest of the movie is the exact same thing, done a second time at length in slightly different ways. You will see this used pretty commonly as your sort of promise of, here's what my story is. Often when you have a cold open, that's what the cold open is for. Here's our characters pulling a heist, so you can know how good they are at pulling heists. And then we're going to use that either to replicate it, or something's going to go wrong with the next heist, so you knew how it's supposed to go. And then this whole story is about what happens when it goes wrong. Excellent ways to kind of introduce your characters and things like that. Sometimes your opening does that. A lot of times you want your opening to give you a promise of what the plot of the story is going to be, even if you don't do it in microcosm. You want to introduce some metaphor for the main conflict. And this is difficult sometimes, because sometimes your main conflict won't come until much later. Sometimes
which is true, but for us, for instance, we know that the Beastman War is looming and that this is kind of prophesized to happen. Then it happens. People kill the Beastman because they're like, well, shit. But it's like the fact of this Beastman has been inside of the city for like 5 years, to the point he's been voted as one of the leaders of the city, because everyone thought he was just a wounded veteran avian adventurer, but he was actually a Lamia the entire time. And they were just pretending that he was an avian because they have the same body structure. It was just like he always had armor on because he was scarred because he said his wings got ripped off. So he just didn't like showing his body because it was all fucked up. And everyone was like, oh shit, yeah, totally, that totally makes sense, dude. And then it's like, oh no, shit, he's actually a Lamia, he's a Beastman, what the fuck? And then everything just kind of goes crazy after that with riots. And then he gets literally fucking ripped apart, and it's like, what the fuck? These people are fucking crazy, get the fuck out of here. And the main character's like, yeah, so I've also been blackmailed for murder. We should probably get the fuck out of here.
Star Wars, hey, it's right up there. We need to get the Death Star plans, we're gonna blow up the Death Star. Boom, in the cold open and in the tone promise, you've got it all. Sometimes, though, you don't, right? Like, what is Lord of the Rings? Are we going to find out the plot of Lord of the Rings? Well, it kind of has the mini thing. You gather your group of friends, it's really hard, you get to this place. That's Rivendell, and then you do it again, and it takes 3 books that time. But a lot of times your character is like not going to discover what the big problem is until around the end of Act 3 if you're using the act structure.
Yeah.
This is a problem for giving a promise about the plot. What do? Well, sometimes you just let the tone promise handle it. Sometimes you spend those opening things saying,
It's
here's
just
the tone
bigger
of the book,
than what it is.
here's my character and why you should like them. Now we'll introduce a problem that is really hard to overcome. And that is fine. You don't have to promise all of these things. Sometimes you try to find a mini way to introduce what the character's conflict or the main conflict might be in that opener. What am I talking about with these sorts of things? Well, sometimes you will read a book or see a film where a character is trying to fix a broken down hunk of junk. And then, you know, I mean, the Transformers movies do this. It's about, I need a car, Dad. Car. Oh, it's hard. I found this car. Well, the movie's going to be about cars and getting cars. And you kind of have this little mini introduction to what the character wants and why they can't have it. And this is really kind of what you're introducing in this opener if you're trying to get to kind of your character promises is...
I'm the guy who's going to save the world, but I don't think I am.
Why can't they have it? And you can kind of start there and then throw the capital P plot at them at the end of Act 1. As long as your lowercase p plot kind of either gives a promise of tone or is in microcosm some sort of picture, small snapshot of the larger picture that is going to become the book. This is why all of this can be done pretty easily in retrospect, right? Once you know where you're going, you can start making these promises a lot easier. So I'm going to go off of promises for a second, but I'm going to let you ask me questions first, and I'm going to look and see what, yes. I think I got to it all, yeah.
What about just like skipping the entire first part of the tutorial?
Yeah, it's done. It's done. Anything can be done, and it can be done well, right? I mean, I just referenced Hamlet. Hamlet essentially skips of what most people would do. It skips Act 1 of this very classic story that I would be willing to bet during Shakespeare's time, because this is how Shakespeare worked. He had heard that story. I mean, it's a really common story to be telling. You know, the prince who has to reclaim his kingdom from the person who overthrew it. He'd heard that story, and then he chose to skip Act 1 and start with Act 2. Which is weird. I'm talking story structure act, not playwriting acts, which are different in that case, right? Same terminology, but they mean different things. So this happens all the time. You've probably seen many a story. Monkey Island 2 does this. Well, there's a deep cut, Monkey Island, where you have a character start with some interesting thing happening, and then record scratch. You're probably wondering how I got here. Emperor's New Groove, right? Right? And then they tell Act 1 in flashback, catching you up to oftentimes the middle of Act 2 or sometimes even the end of Act 2. And then they launch into, you know, that. You've probably seen that. But there are plenty of stories like Hamlet that just say, pick it up from context. We aren't doing Act 1. We're in the middle of a story. In fantasy, I would say that the Malazan Book of the Fallen loves to do this. Just like, boom, we're going. Figure out where we are if you can. So, yeah, totally doable. Yeah.
What if you switch between tones back and forth, like from more of a thriller tone, like travelogue, and back into a thriller as the story progresses?
Yeah, excellent question. What do you do if you are going to be switching between tones? Your example being a pretty good one of travelogue, thriller. So you can promise both of that at the beginning, and I would really suggest that you do. You can do anything. You don't have to give any promises. Famously, the big breaker of all of these rules is Into the Woods. If you haven't seen Into the Woods, it starts off, it's like, here's all these people on their adventures, and then promises are stomped flat when you come back from the intermission. Goodbye promises, sometimes literally, stomped flat. The thing about that is he very cleverly does something we're going to talk about in twists, where he makes you want the tone to change. And so oftentimes there's that. But with this sort of story, you could give it, you could make promises at the beginning, something in microcosm that's like, you know, this story is about these kinds of things. It's always more difficult. More difficult things make you grow. And if you do them right, when you break the rules, here's kind of a rule of thumb that you could therefore break. I don't know. Here's a rule of thumb. Things that break the rules have a harder, a bigger threshold to overcome to grab the reader's attention. But once they do, they tend to have a stronger and more dedicated following, right? Blandness tends to get fewer dedicated followers, whereas something that is doing what it shouldn't, but makes it work, tends to, when it gets big, tends to be very big. And this is a reason why, for instance, there are within some genres, let's use romance. Within romance, there are some very formulaic stories that people still read and love, right? But they don't really capture people. You read them, you dispose of them, you read the next one, you dispose of them.
Anime.
The ones that break the rules.
The basic
bit,
anime.
It Ends With Us is a great example of this. It's
You're just your classic 6 to 8 rank
kind
anime.
Of is, but kind of isn't.
Just the
Suddenly,
throwaways.
When those take off, they can
They're
take
good,
off really
but they're not
big
that great.
because they are standing
They're
out.
just-
They
they're
are
just
breaking
there.
those rules, but they have they take more inertia.
But you need
I
those
always
ones
say,
to show
I'll
the
get to you, but I got
contrast.
a question back there after this. I always say that books, all of them have like these certain red marks against them, right? And every great book has a ton of these. Your job is not to get rid of all the red marks. A red mark being something that would make someone put the book down, make it harder to get into. Your job is to get rid of the ones that aren't integral to the piece of art you're making. And then you try to rely on the ones that are integral, you can't get rid of, to be things that also distinguish it. Way of Kings has 3 prologues. What does Way of Kings get from that? Well, it's really hard to get into. If you're going to put down the Way of Kings, you're like most of my books, if you read the 1-star reviews, they're very different for the Way of Kings. The 1-star reviews just could not get through the first 10 chapters. Too much going on, too many names, too many characters, and Carlton is way too depressed, right? But because of that, I can start really low and go really high. I can then world build so much that when it all clicks together and you get it, it's so distinctive and interesting, it's not like anything you've read. I'm able to do things with this red mark that you could not do with a book that didn't have it. So as long as you are using them to their fullest, yes, they will break the rules. Right now, to sell in fantasy, they say we want 120,000 words, traditional published. Way of Kings is 400, right? Elantris was 250 when I submitted, and I got down to 200. As long as you're earning that 200, then suddenly it becomes, does that make sense? So yeah, let's go back here and then up here, and then we'll see where we are. There was one back there in the corner, and I didn't want to ignore you because it's hard to see, so yeah.
About promises, you said that the first chapter do you find you're also writing a lot in the middle, keeping up with the promises that you have?
Well, that's more progress. We'll talk about progress next. So I'm glad you asked that. I'm not doing as much. Mostly I'm trying to make the ending and the promise match what is the...
I'll be right back. Well, I guess it actually doesn't matter. I can miss the
interesting parts
questions.
of the middle. It's really what I'm shooting for. But I'm a bad example on this because I generally know my ending. So my progress and my ending usually align pretty well. It's just nailing the right promise at the beginning is much easier after I've actually written that in. All right, down here.
How do promises scale with like story? Like say like have like a shorter story like
Yeah.
installment in like a
Yeah.
mythology.
So how do promises scale with length of the story? The example being you've got a smaller piece, maybe part of a mythology or a short story. So in a short story, and maybe we'll try to get Eric in during one of the weeks I'm gone to talk short stories, everything just has to be trimmed down, but it also has to be distilled. It's not just a matter of writing shorter, it's writing in a more distilled way. So you still need to hit that promise. In some ways you need to hit it harder, because it does need to be like in your first paragraph in the short story. Rather than the fantasy book where you can spend a whole prologue giving us a tone promise and then switch characters. You just can't do that in a short story, right? Or
Oh
you
my
could,
god, of course
you
he's
can
talking
do
about
anything,
short
but in
stories.
most short stories, I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay,
So
well,
therefore, what you're trying
of
to do,
course.
but it also has to be distilled. So I'm going to talk short story. In a short story piece, so how do promises scale with length of the story? The example being you've got a smaller
Fuck's sakes,
piece,
of
maybe you call
course.
mythology or a short
It would be the
story.
one thing I
So
needed to listen to.
in a short story, and maybe we'll try to get Eric in during one of the weeks I'm gone to talk short stories, everything just has to be trimmed down, but it also has to be distilled. It's not just a matter of writing shorter, it's writing in a more distilled way. So you still need to hit that promise. In some ways, you need to hit it harder, because it does need to be like in your first paragraph in the short story, rather than the fantasy book where you can spend a whole prologue giving us a tone promise and then switch characters. You just can't do that in a short story, right? Or you could, you can do anything, but in most short stories, I wouldn't recommend it. So therefore, what you're trying to do is you're hitting it just really hard. In a long story, you can do what I did and have 3 separate chapters doing 3 separate promises, right? Before you even start your book. Readers will look at the length of your book and they will determine how long they'll give you to start getting around to it based on that length. Yeah.
Can you and should you make new promises as you progress?
Can you and should you make new promises as you progress through the story? The answer is yes and yes, asterisks, right? It depends on how long your story is, and it depends on what kind of twists you're going for. Most stories will be making new promises. You'll be introducing a new character, and you're going to make a promise about that character usually. Every character is going to have some innate promises attached to them. Usually this is with their character arc, right? And we'll talk about this in probably actually Sanderson's second law. But the idea is you're going to attach to them flaws, handicaps, and challenges, right? And you're going to you're going to figure out what you're going to signpost, which of those are going to be overcome, which of them are going to be expunged, where the character is going to grow or fail to grow, right? And so every character's, but each little plot sequence will often have a promise. In fact, every chapter generally has one. Oftentimes chapters, just like, unfortunately, as frustrating as it is to go back to your high school classes, your teacher's like, thesis paragraph. A lot of the best chapters start with a stealth thesis paragraph that introduces what the chapter is going to be about and what you're going to learn, and then at the end we'll have a stinger of a line that indicates, now you've learned it, right? But it depends on the type of plot that you have. We'll get to that in progress. All right, where are we? I need to move to progress. We're going to move to progress. If there's time at the end, I'll take more questions. But we got progress, and progress is the most important of them. And so save your question, and when I do questions at the end after payoffs, you can reference back, okay? But let's talk progress. All right. So, my notes. Yes, notes. So, you absolutely control progress in your story to a greater extent than you think. It's pretty easy to explain this, right? At any point in your story, let's say you're writing a romance, you could write, he stopped being stupid and so they got together and got married, the end. At any point, you can just write that. At any point, Tolkien could have written, Bilbo fell through a wormhole, appeared in Mordor, and dropped the ring into the thing, and everyone was saved, right? You've maybe read stories where at the ending, a writer rushed this a little too much, and you felt a little bit like
It's like
Frodo
the
who
third
dropped
time
the wormhole.
Cut said,
right?
this is the most important part.
We call that a Deus Ex Machina, right? You control time and progress absolutely in your story. You as a writer, I could give you the challenge right now to say, all right, you need to spend 50 pages and only 1 second can pass. It would be really boring, but you could all do it, right? You just describe everything in the room, right? And then get into philosophy. It's in the character's head, and then do a flashback or whatever. You could do 50 pages in 1 second has passed. I bet you've read books that feel like that before. Those of you like manga, I hear there's lots of filler chapters sometimes. Yeah. So you can also be like, and 1,000 years passed. I've read books that use structures like this, right? You control time, you control progress. So your job as a writer is not to make things progress. It is to give a sense of satisfying progression through a story. And you do this by deciding a couple of things. First is how fast your progress is going to be. Your short story is going to go faster. You're also going to, if you're writing, say, a thriller, you're writing a story where a lot of the opposition is external for obstacles to overcome. Characters got to fight this, grab this, get to this place, right? I mean, Tenet is this. It's almost all external, and it's the next problem, the next problem, the next problem. Those stories are paced very differently from the story about a character wrestling with whether or not it's right to kill your uncle, you know, or how you would kill your uncle, and, you know, if you'd even make a good king, or, you know, how awful it is that you're driving your girlfriend insane, like all of this stuff. You're wrestling with all of this.
I don't want to be the chosen one.
That has a very different pacing.
I've given up on being the chosen one. That's actually like a very like heavy point I want to hit in the book, is that like despite the fact that this character was born for this to happen, it didn't happen in the way you would expect a normal story to happen, right? In a normal story, the hero is born, the character's supposed to save the world, something happens when they're at a young age, they go on adventures and they do their thing. In this story, this character was born, went on their adventure, became the leader, and is still questioning whether they're the fucking hero or savior of the world, because nothing really seems to be going that wrong that they could be like, what the hell is my purpose in this place supposed to be? I feel like I've searched for it and I couldn't find it, kind of idea. And then now that events are happening, it's like his purpose in life is to be the mentor to raise the next generation of people who will be the warriors of light who save the world. So despite him being purposefully born in order to save the world, he is the mentor character at the end of the day. Which I think is like, makes it a very unique perspective to have for the character. Because usually, it's like you never see the story like 100% through the mentor's eyes, right? At least I can't think of any story that does that. So I thought that would be a very unique way of doing the story.
Thing is, and it's nice to match it to your story and to your own natural writing style. So, how fast do you want it to go? The most important...
In the in call, the main character saves the universe and stuff like 5 times, and every time he's like, okay, we done, right? The fuck you mean no? Can't I just go home? This sucked like so bad. I just want to drink, bang ladies, and smoke dope, dude. I don't care. I love that mentality.
What you probably decide is what kinds of progress you're going to make and how you're going to signpost that to the reader. So, this is a little bit of a hard one to explain, so give me some time on this. There are lots of different types of progress you can make in a story, and you want to generally match that to what your climax is going to be. For instance, if you are telling what is basically a mystery plot, which doesn't mean you're writing a mystery, but your plot is based around characters lacking information and needing to find this information, and your ending is going to involve a big informational reveal.
Yeah.
The mystery story is obviously the best example of this, right? A whodunit. We have a murder. We know somebody did it. We don't know who it is. The detective is going to, over time, sort through and discover clues, and at the end, reveal who did it. Information-style plot, right? A lot of stories have mysteries built into them. In these cases,
main character being blackmailed.
Your progress is measured by information. What clues have been given, what suspects have been discovered, and which ones have been eliminated. You therefore often want to find ways to signpost that progress is being made. You can do this in a lot of ways. If it's a mystery, the detective is saying...
There's also the I'm gonna tell you the ending at the beginning, or the end is on the title. Well, that's what I want to do with Stoner Girl Evolution, is I want the story to be a retelling. And it's like, at the end of the story, the character uses their powers so much to kill the goddess, or to contain the goddess, that they turn into a tree. Because the more you use your powers, the more you turn into that plant that you're using the powers from. Because you smoke the plant and you get the powers while you have the smoke in your lungs, but the more you use it, it's like that smoke becomes part of your DNA and transforms you into like the flower. So you don't want to use that magic as much as you can. And then the main character has to use it so much, and the trees have like the most powerful one. And it's like the entire story is the character retelling the story in their head now that they're trapped in being a tree. They've defeated the goddess, now they're in a tree, and it's them spending the next couple of generations going back through their head and retelling the story to themselves about, you know, what they could have done better, what could have been different, right? And then when you get to the end of the story, the complete final end is after these centuries, someone comes and eats the fruit. And through eating the fruit, they release the goddess. And the main character's like, fuck! And then the end of this goddess laughing. So it's like, the end is at the beginning, but then there's another end after that. So the entire story is just those centuries passing by in reminiscing thought of the events that led to her being stuck in that place. Via ending with her being stuck and the goddess being free. And then it's like leaves it to the reader's idea of how the next story could unfold, right? Where it goes from stoner girl evolution to like allergy fruit evolution. Like in the novel Chronicle of a Death Foretold, where the main character goes, I die by the end, by the way. This is how this shit went down. Yeah. Yeah.
Almost got this.
I love that
feel
kind.
Like I'm so close.
It's anticipation.
You will watch a lot of mystery stories do this. We're getting closer. We're almost there. We need but one more piece, Watson. Right? And there are these signposts that are saying you are getting there, and you are at the same time giving this information to the reader. A relationship plot, which buddy cop movies and romantic comedies follow the same structure for these, right? It's just whether there's a fist bump or a kiss at the end. In these sorts of stories, what you're going to be doing is the relationship is going to be making progress. You're going to start off with a very clear indication.
As the story goes, one goes, "Aw, I actually like this dude, and he fucking gonna die."
Occasionally, but then you're gonna, through the course of the story, be like, "Wow, these two people."
We all knew Gustav was gonna die in Expedition 33. We all knew Ned was gonna die. We all knew Boromir was gonna die. Damn red shirts.
People work better together than they ever did apart. They are filling holes in each other's lives, and so when they finally get together, that's your climax. And
it's like the thing I want to do with Zaid. Like, I want to make a very specific way that I invite people into the party. It's like, you mention them by name, then you have a story about them, and then you meet someone who's met them, and then you meet them, and then they join the party. And it's like, I want to do that with Zaid, and you're literally getting to exactly the step that would be Zaid joining the party, and then Zaid's dead. And you're like, wait, what? And it's like the complete subversion of expectation, because I've literally built a roadmap for you to be like, yes, this character is actually going to be the very important character. Maybe Zaid is one of the Warriors of Light. Nope.
Trick with this is stories often have multiples of these.
He's just really smart.
At the same time that are different things, and identifying which is the most important to your story, and therefore the key component to your ending, is actually really important. Guardians of the Galaxy is ostensibly an adventure story about get the MacGuffin and prevent the world from ending. But the real story is, can these people work together? And almost everything that is not an action scene, and even some of the action scenes, is a relationship plot. And so that movie really cleverly has its climactic moment being where the main character, who's refused to take his mom's hand when she wanted to give him a hug before when she was dying, takes the hand of his friends, and they all take each other's hands, and then together, that, you know, with a dance battle, is what beats the bad guy, right? It is not necessarily that, you know, the MacGuffin beats the bad guy. It is literally the power of friendship that defeats the bad guy. And that, when a plot really works, that's what happens. And to do this, what gets really tricky is you sometimes have to identify the difference between kind of the trappings of your story and your A plot and your B plot, and what people are going to think they are. Guardians is a great example. People, like, ostensibly your big P plot is actually get the MacGuffin. Chase down the MacGuffin, get the MacGuffin, clear our names, to prevent the world from being destroyed. But the actual little P plot is character, as can we get along? Can we become friends? And so you're gonna have multiples of these, and usually you want to pay them off all together. You just kind of have to decide what your soul of your story is. The longer your story, the more souls of your story that you can have. And often you can introduce things like this, have a whole arc about people, you know, becoming friends, and then go into Act 3 and solve the MacGuffin problem. Guardians of the Galaxy doesn't do this, doesn't write on top of each other, but you can do things like that. You've probably read stories where, for instance, Moana has a, you know, a sub-arc for Maui in the middle of it. It's handled, that's a really good movie, but it's handled kind of clunkily with Maui's return. But they're trying to do this, right? They're trying to have, like, we're not going to do this at the main climax, just right before it, so Maui has his character climax and comes back, and things like this. So figuring out and identifying what your various plots are and how you're going to make them all to have a sense of progress is really vital, I think, for making a story work. A page turner is usually a story that really understands progress and how to dole it out. A boring book, when people get, you know, when you don't write it on purpose like I did. Those who aren't laughing, I literally released a book called The Most Boring Book Ever last year. It was a kid's book, though. A book that people like boring or I got lost, usually the signposts of progress are not there. Now, a big reason the signposts of progress cannot be there is that you gave someone a really interesting promise. And then you as a writer got really interested in something else, and you have a giant subplot going somewhere else that doesn't seem to advance the main story. The Last Jedi does this as a film. You know, Last Jedi does this, and so what happens is Finn as a character has been introduced to us in the first movie and then reintroduced to us in the second movie as a guy who cares about his friend Rey and really wants to go find her and help her. And then the plot says, you know, I did promise that, but what if you let some horses go free? What if you really needed to learn that horses should be free? And Finn's like, my friend Rey, the fate of the universe, Luke Skywalker, blah, blah, I want to go to my friend Rey. And the plot's like, but those horses. And not everyone had this experience, but it was a lot of people. And it was the experience I had. I'm like, why are we here? What are we doing? I am not feeling that this is progressing the promises made to me by this story. And so whatever is interesting happening there, we don't invest in. I had this problem in Oathbringer, where I'll try to explain it without giving too many spoilers. I had a plot. I'm going to draw on the board for you. A little harder to draw on the board in this one. All right. Oh, I'm supposed to use black because the camera can pick it up better. So you all know to take your quiz. It's already passed, right? No. It's 7:45, not 8:45. Yeah. It's all passed. You all fail. So sorry. Come back next year. So I had a story where characters were right here, and I knew they needed to be right there, right? Characters all are kind of set adrift. They don't know what they're doing. They're in a new environment.
Seems like a fun guy to learn from.
They all are like,
yeah,
well,
he's
if we
pretty
can
good.
get to this place, then we can get out of here. And so they all make a plan to go to this place, and then I have them going there, and then they get diverted by something. And then they get diverted, and whoa, they end up where I knew they needed to be all along. Readers were so bored with this plot, right? Which was shocking to me because the new environment that I put them in, I'd done a lot of world building. The sort of things that make my stories pop, I had put in there. This is why, we will talk about it, world building is actually the least important of the three.
Yeah.
It is. I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, but yeah, no, it's true.
Great world building with a bad characters and bad plot is an encyclopedia.
Yeah.
Right? Great characters and great plot with bad world building is still often an excellent book. You can probably name them. The
Harry
fact
Potter.
That Time Terminers break the entire universe of Harry Potter wide open does not prevent that from being the strongest book in the entire series. Right? Right? So, world building's important, don't get me wrong. You ideally want to do all three. But really great world building cannot save a sequence where you have said, hey, people need to go to point B, and then you send them to point C, because the whole time, the readers will be thinking, this is a side quest. And we are being diverted from our story until we start heading toward point B, where we'll be making progress again. Because we are making no progress, I will not invest in this plot cycle because it doesn't seem like it means anything. My solution was actually pretty easy. My solution was to have the primary viewpoint protagonist of this, right near the beginning, be put in conflict with the rest of the group because he's been told by a source that he believes that if he doesn't get to point C, someone he loves will die. And he believes that so strongly, and he's the main character we're seeing through the eyes of right here, or at least one of them, that suddenly it's a conflict. It's like, oh, are we supposed to go to B or C? Oh, I think we need to get to C because the consequences of not getting to C, if this character is right, are really, really, really dire. So even though he's in conflict with them, it works. And suddenly that little change, and suddenly the whole plot sequence worked. In the next group of readers, nobody had problems. Everybody was enjoying it. All the things that I wanted to have happen, wanted to be enjoyed, were enjoyed. Such little changes and promises. You see how whoever asked, you want to make promises? I made another promise in the middle of the story. Promise is, if you don't get here, something bad will happen. And so he needs to get there. And so you can see how just little diversions with really interesting things can end up not working if you don't understand progress payoff. Most of the time, not all the time, most of the time if a book is boring, or if people aren't investing in a sequence that you thought they should invest in, you have made a misalignment of progress and promise.
How consistent should it be with pacing throughout the book?
It depends on your own personal style. Question is, how consistent should you be on pacing? It really, really depends, right? Generally, if you want to use thriller pacing, which is you're going to write short chapters, you're going to try to put a hook at the end of every one of them, or at least most of them. Dan Brown is pretty good at this, for all his faults. He's really good at this, and that's part of what made the Da Vinci Code work, is that short chapters with a hook at the end of each one, and a lot of external conflict can really propel a story, but they run out, in my experience, right around 70,000 words. And if you're not going right into the climax then, you start to lose people. So it works really great for a story that's 90 to 100,000 words long. Really hard to keep that up for too long because you generally in a book want you want slowdowns in pacing for the reader to get a breather, for the characters to get a breather, and for you to kind of come to process what's been discovered, so that then you can ramp it back up, because variation is noticeable, and lack of variation creates sort of a sense that you're coasting along, and it starts to lose its impact. If every sentence is a one-sentence zinger, then none of them, right? What's that syndrome said? If everyone has superpowers, nobody does, or something like that, right? If everyone's super, nobody is. Yeah, there you are. Sorry, Brad Bird, misquoting you. So there is an example of why you would want to do both. But if you can keep it up, like a lot of things that people are like, this is an absolute page turner. It's 80 to 100,000 words of just relentless plotting that you're supposed to read in one sitting and not stop. I don't do that in Stormlight Archive, right? I did it a little bit in Wind and Truth, which is why the pacing feels different in Wind and Truth than it does in other books. So it's really kind of up to you what you want to do with this. Generally, no, you don't want the same pacing through a book. Generally, you want to change pacing and have breathers and things like this. It's up to you. Some books are just really slow the whole time. And that's just the author's writing style, right? So, yeah, excellent question. Go ahead.
Hey man, glad to be back. Trump
Right,
Hotel
how do you speed up
Gaza
progress
Strip.
when you want to?
What's up, brother?
Not
How's
have
it
to take
going?
Time traveling. I would give a mini promise early in your book that sometimes you're just going to time jump, and then just time jump. Just say, and then they arrived. And you can do this pretty easily. Like if you're having problems with people being like, oh, it feels like I missed too much, end part one, and then start part two with them having arrived. Stuff like this, like actual structural physicality.
Just vibing, my man.
Like,
Glad to be
if you
back with the
break a
boys.
chapter
Hell
and then say
yeah,
3
brother.
weeks later,
That's
so
what it's
much
all
easier
about.
for a reader than if you try to, in the middle of a chapter, say, and 3 weeks passed.
We're gonna
That
mind
said,
goblin all
Joe
week.
Rowling does it
Hell
all the time in
yeah.
Harry Potter. And 3 weeks passed, and it was Christmas time now. And so I don't think you have to worry about this as much as you think you do. As long as you've kind of established early on that you're gonna, like if you even have one chapter that says at the end of chapter 2 and then chapter 3 is like 3 days later, X, you've already established this as a pattern, and nobody should ever have a problem with, sometimes you even do it right at the end of a chapter. You're like, over the next 3 days, she kept worrying that something was gonna happen, but at last they crested the hill and saw, boom, and you've done it in a paragraph. So, yeah. Back here, and then we'll do some of you up here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll talk about plot twists and payoff in a second, but yes, that's part of it. The real good thing, the secret to proper twists is generally to promise someone something and then make them wish you'd promised something else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right.
You didn't actually want this to happen, and then you're like, oh my god, okay, thank God that's not what it was.
I imagine twists
right?
working like you have you promised someone a gift for Christmas, and you say, you like toy cars? I'm gonna get you a toy car, and then you put a package under the Christmas tree, and the twist is, what do they actually open? Plenty of stories give you a toy car, and there is nothing wrong with that, right? One of the greatest books of all time is Pride and Prejudice. What is the first line of Pride and Prejudice? Yeah. Yeah. First line is, this is a book about someone getting married, right? And then, oh, twist. Nope, there's no twist. They get married, right? There's complications and escalations, which are different from twists and equally important, in fact, even more important. You do not have to have a twist. However, if you want a twist, as was guessed earlier here, one of the things you can do is you can escalate, you can deliver. You promised a toy car, you give them a real car, right? But one of the classic twists is you say, I'm going to get you a toy car. They're like, yay! And then through the course of the story, you show them how cool planes are. To the point that they're like, I know I'm going to get a toy car, but boy, I wish I was getting a toy plane. And then you give them a toy plane. I usually use an example, the movie While You Were Sleeping. I'm going to spoil While You Were Sleeping. I'm sorry. Okay? Yeah, it's a fantastic film that uses twist perfectly in this sort of style. It's a romance. Woman is like dreaming, seeing this guy pass through her toll booth because she works at like a toll booth on the freeway and thinking, that's the guy someday I'd like to marry, and she blah, 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 blah. And then like he gets in a car wreck and she's there and she like helps him and he wakes up and she tells a lie because she's like, oh, I'm his girlfriend, but not really meaning to tell that lie. She just was, you know, dreaming it, or I'm his fiance. And then everyone's like, he had a secret fiance. Oh no, she's like, oh no, now everyone thinks I'm his fiance, I don't want to let them down. Hijinks ensue, right? And so this story is about, oh, I'm pretending to be his fiance because he's lost his memory and things like this, or he's in a coma and then he's whatever, right? In the meantime, while he's in a coma, slash wakes up and has lost his memory, because there's your escalation, right? Rather than a twist, it's escalation. What's going to happen when he wakes up and the lie becomes revealed? Oh, he doesn't remember. I had a fiance. Oh, wow, she's pretty. Oh, that's good. Right, like, I'm glad my secret fiance is Sandra Bullock. Right? In the meantime, through the whole time, this is not uncommon, right? I think The Wedding Singer does the same thing. She's been hanging out with his brother and falling in love with his brother. That's the airplane, right? You find out they match each other really well, and she doesn't actually match this other guy at all. Even though you were promised a toy car in scene 1, you, through the course of the film, really come to want a toy plane. And then, of course, the ending is she ends up with the plane, with the brother, right? Right? The hijinks continue to ensue until they, you know, go to comical and ridiculous. Well, they start at comical and ridiculous proportions. They go further than that, and then boom, the wrap up. And the twist is you get your plane. It's pretty well signposted that you're getting your plane, but there are plenty of books that do this more subtly. Not that While You're Sleeping is bad for not doing it subtly. It's a really excellent story, but you can do that more subtly. So that the twist is, oh wow, this is what I always wanted. And this is actually the secret to why Into the Woods works. Because Into the Woods shows you idyllic fairy tales in the beginning and then starts to put cracks in them so that you start to not necessarily want the fairy tale ending. And then boom, second act happens and everything gets smashed to splinterings, but then it's rebuilt as something better so that it ends up working. It's a really gutsy move. And a lot of people really dislike Into the Woods for that reason. Like my mom does not like Into the Woods. She's just like, give me a fairy tale. That's what you promised. You lied to me, Sondheim. I'm never watching any of your plays again. Mostly because they're about people eating other people or assassinating people. And then there's West Side Story. But she'll watch that one. Sorry. Does that make sense? Yeah, how much time we got? We got 5 minutes. Okay. All right. We got to do promises. Write your questions in here. Let's just do payoffs for a little bit. I've already done the most important one, which is what do you do with twists, right? But payoffs are really just giving people a surprising yet inevitable fulfillment of your promises. You make it surprising through a couple of ways. One is the twist. But usually what you do to make it surprising is you give them plausible deniability. You make them believe that it won't happen. And most stories get a lot of mileage out of this, right? Like a ton of mileage out of making the story work so well that you worry, you wonder. If the character, you're like, oh, is the character actually going to succeed? You know, we're pretty sure that Frodo is going to succeed and that the world is not going to end. But then when he gets stung by Shelob and
Closer.
dies, you're like, wait, maybe Frodo won't. Maybe Sam will have to do this all by himself. That's horrifying, right? Escalation. And then we get Frodo back. But then Frodo collapses. Then Sam has to carry him, right? Like things like this, like you keep getting these obstacles, escalations. And through obstacles, escalations, and the last one being red herrings, you manage to make people think that they aren't going to get what you promised them, then you do anyway. That is your base. That's what you generally do. The twist works really well also. Sometimes your surprising yet inevitable is built around this idea that as you're going through your story, you forget the promise, right?
Smokey, do a backflip.
Lord of the Rings films is the second film, where the promise is, right, the end, look for me on the morning of the 5th day, right? And this is a beautiful sequence, and this will kind of be where I'll wrap up. I love the second movie, and I like the third movie. I like the Frodo Sam part, but the Battle of Helm's Deep versus the Minas Tirith battle, they work on very different axes, and it's all about promises, right? In the Minas Tirith battle, in the third film, because the plays out slightly differently in the books, so I use the films because they make a better object lesson. And this is in the third film, Minas Tirith, they're up against all odds. They are going to be destroyed. And the promise is, if they don't, fight this off themselves, they will fail. This is their last resort. And then they fight, and they're really strong, and they can't do it, and then Aragorn shows up and saves them. In the second film, it's the same thing. They're in this bastion, it's their last resort. If they don't win this, they're all gonna die. And then Gandalf shows up and saves them. The difference in these plot cycles is promises. In the second film, Gandalf says, look for me on the morning of the 5th day. And Peter Jackson very expertly uses, what's
Éomer.
What's his name? Is it Yomer? Yeah, it's Yomer. Yomer, yeah. I was gonna say Faramir, it's not Faramir, it's Yomer. And I was gonna say, oh, it's Bones, but it's not Bones, it's Yomer, because he's in a different movie.
Shake that salt in your mouth real fast.
He very expertly has them leave. It doesn't work this way in the books, but the expert has them leave, so you have hanging on the mantle there this idea of, oh, there's an army out there that was faithful to the king until the king pushed them too far and left. And you have Gandalf saying, look for me on the morning of the 5th day. I still wish it were the 3rd day. For mythological reasons, right? Right? Morning of the 3rd day, the sunrise, anyway. But it's the morning of the 5th day. I went and looked. I'm like, oh, you missed out. Could have been 3rd. Because, anyway.
We all get it.
Through the course of how awful that fighting is, awful in a good way, and how dark everything gets.
Take the hat off, I will play a chair dance.
Like Aragorn and Gimli
Thank you for
and
redeeming
Legolas
chair dance.
forget that
Hit Hats will
Gandalf
now
has
dance
promised
for you.
because it's so dark,
Please fully
and they're
enjoy
at
this
their last
immersive
stand, and they're
experience.
going out to die. And then Gandalf shows up. And it's just brilliant and wonderful, and you love it because you remember, and they give a voice stinger, remember? If you can do that, you don't need a twist. You can just make us forget by making it so dark that when the light comes back and the sun shines and the orcs are like, oh, we can't see
Take the
because
hat off slowly
Gandalf
while
might
biting
have
your
magic,
free
we're not
ALS.
sure. And they get ridden down and they're saved, you're like cheering. Whereas when Aragorn shows up the ghost, I don't know if you guys have that. I'm like, oh good, the ghosts are there. I'm glad they didn't die. But I'm not cheering, right? Ghosts did all the work. They should have just, everyone should have hid and waited for the ghosts. And in the second one, you're like, oh, they had to fight every inch of the ground they gave up so that they could last long enough for Gandalf to show up. And that's what promise, progress, and payoff mean, is making this work so that you have, when these work, people cheer.
You did
This
good, you
people
can rest
get
now,
cheer,
babe.
chills. The story just is magical for a minute when this works. And when it doesn't, well, you have other things that can carry your story, but I really like this in plotting, and so that's why I talk about it. Next week, we'll talk about actual plot frameworks and strategies. Thank you guys so much.
All right. Well, At this point, you guys should just know me, right? Right, Smokey? You should just know at this point. Right? I think you know. I think you do. I really think you do. Fuck you, Smokey. Fuck you. What do you think I am, a bitch? Think I'm a little bitch, Smokey? Is that what you think? God. Who raised you, man? No, but seriously, I'm fucking tired. So, yeah, we're gonna call it a day. It was a fantastic day. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Remember, fuck you. Yeah. So, what can I say? I'm a bitch. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out, guys. You guys are fucking amazing. We will be back again tomorrow. Remember, stay strong. And Smokey, you are a fucking yes. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we rating? Get your wheels ready. If I can spell this right. Alright, fuck you guys. Wait, what? Fuck, I can't spell. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Up and away we go.
Intoxication 5077, much love, brother. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you choosing me, trusting me with your peoples. I will try to entertain them as best I can. We got a song switch coming up at the moment. Let's see if y'all feel me. I'm trying to, let's hype